Synopsis of Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hawaii in August 2021. Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California, or The Marauder of the Mines, a romance founded on truth, by Henry L. Williams. Synopsis. Many are still living of those who can yet recall the feats of the man whose name gives title to this book. Joaquin Murrieta was the son of worthy parents, and nothing in his early youth betokened any traits of the monster which he afterwards became. He left Sonora, the lovely country of his birth, and visited the province of Mexico, where he became attached to the household of the then famous Santa Anna. Quarreling with one of the attachés, he openly insulted him, but the man he insulted did not resent it, and Joaquin scornfully rode away, to soon after reappear in his native town. Here he married a new Sonorian, Carmela Felix. A year of tranquil happiness had barely passed before he was summoned by his brother to visit him at the mission of San Jose in California. He went, accompanied by his wife. Carlos, the brother, was rejoiced to have Joaquin with him. Together they proceeded upon some business to the mines. Here a friend of theirs, Flores, was found in possession of a mule alleged to have been stolen. Carlos was with Flores at the time of his arrest, and the first thing that Joaquin knew of the arrest of his brother was seeing the two friends hanging from a tree, dead. From that moment, Joaquin's nature and disposition underwent a fearful change. Still, however, at the entreaties of his wife, Joaquin resumed work as a miner. On one occasion, a set of ruffians tried to drive him from the claim on which he was at work. Joaquin resisted, pistols flashed, Joaquin fell, wounded and senseless. When he awoke to reason, it was to find Carmela, worse than dead, beside him. From this moment the fires of perdition appeared to blaze in his heart. From crime to crime he passed on with furious rage, until there was hardly a town in California that couldn't show the victims of his fatal bullet or the smoldering ruins caused by his torch. In the following pages every trace of his blood-stained footsteps is closely followed. Some of the facts are furnished by contemporary witnesses, most of them by official documents. He proceeded from step to step, wading deeper and deeper into crime, until quiet citizens were almost afraid to breathe his name aloud. Nor was he alone in his nefarious exploits. His infamous notoriety surrounded him with a band of satellites, only inferior to himself in his bad eminence. Resolute men went, sometimes in parties, sometimes singly, to waylay and capture him. Very few, however, returned to say anything of his whereabouts. In some solitary gully the daring men would be found, with some token or other left to signify that they had met their death at the hands of Joaquin or some of his heartless lieutenants. So great at length became the terror inspired by his ruthless deeds, and fright so magnified them, that hundreds swore that there was not one Joaquin, but a dozen at the least. Sheriffs of counties hunted him with picked men. The governor of the state offered vast rewards for his capture, dead or alive. Eventually he fell into the hands of a brave American, Captain Love, who secured him in the jail at Martinez, from which he was taken by force and hung by a number of Mexicans. He was decapitated, and his head publicly exhibited in San Francisco. In addition to this being a faithful narration of the fearful deeds of Joaquin, incidentally the work gives a faithful delineation of life in the diggings in the early days of California, when almost every nugget of gold was blood-spotted, ere rude justice spared her death-dealing arm. End of synopsis.
Chapter 1 of Joaquin the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Stephen Carney, Fresno, February 10th, 2022. Joaquin the Claude Duval of California, or The Marauder of the Mines, a romance founded on truth, by Henry L. Williams. The sons are growing or grown up of the men who went it with a rush through the Golden Gates, by the different ways over the Comanche-infested plains, by the sickly shaggers and the isthmus innocent of railroad cars, for the treacherous mongrels to scowl at in 50, 51, and 52. There are many of the brave hearts, stout frames, spite of fever of camp and field, keen eyes, hands ready for friend and against foe, generous pockets, and welcoming laugh left. Thanks to heaven of the returned Californians. They are the ones who will not have to be more than this once reminded who Joaquin Murrieta was, that red-handed ravager, that king of cutthroats, that murderer of the mines, that pirate of the placers, that deepest cursed of greasers in gully and canyon, from Maximilian's northernmost lines to the British territories, from the Rocky Mountains to the beautiful Pacific. The blood-scored adventures live yet. The celebrity is still well known for robbery and killing. England does pretty well with her Jonathan Wilds, Captain Bloods, cruel highwaymen, and captains of other crews. Italy is all very well with her Mazzaronis, Rinaldo Rinaldinis, and Fra Diavolo, whom the opera makes fall into a trap that a gosling predator would have smelt out, a cub fox avoid, and a chicken have fought its way out of. And France may ring out its La Belle to good or bad purposes with a cartouche, Mandarin, Scorche, and Flaye, just as Germany can gutturally chant the doings of robbers of the Rhine, who plundered to banquet on swine's flesh, beer, Bologna's Limburger with or without speck, Schweitzer Kaiser and all, no less merrily than more fastidious bandits on wines and Capuan dainties. But very high, ruddy, and glittering pile, it takes a land of gold to rake it. Joaquin is the implement in the croupier's hand. To begin, no one is to think El Dorado what it was from 48 to 52, not at all. The spirit never winced when Sacramento and St. Any name in the calendar were flooded and washed to nothing, when Charlie the Chief couldn't save Frisco from the flames, has converted the chaotic Eden into a proper paradise where everything man can desire grows to more than perfection, from lovely and grand-hearted maid to luscious fruits. In the days of the fresh comes, when many had broken bad English and worse French in chat with Captain Sutter, had broken savings and hearts maybe over the Bella Union tables, had broken the peace of dark señoritas who dropped coward native lovers for the fine large Americans who stood 20 lasso men with one 6-shooter or a 12-inch Bowie Hilton blade. In those past times, not pastimes by a long shot, the man was liberal who called the shining shore a civilized country, and he would not be believed either. There were ugly crowds flocking there, and jailbirds, and those who ought to have been encaged were plenty as wild prairie fowls in a Chicago market. Too many Italians who gave themselves out as broken-down water fountain stand keepers at Naples, Florentine, money changers reduced to the ranks of Lazzaros by robberies on them, or Venetian gondoliers, were more than suspected of being beggars who had flourished daggers and flirted out pistols as spurs to charity. Frenchmen there, who were reported to have revolutionized a little, without other authority than their own, principally devoting themselves to securing funds for the cause, a cause which Jeantown and Amour de Marie, girls of cabarets, were concerned in. The Spaniards and such were merely ear-ringed sailors who had collided with first mates and had to hide from justice till the first vessel sailed with them in the hold as stowaways in such seaports as kept gibbets standing, or were the hold as stowaways, or were fellows indisposed to clean Havana's and Mexico's streets in a chain gang, as they were feared would come to pass. The English, when chummed together, might be overheard remembering in slang certain pocket-diving and crib-cracking feats, along with lushing in and about St. Luke's, Whitechapel, Elephant and Castle, Golden Lane, King's Cross, and so on. The statesmen hailed from the chief cities and did not recognize one another, but preferred strangers to mate off with instead of the acquaintances who accosted them so rudely and significantly on the wharf or plank walk. "Hullo, old Mississip, war de cards de allers turn Jack? Your term out, Ned, or did you jump Sing Sing? The deuce, who'd a think Charleston would give you up so quick? Gol darn ye, if 'tain't Baltimore who forgot his name, warn't Rob Smith, and warn't unsigned to it to a promissory note. Well, I'm totally darned." And Sydney skylarks floated over the Balboan waters somehow or other. And yet a number of these men, to counterbalance a number of the always accounted good, dropped what seemed a mask, though worn for years, and went to work with spiked pole, spade, pick, barrow, bowl, sieve, and cradle, as honest, industrious, and steady as best. Their reverse counterparts, losing their outfits and their money to live on in the saloons, though they were clergymen's sons, rich, of high station and all that, went down the stream after a Niagara Fall. To this land of such strangely mingled people came Joaquin Murrieta at the opening of 1848. He was born in Sonora's capital, in Mexico, of a family respectable enough and sufficiently well off to give him a good education, as education went in the priest-ridden country. He was noticeable during his youth for the gentlest and most placid of natures, everybody who knew him in those days speaking rapturously of his then noble and generous spirit. In 45, being 16 years of age, Joaquin left his native place to seek his fortune in the capital of all the provinces, Mexico. As he was of good figure and not unpleasing bearing, he soon obtained the situation of squire in the wealthy household of President Lopez de Santa Anna. Mean as was his post, the young blade was told that it might be merely the first round of a ladder reaching to eminence, for he was ambitious and a little chafed. Santa Anna had always been a lover of horsemanship, a piece of information received gladly by Joaquin, who was somewhat noted in his parts as a vaquero, for he had tamed wild horses time and again, not to say accomplished wonderfully the lesser feats of tossing bulls on their backs, lassoing, picking up handkerchiefs from the dust at full gallop. He saw in the governor's passion a means of pointing out himself and doubtless of being promoted. His elevated hopes did not come to effect as easily as he had anticipated. He had to lower his pretensions a little, besides, on account of the way in which his fellow riders discountenanced his attempts to shine above them. One of these other horsemen was a Mexican named Camplido, who had often growled about the somewhat aristocratic airs which Joaquin had taken. The latter saw the enmity growing, but pretended at first not to notice the sneers and scornful looks with which he was liberally favored. He minded his own business instead of letting himself be troubled with other affairs, an act of good sense that seems unrivaled in a Mexican. So unrivaled that Camplido did not imitate him. He made his padre pray for an opportunity to come to him. It came very soon. Joaquin was jumping on his horse one day, not in a stately, regular mode according to rule, but after a savage style which he had caught from some Texan borderers. He lit fair and true in the saddle, but in half turning to make sure that the crupper had not been displaced by his fall, lightly as it had been made, saw a grin on Camplido's face, and half heard him saying something to a couple of fellows beside him. "Did you speak to me?" cried Joaquin, turning pale and then red under his brown skin. "Why, yes," replied Camplido, who, being a full-grown man, was not going to let the little bantam hear him deny his crow. "And if you want to know, Mr. Sonorian, what I said, it only was— Carajo, what a clumsy way to bestride a nag." "Clumsy," echoed the other, holding in his mount. "It's an American way which none of you inland cowards dare try with a wild mustang as I can." And he proudly smiled at remembrance of the days when the herds of wild horses had been corralled and tamed by himself and his friends, boy though he was. "That's it. Speak well for the heathen Americans, the grasping, cowardly, lying race," cried Camplido with all a Mexican's contempt for the people who had taken Texas and were afterwards to take more from the sick man of America. "Heathens, no doubt," retorted Joaquin hotly. "Grasping, eh? Yes, if you mean the Americans are men to grasp a friend's hand heartily and a foe's throat like a vice. Cowardly? Oh, yes. Cowards generally do go trapping and hunting in the Indian Territory. They do tackle Arapahoes 7-1. They do chase Comanches. They 10, the Redskins 150, and all braves. They do rescue poor girls stolen from the missions out of Apache villages. That's the way of cowards, is it? They lie, do they? Of course. They said they would settle Texas, and they didn't, eh? They said they would have there a republic, and they hoisted no Lone Star on the tall cedar poles left standing in their clearings. Oh, no. Seems to me their piece of Mexico counts 1 in the Union's 20-and-odd states. Anyhow," concluded the Sonorian, with flushed cheeks and working hands, "I have not learnt bad horsemanship from such fearless riders, though they're not up to your mark, Senor Camplido. Suppose you see if I am." "I'm willing," said the Mexican, furious, "and I don't mind seeing if your little tender paws can handle the cuchillo of a man better than they do a bridle of a horse." But the others prevented the contest being for the present any other than one of the cavaliers. "We must see the trial first," muttered one of the witnesses. "Caspita, they can cut throats afterwards." On the appointed day, the whole household of the president got together with the secret hope of having a laugh over the foregone discomfiture of the young Sonorian. The 2 contestants opened performances with a couple of short runs, various tricks, rearings, prancings, and all the artificial steps of the manege. This was only to warm the blood of both horses and masters. Leaping over an adobe wall, 6 feet high and 3 thick, with 100 feet for start, without a graze of a horse's hoof to tell the story, was the finale. Camplido was first, and over he went to the cheers of his friends. Joaquin was smiling to himself, for he was thinking of how he had often taken greater jumps over huge fallen trees, wide splits in the ground from earthquakes, broken and dethroned boulders, clumps of cactus and thick hedges of the chaparral. He walked his horse on for 50 feet, and only began to gallop within half the prescribed distance. As he neared the wall, ere he was within a yard of the holes in the earth made by the other jumper, he buried both his spurs in the steed's belly, and up it went in the air. At the moment, a white sun scarf tied to the end of an escopete's ramrod was floated in the uprising and oncoming leper's face. The beast started, swerved, and unable to prevent its spring, took the wall sideways, and, as a natural result, kicked a couple of the rude bricks before its feet. It all but fell, but the master had already slung one leg over its lowered head and dropped to the ground. Everybody was laughing as he turned round indignantly, and Completo's throat was not the one that made the least noise. Suddenly he lifted up a scarfed rod, which he still held, to parry a knife thrust which was dealt at him. It was Canales, one of the grooms. He had had the same trick served on him at his own first entering the service, and, though strongly suspecting the author, had never found it out beyond doubt. Now it was he who sprang upon laughing Completo, but Joaquin, leaving his quivering horse with a sohoa to him, rushed forward in time to knock up a downstroke which would beyond doubt have made the traitor pay with his life for his act of baseness. Joaquin declared that he alone would spill blood in his own defense, if that must be, but as it was, he did not care to have one drop of such a miserable life-current let out of so worthless a man. He mounted his horse slowly to give Completo a chance to show what little courage he might have, but there was no movement on the latter's part. Then, smiling scornfully, he leaped his horse quietly over the wall, clean this time, and rode out of the courtyard gate, never to enter it again. When he returned to his own country, he was determined to cast aside all his ambitious desires and live happily and placidly in the charming hot sunshine of Sonora. Nevertheless, in the month of January, 1848, Joaquin did leave the province and went to San Francisco in quest of a brother of his named Carlos, who, since some time residing in Upper California, had obtained from one of the district governors a piece of land of 4 square leagues. Joaquin in vain made inquiries. He could not even gain any intelligence of him, and had to return home. To make up for that supposed loss, he had not long been back than he married a young Sonorian girl, Carmela Felix. At the end of a year's wedded life, he received a letter from his brother, in which he was begged to hurry to the mission of San Jose. Carlos added that great quantities of gold had been discovered in the mountains, and that if Joaquin wanted to make a fortune, all he had to do was to lose no time in reaching the placers. Joaquin instantly got ready for the journey, but the illness of his father and other family matters delayed his setting out by some 10 months. Then he started, accompanied by his wife. When he arrived at San Francisco, Joaquin was so immensely astounded at the change that had taken place since his former visit that he made up his mind to spend several days there to see how the newcomers would open their new life. So he sauntered around among the shanties and tents, and 1 or 2 patent take-to-pieces and put-together-again houses that were run up like cardboard palaces, watching the ships being unloaded slowly, for they were dreadfully short-handed, and the most monstrous wages for longshoremen were laughed at by the out-at-elbow-and-knee loungers even. On the second day, in one of the gambling saloons, already busy in fleecing the floor idlers who had made their pile even that early, and thought to risk a few ounces while waiting for a homeward-bound craft, Joaquin met his brother. The latter had the bad news to tell him that by some flaw in his title, some of the adventurers had taken away from him the 4 leagues of granted land. He was going to the mines to hunt up a witness of whom he had need, after which they too would go to Mexico in order to see the giver of the concession and recover the property, if that was possible at that stage of disorder. Joaquin expressed a great desire to go to the mines to see about the gold. Carlos was only too glad to have him along with him, but as he knew something of the roughness of the camp life where all were men, he counseled Joaquin to leave his wife at the Dolores Mission under guard of an old friend there, Manuel Sepulveda. The very next day the 2 brothers went up to Sacramento, where they bought horses to go to Hangtown. They found the witness that Carlos was after there. He was a young native Californian called Flores. He was fresh from a miner's camp some distance off, which he had left to come down to sell gold dust. After supper, at a Mexican eating house, Flores borrowed Joaquin's mule and went out for a stroll with Carlos. Joaquin, a little out of sorts from the journeying over roads so bad and the change of water, for liquor was so valuable that the creek supplied 2/3 of the contents of bottles of mezcal and aguardiente, stayed in a house smoking cigarettes, contemplating the grand invasion of Americans into this lately rich domain of Mexico. He had become acquainted with many of the Northerners during the late war, and, full of disgust at so often having seen the imbecility of his fellow countrymen, had preserved a most favorable impression of the American character, often regretting that he had not been born under the stars and stripes. He contrasted this lazy, cowardly, treacherous, lying countryman with the men of the Republic, so energetic, active, brave, and so filled with love of liberty. If it had not been for his little happy, peaceful home, so picturesquely embosomed in one of the most charming vales of Sonora, which he little dreamed would ever become part of the Republic, he would have forever flung aside his nationality to become, in fact, what he was in heart, an American citizen. All of a sudden, Joaquin's reflections were broken into by wild yells from some hundreds of people who were thronging the streets, if you have a mind to call them that, and giving tongue in cries of, "String 'em up, hang 'em up, hang 'em, rope 'em quick, Pete, no Judge Lynch for the greasers caught in the act." Joaquin sprang out of the cabin, but only in time to behold 2 quivering bodies dangling, almost touching one another from the same bough of a tree. It was his brother and Flores. A couple of ragged rascals who had followed the 2 brothers from San Francisco with trumped-up receipts had claimed the mules they had been riding and sworn that the animals had been stolen from them. Such was the fury of the mob, for of course, where no law was except the unnoticed Mexican alcalde's, which was too easily tampered with, justice had to be dealt by themselves, that the victims had no chance to clear themselves, and all their endeavors to put in a word of defense were drowned by the curses and groans of the crowd. They were pulled off their horses, a couple of long grazing halters found somewhere flung over their heads as they were made to stand on barrel-heads. These scaffolds were kicked from under them, and thus they died. The 2 false accusers, bestriding the animals still warm in reins and saddle from the innocent and real owners, rode off as quickly as possible after treating the crowd at the nearest rum-hole. Struck with horror and astonishment, Joaquin could do no more at first than cast one glance on the bodies and the dispersing executioners to assure himself that the sight was undesirably real. Then, bursting into tears and restraining himself from giving way to dangerous weakness, he procured a mule and returned to Sacramento on the way to San Francisco, and thence to the mission, where he embosomed himself of the awful story to his wife, and made her shudder, but, with the eagerness of woman, she conjured her husband not to follow the path vengeance streaked out to him with blood, but to leave to heaven the punishment of the villains sure sooner or later to overtake them. She assured him that all Americans were not, could not be as bloodthirsty as the assassins of her brother-in-law. With all the strength of her sincerely loving heart, she besought him not to yield to criminal designs. Her tears, supplications, and words of affection and consolation worked a great change in Joaquin's intentions, and lulled his heart into forgetfulness of the misdeed. "So be it," he said, kissing her. "I yield to my good angel. All is over. Let's forget and be happy. As soon as I shall have gathered a little gold, we will go home, never to leave it more." A few days afterwards, accompanied by his wife, he reached the mines on the Stanislaus River, where he put up a cabin and began wet diggings. The district was extremely lively, agitated by a great number of wretches who, covering themselves with the cloak of being Americans down on yellow bellies, by God, worked only by fits and starts, patrolling the country and eyeing the native Californians and Mexicans who did throw off sluggishness and take to labor with a hateful eye, while regarding them as a conquered race, good only when others had the whip hand of them. This scum did all they could to fan the flames of prejudice of color and the innate antipathy of such opposite races. One day a gang of such loafing desperadoes, having been thrashed soundly by an allied party of Americans and Englishmen, forming the United et Pluribus Dieu et Mon Unum Droit Mining Company, and smarting to find somebody to be revenged on, came across solitary Joaquin and coolly ordered him to clear from his claim, as they had made up their mind never to let a man of his skin scrape gold in that region. As a show of his papers did no good, and his string of oaths more harm, he told the shouting band plumb that he'd see every man, jack of 'em, at the bottom of a Nevadan ravine with a 10-foot sand drift covering them, before he'd let a spade or a pick that had no business there break earth on his ground. Weapons flashed out thereupon. There was a scuffle. The poor wife rushed out, handsome in her terror and grief, to behold her husband senseless on the ground from a hail of blows from pistol butts. The miscreants seized her. When Joaquin came to life at the dusk, Carmela was more than dead, dishonored. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Katerina. Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California, or The Marauder of the Mines, a romance founded on truth, by Henry L. Williams. Chapter 2. The Stolen Horse, The First Blood, The Band is Formed, Murder of Sheriff Clark, Yuba on the Trail. Imagine the feelings of the unfortunate Joaquin. Naturally, vengeance sent his blood up to boiling heat, but he had enough coolness left to know that he could not single-handed quench his thirst for reprisal. That would be risking life and liberty for 1 or 2 deaths alone. He forced himself to wait and grin and bear it all until some chance should aid him to carry out his ideas. In April 1850, he went into Calaveras County and tried his hand at Murphy's diggings, but seeing that he was not of the temperament that a good gold hunter must be, he gave up the washbowl and rocker and took to the less honest and far less honorable Monty table. Mexicans do not consider that so very disgraceful, however, as we may as well say. At first blush, fortune more than smiled, laughed on him, and began to make the gold coins roll over decks of cards into the folds of his sash and the pockets of his inner calzoneras, while his hat's lining was not innocent of some Bank of England notes that he had bought as more convenient than the solid stuff. In spite of the chant he heard so frequently in the saloons, the classical, shove her up to the bolt, I'd rather have an ounce than a $20 note, for the slug it will sink and the flimsy will float, so I'd rather have, etc. But, after going down the hill gaily, he had to go up toilsomely and had to lighten his load. If he had dropped his gains into the melting pot, he could hardly have had them more speedily melted away. He rolled into the depth of the gulf of crime. One day he had been visiting a friend out of town, so to say, and had returned riding a horse which Valenzuela, his friend, had loaned him. Just as he entered the encampment village of Murphy's diggings, somebody raised a hullabaloo. A crowd surrounded him and stopped him. "Hoss thief!" cried Westerner. "I swan, if 'tain't my mare Kezia, if it 'tis shaved pesky close and the flybrush docked," yelled the Yankee. "Give the fellow a hearing," said the Pennsylvanian. "Give the beggar a jolly good hiding," roared an Englishman. "Smother him, the beastly Mexican," said a Patlander louder than all. Everybody knew the animal, and all Joaquin could do was swear that he had only borrowed it, and that no doubt Valenzuela had innocently come into possession. Half the crowd, with the Westerner on his recovered horse, sped away to confront Valenzuela. The rest, after listening for a few moments to the asseverations of Joaquin, were going to let him off with threats alone, when several, who had seen him idling about and only busy when cards in hand, insisted on giving him a round dozen lashes as a slight warning for him to quit those diggings. So they tied up the luckless young man to a tree, and an English sailor who knew something of cats rigged up a whip from an old hairless buffalo rope and inflicted the whipping. They let the flogged Sonorian go then. It was lucky for him, for the others returned before long from Valenzuela's shanty. He had been unable to satisfy them, and they had run him up to the lowermost branch of a cedar and had hurried back to give his supposed accomplice a similar necklace. Joaquin's passionate spirit underwent a fearful change, never to be altered afterwards. Any barrier whatever lost power over his raging heart. He took an oath only to live thenceforth for revenge and to mark his steps in blood. He could not discriminate in his general scheme, and included all the Saxons in his doom roll. Not very long afterwards, the stout Englishman who had proposed the jolly hiding was leisurely strolling into the thinned-out woods on a fine evening. As he descended into the ravine crossing the narrow path, he found himself unexpectedly face to face with Joaquin, whom he could not help remembering. The eyes of the sallow youth flashed like a tawny tiger's, and a shudder made his whole frame vibrate. The Briton was fascinated for the moment, but, noting the trembling of the other, he set it down to the fear the latter might have of being captured again. "I ain't a-goin' to tetch ya, friend Spaniard," said he, and he pushed on to pass him, almost unconcernedly. Joaquin, side by side with him, did draw aloof from the path as though to give him passage, but it was really to have a fair sweeping stab at the man's side. "Oh!" and the stout fellow reeled and clapped one hand to his breast, while the other felt in his belt. "Die! Die!" yelled Joaquin, foaming at the mouth, and tearing away at his victim with his left hand, while his right brought down the dagger again and again, till the victim was borne to the ground. "What have I done to you, you butcher?" muttered the dying man. "Mercy! Spare!" "Did you spare me?" returned Joaquin, pressing at the gasping throat and winding himself round the other's sturdier form like a liana round a tamarack or a snake round a stung prairie dog. "Did you spare me when you wanted them to whip me like a horse, when you had a whole crowd to back you against me, one innocent man? Was you full of mercy then? I didn't see you telling them to lay on the lashes more lightly, or to be short in the number prescribed. No, by Our Lady of Suffering, my brother and my wife are dead through just such devils as you, and I'll out-devil ya, by You set me afire by calling to mind my Carmela. Stab. My brother. Stab. Die. Die, wretch." Mad, Joaquin kept on perforating and hacking the temple, out of which by too many entries already the soul had fled, and he only stopped at last when his soaked sleeve and streaming knife wet his painted and tired hand. "There, that begins my work of death," said he, getting up from the pool of blood in which the murdered man almost floated. Joaquin's teeth chattered convulsively, his body was drawn up to its full height, and he swept with fired eye the beautiful azure dome of the Californian sky. His clenched, stained hand still brandished the clotted blade. "Number one of the doomed at my feet," cried he. "Now that I've had a taste of the feast, I'll keep at it till I clear the table. O dearly loved Carmela, if your pure, too soon fled spirit seeks revenge, watch over me and protect me in your battles as much as mine. Carlos, brother, poor dead brother, put your strength in my arm." Next morning, the first party out after firewood found the corpse, which, although so horribly mangled, was recognized. As he had been so prominent in the chastisement of the supposed partner in the horse theft, was a good enough fellow otherwise, and did not seem to have been robbed, the crime was attributed to the true author, which fact did not much encourage an idea of the Mexicans not being of an assassinating turn of mind. A little later, a doctor who was coming to Murphy's with Salvatore's specifics for spasmodic fevers and other quick remedies, galloped in among the workmen to the music of gasps for help, a clatter of broken bottles, and the neighing of his mare, on whose flanks the camphene, spirits, and gums of the let-out medicines had streamed, soaking through the saddlebags. He had met a couple of Mexicans on horseback, who had no sooner exchanged a buena tarde with him than they drew pistols and blazed away. His nag had an ear tipped, and he received a bullet through his tall felt hat. He was saved by a small inch. He had not, as might be expected, taken a daguerreotype, photographs were unknown, of the marksman, but he had remarked enough of the better shot of the two for him to be proclaimed on that description to be the Englishman's murderer, Joaquin. There was a general excitement among the set who had been chiefs to the torturers of the Sonorian, and some of them felt such dread creep over them and weigh upon them that they were noticed to be always with friends and not apt to pass the last tent of the encampment. Those that did not care went and came as ever, but, Somehow or other, a mysterious, unavoidable fate hung over them, and hardly were they out of sight and earshot of help than death fell sharp and unerring upon them. Consternation began to spread. Every new arrival had a report to make of a dead body or two having been encountered on the road, knifed or bulleted, and it was always found that the victims were those who had had something to do with the whipping of Joaquin. Judge Lynch called together a court, and the Sonorian was outlawed and compelled to find security only in flight or in a continuance of his murderous career. As he could not well accomplish his black plans without money and horses, he had to add theft to his other crime. Thus was he a highwayman before he was 20. So, in 1851, the band of robbers that ravaged the country was well known to be commanded by Joaquin. Prospecting parties and others changing from mine to mine were rarely so strong as not to be stopped on the way and made to deliver. The returners from the diggings were east of their hard-earned treasure and considered themselves lucky if they were let go back to resume work, half-stripped and with nothing to pledge to procure tools. Most of the lonely travelers, and especially Johnny Newcomes who were not up to the new life, were torn from their saddles by lariats and pulled into the brush to be stuck and rifled at leisure. Horses vanished from the ranches, of which not a few were burned, and king, queen, or president pillaged, just as you like, began to act as if he or she ruled the Golden State. Joaquin's intelligence and superior education, very naturally, had almost instantly won for him respect from his comrades. He cunningly made an appeal to the rankling against the Yankees, as the stupid Mexicans styled all the fair-complexioned and statespeople, whether from Red River of the North, the Rio Grande, the Merrimack, the Hudson, or all along the Ohio, the Mississippi, and the shore of the Great Lakes. The disastrous result of the Texan War had been a very peppery dish for them to digest, and, by the call of Joaquin, he collected many fellow countrymen, respectable in numbers if in nothing else. His undreamt-of successes recruited his ranks day after day, till his slight form had a train to it like a slave-clipper followed by sharks. Among his followers was to be remarked a young stripling of the name of Reynaldo Felix, own brother to Joaquin's wife, who burnt like his near kinsman to avenge her dreadful death. He was one of the lieutenants, and got his name up by his repeated exploits at the head of a troop, side by side with that of Three-Fingered Jack, another bandit who had come to Joaquin's standard from sheer love of blood-spilling. This Mexican Obi was more of a fiend than a human being. He was known in Mexico as Manuel Garcia, where he had had one finger cut off in a skirmish of guerrillas, who had been a little mistaken in an idea which they had had of catching a detachment of Uncle Sam's blue belly snapping, hence the nickname he sported in El Dorado. It was he who, in '46, in company with half a dozen other cutthroats, fell upon 2 Americans on the road from Sonora to Bodega, stripped them to the skin, and tortured them in so many and such ways that the papers never dared print all, slicing them with daggers, cutting out their tongues and eyes, and concluding by roasting their still animated but lacerated bodies over a slow fire of green wood. We may as well name here, as being satellites of Joaquin, Pedro Gonzalez, Luis Guerra, Juan Cardoza, and Joaquin Valenzuela, fearless fellows, when they outnumbered the foe or were cornered, cunning, but every coward's that, hardened to fatigue by a life of poverty and laziness, ardent for vengeance. The last named was brother to the man who had been hanged on the day when Joaquin had been flogged. He had served a good while in Mexico with Guerra in the guerrillero band of Padre Hurata, a monk who had forgotten vows of abstinence and goodness made under the crucifix to make money and torture women under the Lanciers' red flag. Gonzalez, above mentioned, whose principal qualification was a knowledge of horseflesh, of which he ought to have known some trifle from his having stampeded and stolen so many of them, was charged to keep the company of cutthroats always well mounted. Besides, he carried on the befitting and courageous business of a sneaking spy, and from whatever quarter the band thought of visiting, sent in an exact report of the state of it, to procure which he hung around regulators, committees of vigilance, redressers, lynchers, shirt-tail bent justices, as closely as he could without being hung up. Joaquin's command was composed of no less than 45 men then, but every week saw additions from Sonora and Lower California, along with roamers of the Gila who had found meddling with Bill Williamses, Kit Carson, and other marksmen whose pieces carried 6 to 8 dead shots to a pound did not pay in this world at least. Leading this powerful flock of vultures, Joaquin, in the course of the year 51, rattled over the state, which was more gold than grizzly to him just then, when the black sand was half and half our forest dust in the common bowl, when cradles had their receiver covered with a quarter-inch of pea-sized pepitas, when the mains made lucky chaps jump and treat a crowd of 30 on the strength of opening so rich, when salting claims to catch the pigtail celestials hardly was tried, folks were selfish and let strangers be butchered and plundered within a few miles of them. Too many said, that bloody greasers killed another on the Smitty's Flats. Blast the show no fights. Let Joe Quinn, or Walk-In, or whatever he's called, come and lay paw on our waist belts, and I'll be doggoned, but he'll be cracked like those finger-long fleas the Irishman left us in this here shanty we bought him. Fetch him on here away. The numerous persons with whom the king of cutthroats was on a good footing could not suspect, seeing him so frequently among them, that this young man had any share in the sanguinary deeds which were past count by this time, and which affected a whole state. He remained whole weeks in one place, spending his time in gaming, utterly unknown for what he was. For instance, in the summer of 1851, while he was living in a remote house in the town of San Jose, he was arrested one night for being concerned in a muss happening at the heat of a midnight fandango. The magistrate, before whom they were all brought, sentenced him to a fine of $12. Joaquin desired Sheriff Clark, in whose charge he was placed, to come along with him to his dwelling, where he would count out the sum and a little more for the trouble he had caused. They went side by side, chatting gaily, but, as soon as they came to a spot that offered concealment, Joaquin whipped out his knife, quickly told Clark that he had only led him there to slay him, and gave him a death wound before the sheriff could draw the derringer on which he had already laid his hand. Mr. Clark had made himself hated as well as feared by the highwaymen from the careful watch which he had kept over their attempts in the district, and as he had come several times unpleasantly near to arresting some of them, their leader had thus taken advantage of his opportunity to clear the stream of that topsawyer. Some months thereafter, Joaquin settled for the time being near that bunching of tents and huts known under the sonorous title of the Sonorian Camping Ground, 3 or 4 miles out from Marysville. Pretty soon everybody began to talk of murders, as frequent as diabolical. From the 7th to the 12th of November, 1851, in a stretch of land not more than a dozen miles each way, there were no less than 11 persons found slaughtered by the mysterious troop. The stout hearts of Marysville, as generous to avenge as brave to act, determined not to let the crimes drop to the ground as had been done in other places. A company was formed to run down and hand over to justice those who shed so much guiltless blood. Poor fellows! Brave-hearted men who had left happy homes to seek a fortune for loved wife and children, to be slain at the threshold of the riches which their strong arms, nerved with honest desire, affection, and industry, would have surely given them. The avengers thought, for this struck home to them, of women waiting for letters that never came, for husbands, brothers, sons that never came. Next steamer, sure. No? Then next ship that comes round the Horn. No? Then he's crossing the plains. No roads, Indians, something's delayed him. Oh, he's sure to come. He must come. Poor hopeful ones. You are surer to meet him than he you. There's a bit of plank mouldering away in the bank of a golden sandy stream. There's a big stone on this hillock's side, a heap of pebbles on that road, nicknames scrawled affectionately if rudely by loving mates, who laid aside tools to take the red chalk and horny fingers, are all those poor gravestones bare, and no one knows, though they may guess, that for little Pet Pete a heart broke slowly and sadly in the east, that for Jo Jeanette the Etowah River bore a self-drowned darling of a brunette on the way to the Coosa and the Gulf, if the garfish had not attacked it and canoemen recovered it to sadden a whole plantation with, that for this, that or the other unknown, she with the golden hair wasted away in that city, she with the black curls is a widow unmarried, she with the brown tresses is gray before 30. Enough that the redressers felt this far better than we can say, and were untiring of foot. After many days' researches, they only found, not far from the muddy ripple of the creek, 6 men, dead, with that livid circle around the neck and horridly distorted features which betrayed the lasso. The whole of Yuba County was overrun, and yet not trace was found of the murderers. The party returned to Marysville, disbanding with regret. But the very next day, news spread that several persons had been killed and despoiled near Bidwell's bar, whereupon the excitement grew greater. Few dared to travel. Suspicions began to settle towards the camp of the Sonorians, exclusively occupied by Mexicans as it was, for, without much striking with picks or dabbling in the river's sands, a great number of them possessed steeds of value, magnificent sarabs or blankets, costly Panamas, plenty of jewelry, and gold in large quantities. Buchanan, sheriff of Yuba County, set out on one beautiful moonlit night with Ike Bowen to have an inspection of the place and to arrest 3 very suspicious fellows who were known to be in that neighborhood. But, as they were getting over a stockade, 4 Mexicans sprang upon them unawares, and the sheriff fell to the ground seriously wounded with a pistol bullet through the body. The Mexicans took to flight at the charge of Ike, who turned and attacked them single-handed. Buchanan, carried back to Marysville by his companion, was a long time in danger, but eventually recovered. The consequence of this affair was that the ravagers did not stay any longer in those parts. They stole off to the western side of Mount Shasta, where they kept secluded for several months, only going down into the valleys at rare intervals to steal horses. Few miners passed through that retired region, but, nevertheless, there were found more than one bleached skeleton of human beings. Some bore no trace of how they had been put to death, but the splintered holes in the dislocated vertebrae of others revealed the secret work of lasso and bullet. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Joaquin the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joaquin the Claude Duval of California, or The Marauder of the Mines, a Romance Founded on Truth, by Henry L. Williams. Chapter 3. As the first days of the spring of '52 came on, Joaquin and his band descended from the highlands with nearly 300 horses stolen during the rainy season. Taking care only to travel by night, they led this drove through the southern part of the state into the province of Sonora. On their return after a few weeks, the depredators pitched their headquarters in the magnificent country of the richest pastures known as Arroyo Cantuva. It was a vale of 7,000 or 8,000 acres in extent, well watered and enclosed all around by a belt of mountains which had no other gap than one, where the plunderers could hold an army at check. This fertile hollow is situated between the passes of Pacheco and Tejon, east of the main range that was west of Tulan Lake. Wholly hidden by the pile of rock, it formed a refuge all the more sure from no dwelling being within 50 leagues. Game abounded there. The grizzly often clattered with his long claws over the granite. Deer, antelopes, bighorns, mountain sheep, the pretty plumed California quails, woodcocks, and a whole series of lesser animals seemingly put there for the food of man. Hence, as far as eating went, thieves had a good time of it. Under the spreading foliage of a clump of evergreens, the young chief fixed his cabin. More than once he was to be seen in the cool of a fine day reclining on the carpet of verdant sward which nature had smoothly laid over the floor of that Eden. By his side was a young woman, fair and affectionate, of whom he had made the conquest in his late visit to Sonora. Clarina, for that was her name, was the daughter of Don Sebastian Vallejo, a grandee of Spain, who, after having impoverished himself through his excessive prodigality, had withdrawn to Mexico with a modest remnant of his fortune, where he had purchased a piece of ground quite near the rancho of Joaquin's father. The first time that the girl was led into contact with the youth, though he was but 15 and she 10 then, she could not help admiring, for the girls are women very early under 30 degrees north latitude, the graceful figure and alluring face of Joaquin, as well as the ease and elegance with which he managed his half-wild horse. Every time that they met, she could not help gazing on him in passion akin to worship. But the youth's large blue eyes only answered with an indifferent glance, a shade mocking, and the bright red flush of his cheeks did not have so pure a cause as the gentle but deep blush that suffused her features. The poor little romantic thing had felt her heart leap often and often again while reading the old tales of the knights errant, and her governess had only fed her poetical learning by teaching her many of the favorite ballads and legends of antique Spain. A couple that were all the time rising to her lips in her perfumed breath were, while his hand lightly struck the mandolin, came singing so joyful the troubadour. Spared from Saracens' blades in Palestine, I turned to my love like a hawk to the lure. And at the door of her grand house stood the gentle damozel, spying with her great black eyes the youths who loved her so well. While she watched every morning the departure of Joaquin and his fellows, nothing was easier for Clarina to imagine than that the party was one of chevaliers going out to battle. But on the return, it was impossible for her to fancy that it was her love's esquire, that the young man who brought no trophies to her and was far from coming to kneel at her feet. Grief and melancholy overcame her, and tears obscured the diamond luster of her eyes, in which they swam till, dropping from the long lashes, roses she had gathered, for him who never held out a finger for them, fell to her feet while her hand, empty of them, rose to her bosom. So she sorrowed, unable to tell or even hint at her emotion. Some years later, as Joaquin was on the point of quitting the paternal roof with the young woman of his choice, and was bidding farewell to his friends and relations, Clarina, her heart ready to burst with sadness, thrust a gold ring on Joaquin's finger, and, as he looked at her startled and in inquiry, she, like a woman, ran away to her room to seek relief in prayer and tears. Joaquin saw in this jewel merely the mark of friendship intended for his wife, and he hastened to hand it over to her. But, perceiving that the circlet seemed to be one of those precious talismans to which Castilian nobles attach such value, Carmela refused it and begged her husband to wear it for her sake. "The trinket may have some virtue unknown to us, and perhaps will be a shield in some hour of peril," she said superstitiously. Joaquin smiled incredulously at the time, but he never gave over wearing the asserted charm until the fatal hour preceding his death. Once, however, he did forget it, and that was the day on which he was so shamefully treated at Murphy's diggings. The gem had been left in his room among other jewelry in a casket. Since then, Joaquin, obeying the promptings of superstition, could not doubt that the little round had in verity power to preserve him from dangers. When Joaquin went home, he spent the first day and the morning of the next in visits to old neighbors, to whom he could naturally make many rich presents out of his store of stolen goods. As soon as the heat of the day was over, and the exquisite hours came when the feeling of the shade of the woods can only be expressed by the words "just right," Joaquin strolled into the forest to treat himself to the reawakening of pleasant memories. He gazed enchanted on the endless clumps of different cactus, on the nopals in blossom, on palmettos, pines, cedars, oaks, dogwoods, on pond lilies, rushes, reeds, and all the varieties of grass befringing the waters of Capivi Creek. Its now rapid running current washed the luxuriantly budded sides with its backwaters and reflected the taller trees in its depths. Myriads of birds, most brightly feathered, hovered overhead, darting from side to side, fluttered close to the ground, or sprang from bough to bough in the scented air that mingled its odors with a multitude of songs. Every now and then a long fish, pursued by same chuckle-headed, bristling-jawed enemy eager for dinner, would spring out of the eddy and glitter in a slanting sunbeam, silver-white, golden yellow, or steel blue. And sometimes a hawk or an eagle, though oftener the kingfisher, would give a scream that sent all the youngsters scuttling under cover, and after a sweep or two, drop like a heaven-shot dart, skim the ruffled whirls and streaks, and rise into the air once more with a luckless, wriggling plate of silver, hooked and nailed by the beak. The woodpeckers were at work in the far off, everywhere tattooing trees to come at the grubs. Joaquin felt, gradually stealing over him, a forgetfulness of the immediate past, but a strengthening of boyhood's recollection. He pelted the screaming birds with pebbles, perhaps valuable, for Sonora has wonders yet to unfold, listened enraptured to the warbling of others, snapped off a cluster of berries here, sliced a fruit there, drank at a spring, leapt over stones, swung himself by creepers, and carried on like a boy, in a word. No one would ever have believed him a bandit chief. He had left the stream unconsciously, and, desirous of regaining it, he let himself yield to a species of fit of sprightliness, and ran at full speed down an open hill upon the very bank. He was just able to pull up short there and not take an unpremeditated dive, when a half-suppressed scream, as if caused by the swish of the pebbles which his feet had shot into the ripple, attracted his eyes to the other side. It is unnecessary to say that those eyes, thither drawn, were riveted there in ravishment. A young girl had raised that cry of surprise. She had been dressing, and was half attired on the wavelet's edge, when he had made the rush to the place. So he saw in disarray, trembling but fascinated to the spot, a female form youthful and beautiful. Face, neck, and arms darker than the rest of the faultlessly proportioned frame, but that of a warm, tempting tint. Fine and delicate features, magnificent black hair, but not as silky as it might be, for the sun seemed to have robbed it of gloss. Eyes superior to Indians or Mexicans, velvety in their pupils somehow or other at the same time as liquid and lustrous, the pearly teeth revealed from the mouth being parted with surprise, most lithesome of forms, a child's feet and hands, all more than half uncovered. That's the picture that appeared to Joaquin. Only for the briefest space, though, for the scream was repeated, and catching up the rest of her apparel, the beauty darted into the wood. So suddenly was she seen, so briefly viewed, so abruptly gone, that the young man almost doubted his vision. But the floating of a scarf and some other parts of attire dropped in the fugitive's haste were proofs of the reality. "By heaven, I must see her again," muttered Joaquin. As he spoke, he kicked off his riding boots, flung them over the creek, wound his blanket around him to shield his pistols, and such a vigorous spring into the water that he cleared the line separating the side tow from the main line. It was hard swimming in the current, and the delay it caused him in reaching the other shore, as well as a coolness which the stream running under the trees, rather than laying under the sun, possessed, set him thinking of the 2 or 3 splashes he heard round and about him. "It'll look well for Joaquin the Terror of the Miners to be dragged under by a cayman or stung by a water snake," muttered he, redoubling his efforts. He reached land presently. The black spots on the surface that had caused him anxiety were only bits of rotten limbs tumbled in from trees. He ran along breast deep into the whirls till he recovered the objects. "Silk and first-rate," muttered he, examining the scarf. "No common girl, then. I wonder who she is. So lovely, caramba! She didn't have her feet covered, poor little dear. And I think I'll find her near." He trailed the fugitive for a short ways, but lost the track. "Damn if her steps ain't light as air," he murmured. "I say, friend, young lady, senorita, I am a gentleman, won't hurt you. Here, here." But no answer came to his calls. A little chilled by the soaking he had got, though his pistols had not been wetted through the blanket, he, grumbling at the vanished one's fear, but reveling in remembrance of her beauty, was slowly tracing his route through the underwood, when a shriek, most intense and far-reaching, came to his ears. "The deuce! Can some of my rascals be loose and met her?" cried he, frowning and laying his hand upon his weapons. Like a dart he flew through thorns and creepers. At last he saw the white drapery of the beauty, who was dressed now. But most singularly she was not looking back at him, though she could hardly help hearing his swift coming. She stood firm as a statue, but quivering like a leaf, her limbs close together, her body drawn back, one arm across her bosom, and the fingers half veiling some awful thing from her view, while the other hand was put forward outside of that to repel the same cause of dread. "Courage," said Joaquin, suspecting the whole, and advancing less noisily, though no less rapidly. A dark round line twisted into the form of an S, with an extra curl at the foot of it, terminating at a wiry point, and another flourish at the top, bearing a head with spiteful beads of glaring eyes and a vibrating tongue, rested itself upon a rotted plantain leaf. It eyed the girl, and she it. At the sound of the man's steps, the serpent moved, altered its S into an upside-down J, and was about to disappear. A low "ah" of relief escaped from the girl's lips. "No, you don't," cried Joaquin, springing forward. The reptile stopped, then turned its head fearlessly around and darted out its shiny red tongue, as much as to say it made no difference at all whether it was asked to stay or was let go on. "No, no," exclaimed the girl, finding speech, and laying her hand on Joaquin's arm. "It's a moccasin snake." But the young man shook off the gentle hold, fell upon one knee within 2 yards of the serpent, and leveled the revolver which he had drawn. The snake drew its folds calmly and lengthened its wavy tongue more and more. Joaquin saw what was coming, but seemed to be too sure of his triumphing to care for that. "Quick!" the girl uttered in horror as she saw the deadly animal move, but her words were drowned by a sharp report. The moccasin, received in the very act of springing by the bullet and a line of fire and smoke, fell to the ground, the tail half perfect enough, but the head and the rest blown into pieces which blackened and spotted the leaves and ground. That snake was harmless henceforth, for the poison bag even had been burst to nothing. Now, the rescued girl was Clarina. Fancy the walk towards home of the two. She had remarked, first thing, that her ring was upon her deliverer's finger, and she did not hesitate to jump at the conclusion that he loved her. So she confessed the state of her heart at the opening of their conversation. While Joaquin had been in California, he had kept his family informed of most of what happened to him and his, so that Clarina was aware of his wife being dead, and moreover that he had become a notorious bandit. But, notwithstanding his undoubtedly criminal career, Clarina was enamored of him still. He, for his part, had been inspired with his glimpse of her bathing, that he yielded to her influence and found it no hard matter to throw himself at her knees and declare that his first love was only a died-away passion, and that this time was the first that he knew what true affection was. Hence the two are found by us, seated on the moss and grass under the trees of Arroyo Canduva. Carmela's name was already forgotten, and all her tenderness, faithfulness, and devotion were banished from the robber's mind. After several weeks spent at their headquarters, Joaquin divided his troops, then composed of 75, into detachments, of which he gave commands to Valenzuela, Luis Guerrera, and Three-Fingered Jack, sending them to fall upon certain points. Their order was to employ their time solely in running off horses and mules, his attention being to put into execution a plan of his that required from 1,500 to 2,000 of the cattle. He started off himself in another direction, accompanied by Reynardo, Felix, Juan Cardoza, and Pedro Gonzalez. 3 women disguised as men and well armed like their escorts formed part also of this company. The first was Clarina, and the others the respective mistresses of Felix and Gonzalez. All were admirably mounted. None except the chief knew the aim of their course. On arriving at Mocolumne Hill, Calaveras County, they mingled with the Mexicans who dwelt there, all of whom were friendly as a matter of course, and when they went the rounds of the gaming hells or traversed the streets, it was impossible to distinguish them from the more honest inhabitants of the place. The women reassumed the habiliments of their sex, and behaved themselves so excessively well that they became almost wonders on that account. The men went out on expeditions every little while on their splendid horses, and always made a long circuit before returning to their rendezvous. Joaquin had the semblance of a gambler in high feather, as his nocturnal rovings gave him the means to appear. This was April 1852. Meanwhile, the other divisions were pursuing ardently their mission in different quarters, and Joaquin found in the papers, the humble parents of the well-conducted, enterprising journals of the present day, full accounts and pleasing ones to him of how ranches had been rid of stock to a great extent. Besides, the public sheets did not hesitate to lay the whole on his shoulders. In the different murders and thefts in which he had taken a personal part, he had always appeared under disguises from which it resulted that he never less resembled his masks than when he was the Simon Pure. Indeed, a man who had a good look at him on the highway would have been unable to point finger at him in a crowd in a town. Often he had mixed in with a group, and overheard excited conversations in which he alone was talked of. Many a secret laugh he enjoyed at the suppositions he caught of his appearance, manner of living, and designs. After having given as much time to Mokelumne Hill as he had intended, preparations were made to leave it on the 1st of May. About midnight, while the horses were being got ready, and the women put on men's clothes, and the rest of the arrangements being completed, Joaquin made a farewell trip into the gambling dens and drinking houses, which were only too plenty in the rough days of the discovery. He was taking his ease at a monte table, on which he had carelessly cast a small sum to kill time, when all of a sudden his attention was attracted from the painted pasteboard to a corner, where he heard his name pronounced distinctly. His gaze stopped on 4 or 5 men who were warmly, but in a low tone, discussing the doings of the miner's murderer. There was one of them, a tall, well-built fellow, a dagger knife and a revolver of the newest style in his belt, his trousers stuffed into huge cowhide boots that seemed to tell of the overland route, who was perhaps the loudest voiced. "Look-a-here, boys," said he, "you all know me as Jack Gabriel, and they all know me up and down both banks of the Washita from the Louisiana border up. I'm good for 3 ounces, ain't I? Of course I am. Well, I'll down with that dust to anyone who'll set me to face with this blank, blank, blank Joaquin." As these words were uttered, the audacious outlaw jumped up on the table, sending the different leaves of the Devil's Prayer Book on the tobaccoed floor a little promiscuously, and the money along with it, for which half a dozen heads instantly bobbed down, threw his breast open by drawing aside his vest, held a capped revolver with a hammer set in his right hand, and shouted, "Keep the stand! I am Joaquin! Fire if you dare!" Notwithstanding the defiance, the young adventurer was not such a fool as not to take advantage of the general confusion that prevailed for the moment. He pulled his serape around him quickly, took a grand flying leap from the table, which was smashed under the oncoming boots of Arkansas Jack, and slipping through the doors, jumped upon his horse. There was some delay, given his followers from their own haste jamming them in the doorway, and all they could do was to jerk up their hands and try a salute of snapshots at the gallopers, but he had the luck to escape a single scratch, and the only satisfaction that his enemies received in exchange for their wasted DuPont superfine granulated was a yell of defiant, shrill, and prolonged that echoed in the night air. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California, or The Marauder of the Mines, a Romance Founded on Truth, by Henry L. Williams. Chapter 4. On gaining the trysting place at Arroyo Cantuva, Joaquin found between 300 and 400 horses driven in by his men. The latter were encamped and awaiting fresh instructions. The chief of the Coyotes selected a part to drive the captures into Sonora for the greater safety, and at the same time had sent one of his secret bankers in the same place $5,000. About the end of the month, idleness began to grow heavy upon him, and he could bear inaction no longer. He took to the highway again, still accompanied by Gonzales, Felix, Cardoza, and the 3 young women, who formed, as they bestrode their steeds with limbs perhaps too plump and shapely, the prettiest trio of cavaliers that ever cantered into a maid's heart. For the first 10 days the gang met no persons except unlucky diggers changing off from one mine to another, who were, to a man, to be smelt of poverty a mile off, they were so redolent of lack of cash. Hence Joaquin's purse remained in so flat a shape that he determined to fall upon the first man, Chinaman or Jew, ex-soldier or ex-sailor, miner or speculator, or even a robber, for the wolf was so famished that it was ready to bite wolf. Towards dusk, a young man, Alan Ruddle, made his appearance, driving a wagon load of provisions. Joaquin left his friends, put his horse to the gallop, and, taking a shortcut, came upon the teamster suddenly. "I'll trouble you to turn over to me all the cash you've got about you," accosted he. Ruddle took a squint at the challenger, and, seeing a young blade who seemed to be only a novice at the worthy calling of Dick Turpin, Claude Duval, and 16-string Jack, and, in America, Mike Martin, he smiled to himself and took a fly off the rump of one of his horses with his heavy rawhide whip. Joaquin pushed forward alongside of him, and, drawing his revolver then, commanded in a brutal, peremptory tone, "Stand and deliver!" Ruddle pulled up short. "Now see here, my friend," said the young desperado in a gentler voice, "all I want to do is borrow your money, for though I am a toll-gatherer on the roads of my own taxes, I never like to relieve of his gold a brave man, and I am sure you are one, to travel the roads alone. As true as my name's Joaquin, I will repay you every cent of what you lend me." "Joaquin, eh?" muttered Ruddle, clapping his hand on the stock of his pistol. Joaquin made a threatening motion. "Come, none of your nonsense," exclaimed he. "I am not often shoal on the bar, and you may rely on my promise. I have no wish to kill you, but if you take the pop guns, by Our Lady, you'll go toes up, most certainly." Ruddle was not the man to take a robber's advice when it related to a game that 2 could play at, and he tried to pull out his firearm, but the confounded hammer had worked into the lining of his pants, and he could not disengage it. At this moment, Renard's Felix thundered on at a gallop in order to tell his leader to make haste, as 2 well-mounted strangers were coming up at full drive. "To hell's flames with them," swore the bandit, uncocking his Colts and stuffing it into his case. At the same time he flashed out his long knife, leaned over, and, dealing the wagoner a dreadful stab, fairly tore him from the saddle. Felix jumped down and turned out Allen's pockets, in which he found the moderate figure of $400. Joaquin and his followers continued their way to meet newcomers. Before 5 minutes had elapsed, the latter came into view. "Now," said Joaquin, "we'll see what this haul will be. I won't stand any fooling this time." A prick of the spur made his horse spring forward in advance of his little band. The 6 holes of his revolver, bearing on those approaching, were sufficient, without the summons accompanying the movement, to prevail on them to draw rein. As the horses reared, one of the riders laughed and said, "Why, hello, Joaquin, don't you know me? Is Bill Miller dead and under in your mind?" "By heavens, so it is you," said the Sonoran with a smile. "I swear I didn't know you at first. That's a slapping bit of horseflesh between your legs, Bill." "Oh, I'll bet you yes. You see, I've been picking out some good goers in Sacramento Valley. I'm going down into that beautiful Sonora of yours on a speck and horses. I'm dry as a mountain lake in summer, and I've got to raise some dough afore long." "The deuce you say, Bill. You're a Yank to be sure, but you've always shown yourself to be a friend of mine. If 100 will help you along the way, any, ask. Here's the chink. It's yours." "Thank you, my boy," said Bill, stowing away the sum. "It's as good a windfall as if one of those big trees was blown down. Good luck till next time." "Adios, amigo. Goodbye. Luck to you as well," returned the captain of the plunderers. "Don't mind a man and some horses just above on the road." "What then?" "The stupid fellow ran against a knife I had in my hand, that's all," added the young leader. "That's settled," and off went Miller and his companion their way, while the Mexicans went theirs. The murder of Allen Ruddle stirred up the embers again. To slay a man for $400 was held to be mighty mean. Now, one of the hot coals that news fanned into flame was Captain Harry Love, of Pacific State Jack Hays, who got the idea into his head of organizing on his own hook a little company to hunt the bold brigand. Since he had been able to reach a stirrup from the ground and to hold out a pistol, Harry Love had been in the life of a ranger. His whole existence had passed in braving fatigue and danger. He had rendered Uncle Sam great and many services during the Mexican War, where he had been the bearer of dispatch between the military stations, through a country as wild and dangerous as could be naturally, besides being bountifully supplied with guerrillas and independent lancers. A coolness under fire that was unequaled, remarkable skill in handling rifle, six-shooter, and bowie, made him the man of all others to be fitted against a desperado of Joaquin's caliber. After Ruddell's murder, Captain Harry Love set out on the assassin's trail and pursued him to the rancheria of San Luis de Gonzago, which served as the usual haunt of the coyotes. He got there after nightfall, and, informed by a spy whom he had posted there that the men he sought were surely in a tent at the other end of the rancheria, he led his men cautiously in that direction. But before they arrived at the door, a woman in the next canvas house espied them and gave the alarm. Quicker than thought, Joaquin, Felix, and Gonzalez and Cardoza made a slit in the back of the tent and slipped out and away under the cover of darkness. When Harry Love and his companions made a dash in through the front opening, they encountered, instead of a volley and a display of daggers, the feigned screams of surprise of 4 or 5 females, 3 of whom were mistresses of the chiefs of the despoilers. The captain was not aware of this fact, or he might have made hostages of them. He did not deem it well to press on the chase at this juncture, and let the thieves go quiet with the scare for this time. Meanwhile, the escaped 4 had fled straight as the crow flies to a place 8 miles off, called Oris Timbers, where they took their revenge for being made fly and stealing about 30 fine horses, which they drove off into the highlands near at hand. On the following night, they returned to their light-o'-loves, who donned their masculine in all haste, and all turned again to the Sierra. They stayed there until dawn, after which the party crossed Tular Prairie to Los Angeles, driving before them the stolen cattle. On coming into the country of the Tejon Indians, they encamped on the brink of a brooklet something less than 5 miles from the chief village of that tribe. Everything seemed to promise that there was nothing to fear on the part of those redskins, next to the Paiuta's most inoffensive, unromantic, dirty, greasy-grubbing, ignoble children of the forest. So they stacked arms, so to say, and resolved for several days to do no other hard work than rest and have their fun. Now it chanced that one prowling savage, having snuffed rosing meat with his capacious nostrils, crept up to the Mexican camping ground, remarked their showy raiment, their profusion of jewelry, and the valuable horses that grazed around them, and ran off to the capital city and into the royal palace, an old gutta-percha blanket and a piece of sailcloth stretched on poles, of the old Sagamore Zapatara, to whom he glowingly depicted the wealth of the pale-faces. One evening, as Murrieta, Gonzalez, and Felix, far from dreaming of danger, were amusing themselves with their fair but frail companions, and as Cardoza, stretched on the high grass, carelessly kept an eye on the cattle, cropping choice tufts of herbage here and there, they were all surrounded and overpowered by a formidable crew of soiled aborigines, whose bonds, not exactly of friendship, but of unbreakable rawhide, speedily encircled them. If a dagger had glittered, or a pistol had gone off by accident, or even if a good fist blow had drawn blood from one son of the woodland's nose, 10 to 1 the whole party would have whisked around and shot back on the warpath with antelope speed. But, inasmuch as nothing of the kind occurred, they were delighted at the unalloyed success of the enterprise, and leaves fell off the oaks at the deafening yell of joy that went up from the throng, dancing, kicking up behind and before, brandishing weapons unpleasantly under the captive's eyes, and almost kissing the lucky brother who had found out the fish and spread the net which had entangled them. Dragged to the headquarters of the valiant tribe, the prisoners were stripped, with an expertness which they, though good judges, might envy. They were stripped of jewels, arms, and clothing, being only permitted to preserve, as offerings of respect to their modesty, several strips of cloth which were utterly useless to the savages. The Mexicans had the satisfaction of seeing old Zapatara circulate among the ravished squaws in 3 of their suits, one over the other. The other male garb went to the spy. The Indians, moreover, had reaped and gleaned a harvest, over and above the horses, of $4,000 in gold and half that amount in jewels. The lives of the robbers were also in their hands. For a whole long week, the venerable chieftain kept them prisoners of war, while he puzzled his elevated brain as to whether he should have them made living targets, have them shot, burnt, hanged, drowned, made to run the gauntlet, for which the voice of the women spoke, as their dear little boys hadn't had any sport of late, or what not. At last, mercifully considering that they must be sufficiently punished for the impudence of having entered his hunting grounds, he came to another conclusion. He called a council, and he had translated to the captives a long speech in which, after declaring himself almost ready to wash out in their blood the stain on his tribe put there by his having heard them curse them for rascally Injuns, he spread himself in moral reflections on the enormity and number of the crimes which they must have committed to have become possessed of such a great quantity of gold and jewels. Then he had them walked off Spanish to the confines of his realm, escorted by a detachment of his life guard, armed to the teeth with the knives and firearms laid of the Mexicans, where they were glad to be set free. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California, or The Marauder of the Mines, a romance founded on truth, by Henry L. Williams. Chapter 5. Joaquin had borne his durance with the most perfect resignation. He could not help laughing to himself at his ridiculous position, and was astonished that the Tejons, not exactly accounted as copper-faced Chevalier Bayards, should ever have had pluck enough to see out an exploit so risky. After 2 days' journey, the little company gained the entrance to Tejon Pass, situated a few miles from the San Francisco Rancho. They had the fortune there to meet with one of their supporters, Mountain Jim, who, on having heard the story of their adventure, went back to the settlement, from which he brought the vestments of which they stood in need, and besides furnished them with 3 horses. One of them, a splendid animal, black, without one white hair, elegantly bridled and saddled, was made a present to the chief with a Colt's revolver and a knife. Thus was Joaquin, late a defenseless fugitive, quickly turned into the redoubtable king of cutthroats, well clad, booted, and armed, by means of the branch resources of the association formed and directed by his genius from plunder. All being well once more, Joaquin, Felix, and Gonzales took up their love lasses on the crupper and went off at full speed in the direction of San Gabriel. Cardoza followed them on foot. They did not reach that place until far into the night. On entering their place of meeting, an out-of-the-way house, they unexpectedly found Murrieta and Valenzuela with their commands. Returned to Sonora sooner than had been calculated, and not finding their outlaw general at Arroyo Cantuva, they had preferred to try a new expedition of ravaging rather than rust and idleness. They had committed numerous depredations since their return in the neighborhood of San Gabriel, but they had brought the attention of General Bean upon them, and he had so hotly chased them that they had only escaped 2 or 3 brushes by superior running. "That man must die," said Joaquin. "He has become too dangerous to us, and we will have to rub him out before we will pull up stakes hereabouts." "Death! Death to the general!" was the unanimous cry. The conversation turned next on the trip to Sonora. The marauders told their commander that the stock run off had been placed safely on the farm which he had designated. The gang was abundantly supplied with food, clothes, liquors, and cigars, so they made up their minds to spend 2 or 3 weeks in this location. In the meantime, Gonzales and Cardoza were sent on a private mission to the Santa Buenaventura rancho, which was where the Californian highway chief took refuge in imminent danger. Several days afterwards, Captain Harry Love, deputy sheriff then of Los Angeles County, who knew Gonzales by sight, perceived him with Cardoza near Buenaventura, and instantly set to work to secure and give him over to justice. After having patiently watched them, he saw them go into a little grocery or doggery situated on a cross path through the mountains. The captain took up his position behind a rock and kept a steady lookout. 20 minutes or so elapsed when Harry, beginning to find the bandit's stay rather long, left his hiding place and proceeded toward the shanty. At the moment of his stepping up to it, Cardoza came out, but alone, and took the mountain road. Love sprang upon him, but the brigand gave him the slip and took to his heels at a fast pace. A couple of balls whistled after him, one of which furrowed his skull, while the other sent flying into splinters the angle of a boulder which the fugitive leaped around, and behind which he vanished. The captain, who did not greatly hold the capture of Cardoza to heart, turned all his attention thereupon on Gonzales, whom he knew to be a desperate scoundrel, whereas he could only suspect the fled one on the birds of a feather flock together principle. On rushing into the cabin, pistol in hand, expecting to have a fierce and bloody tussle, he was astonished to see the thief drunk on the trodden earth floor. Half an hour after, by which time he had brought the drunkard around by shaking him and dousing him with water, the two were jogging along over the road to the chief town of the county. Cardoza saw them from a distance, and he lost no time to inform his superior of it. The latter, followed by Mountain Jim and by the whole of Valenzuela's gang, flew in all haste with the intention of surrounding the captor and delivering their entrapped brother. They traveled all night, and at dawn came at length upon the two. Gonzales heard their signal, and responded to it by turning in the saddle and waving his scarf. Harry, on his side, felt what was the jeopardy in which he was placed riding alone with so dangerous a companion, and on seeing the latter's appeal, which treachery broke all tacit faith between them, he put a bullet in Gonzales's heart. A glance behind him showed a whirling column of dust in which rode a troop of horses as swift as the wind. He gave his steed the spur, and rode on at that tearing, breakneck gait which the rangers know how to make a nag take. A few minutes afterwards, the would-be rescuers pulled up at the spot where the prisoner had fallen. Finding him free by death, they yelled with rage and disappointment. They could not do anything, for, with the start the captain had, the best of Morgan or Eclipse blood could scarcely have overtaken him before he rattled into town with the news of having cleared the roads of one red-handed rover. On the baffled robbers returning to San Gabriel, Joaquin learned that Three-Fingered Jack and his division were at Los Angeles, and that Captain Wilson, deputy sheriff of Santa Barbara County, had visited San Gabriel the night before with the design of seeking the head of the highwaymen whom he had sworn to take, dead or alive. In eagerness to see Jack, Joaquin took 2 of his boldest rogues with him and went down to Los Angeles, where he found his lieutenant. The latter reported that he had burnt, 10 miles out of San Gabriel, a house of which all the people had been massacred one after another as they tried in agony to flee through the flames. The chief remained several days there in his old asylum. One evening, as he went the rounds to gather the news, he heard that Captain Wilson had put up at the hotel, speaking openly of the resolve he had made to put an end shortly to the criminal career of the young terror of the placers. The next evening, a couple of native miners got into a row in front of that hotel, and a crowd speedily collected to witness the fight. Like others, Captain Wilson ran down into the street in order to look at the struggle. A horseman was beside him at the outskirts of the ring, who bent down to say in his ear, "I am Joaquin." Wilson started, instinctively caught at the horse's reins, but they had been already jerked away, and as he lifted his head, a bullet penetrated it, and he fell under the feet of the bystanders, breathing his last. With a loud re-utterance of his outcry, the Sonoran spurred from the spot. The quarrel between the Californians had been a trick invented by Jack of the Three Fingers merely to draw Wilson out of the hotel and give his commander an opening for the assassination. After a short conference with his lieutenants, the leader sent Valenzuela and his men, including Mountain Jim and Cardoza, into San Diego County. Their orders were to run off all the livestock, equine, that they could, and come across and take them to the depot at Arroyo Cantuva. In the meantime, he retraced his steps to San Gabriel with Jack and some others. At the end of a week or so, Luis Guerrera, who had been sent to spy the movements of General Bean, saw the latter one evening leaving his dwelling in the town to ride to a piece of property which he owned some miles distant. Joaquin, the spy, and Three-Fingered Jack started personally on the mission and ambushed themselves on the highway about a mile from the general's destination. When he came abreast of the waylayers, they leaped out altogether on him, and despite a vigorous and gallant defense, the bandits rendered useless the weapons which Bean carried. Guerrera and Jack pulled him out of the saddle, and their master twice buried his knife in the brave heart and stretched the man at his feet. The three-fingered miscreant, to satisfy his brutal instincts, concluded his share in the atrocity by clapping a six-shooter to the corpse's head and emptying half the barrels in the fractured skull. This awful execution finished, the actors fled to their fellows with whom they went northerly into Calaveras County, blazing their path by a long series of robberies. The month of August was dying out in 52 when the scourge of the Golden State set foot in the town of Jackson. One evening, as he was strolling about unattended, he encountered a young man of the name of Joseph Lake, who had been known by him before he had taken to the road. They had worked share and share in the mines on the Stanislaus, and had been intimate during some time. After a friendly greeting, the outlaw turned bridle and, for several minutes, rode on silently by the other's side, boot to boot. At last, gently tapping Lake on the shoulder, he said in a voice a little affected by emotion, "Joe, there's no use talking. You know what I was and what I am nowadays. But I swear to you before heaven, injustice and tyranny drove me to it." So say all such men. He who avenges a wrong on the committer of it may be pardoned by his fellow man, but there can be no excuse to the person who wars against society and deals his blows alike at old and young, innocent and guilty. "I don't ask you to like me and to esteem me now," continued Joaquin, "for you are an honest fellow, but I beg a favor of you. Don't betray me to those who do not know my real name and character here." "Joaquin," answered the other, It's true that we were hand in hand together in the old days. We were as thick as brothers. So we would be still if you had kept in the honest man's path. But the papers are canceled today, and there's too wide a gulch between us." "You're right there, Joe," said the Sonoran. "But for all that, you won't betray me. Though the Americans are my deadly enemies, I love you for the sake of the past, and I'll be damned sorry to harm you. But I will have to kill you, rest assured, if you speak one word of this meeting of ours." "Never fear," replied Lake. "No danger of that. But you need not be too free of threats." Thus they parted. The chief of the cutthroats took a roundabout way to reach his retreat, while his former friend went on the road which led him to the little hamlet of Hornitas, where he lived. Lake thought over the whole during the night, and came to the conclusion that it was his duty to waken the countrymen to the fact of the dreaded banditti no doubt being in seclusion so near, and he told of his meeting with Murrieta. Only a few feet from Lake, as he was acquainting his friends with this, was half reclining a Mexican wrapped up in his blanket, who seemed to be equally wrapped up in the puffing of his cigarettes, one of which he offered to the American with that charming gracefulness inborn in the Mexicans, the Spanish, and the Italians. About 3 hours afterwards, a man whose horse was standing a little way from him walked up slowly to a party chatting in front of a shop, of which one was Joe Lake. "Friend, come here a moment, if you please," was the politely intoned desire coming from the heavy black beard of the stranger. "Joe, you're wanted," said his friends, pushing him toward the collar. "Do you know me, Joe?" asked the latter. "Why, I know your voice, I think, but—" The false beard fell off his face. "Ha! You are—" "Joaquin, you betrayed me, sir." With the words, a bullet flew at Lake, and he dropped dead with a shattered skull. Thanks to the celerity of himself and of his horse, the murderer ran unscathed the gauntlet of shots. In a few minutes he was descried on top of a hill in the distance, leading away some 40 or 50 mounted men. "The robbers! The robbers!" was the cry of all, to which a shout, made faint by the space between them, fiercely if low responded. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California, or the Marauder of the Mines, a romance founded on truth by Henry L. Williams. Section 6. In Camp, a guerrilla's story, the slaughter of celestials, the old haunt in new recruits. The King Coyote, uneasy about his acolytes Valenzuela, Cardosa, and Mountain Jim, and about the results of their doings, directed his steps towards the general rendezvous. On the following day they encamped on the high edge of a gully, where, after having kindled a rousing fire, they all commenced an onslaught on sardines and crackers, of which handy comestibles the depredator usually had good store. In the middle of the meal, Jack, of the Three Fingers, directed the attention of his comrades towards a little spark of fire which seemed to be a fixed point in the cup of the ravine. "Holy Mother!" exclaimed the Mexicans. "Who and what can that be?" "It is in all likelihood the campfire of some of the redskins," said Joaquin, letting his eyes listlessly wander towards the indicated site. "As you found it out first, Jack," said he with a smile to the man of the mutilated hand, "suppose you do us the pleasure of scouting a bit thereaway and seeing if a little dust or nugget or two is not to be had for the asking." "That's me, Cap," replied the other. He jumped up on his feet, and after giving his large mouth a dry wipe with his not over-clean jacket sleeve, added, "You'll always find this chap ready for that sort of biz." "Good, but finished your supper," said the robber chief. "Oh no, I'll set sail directly."
There's no fear of the sardines growing cold, ha-ha. Sticking his revolver and knife into his belt, the speaker walked into the brush with the easy step of a man who would not in the least mind whatever might jump out of the shadows so thick in the underwood. "Jack's a brave lad," remarked Felix. "He goes into a muss as freely as into a fandango. But he's unluckily an awful lover of bloodshed." "Oh, there's worse than he," interrupted Guerra. "He ain't half what was old Padre Dorado, whom many of us had for chief in Mexico." "No, no, certainly not," chorused half a dozen. "He was a regular devil," went on Guerra, "a downright monster. You remember the way he cleared out the Aparellos, boys?" Some did and some did not remember the said clearing out, and those who were on the ignoramus side pressed Guerra to tell the story. So applying to a bottle first to wash down the dry cracker crumbs, the old Mexican freelance began this story, which is only too true. "Well, you must know that an American sailor, long before the war with the confounded heretics of North Americans, cast anchor from cruising in Guaymas. He married a Sonorian girl, and very soon afterwards removed up north near the border up our way. His boys grew up not 20 miles from our house, and we often went hunting together. The old chap was a skinny but very tall fellow, all bones and muscles, which had given him his name, for his real one was unpronounceable to us. These Smeets and Bruns and Johannes are dreadful barbarous, say, ain't they, compared to our musical ones?" "Oh, yes, yes," rose all the voices unanimously. "Well, Aparellos, as his boys grew up, two, had I ought to have said, as well as a daughter, began to have a reputation for wealth growing up as well. He had huge luck, and he used to work right up to the first heavy fall in the rainy season, and begin again the moment the ground was the least dried. These Americans are shockingly industrious, say, mates all?" "Oh, there's no name for it," said the bandits, groaning at the dreadful depravity of men who wouldn't be idle. "He used to find gold, sometimes silver, choice pieces of fragrant wood that brought thundering prices at the port, and was on hitting the animals that had the finest skins. So it went on all well with him. His farm extended, for he bought Ignacio Rosales, Martin Morales, Fabrino Cartejo, out and out, cattle, hacienda, and ground. But the war broke out when those gringos said Texas was theirs and not ours, and did get it, too. Galveston's 5 times the size it was a few years ago. Just think of the devil's children being so busy." All the hands were lifted in pious horror, and all the voices groaned a deep, "Oh." "Just about this time," went on Guerra, "Padre Dorado began to preach, and a lot of us coming together. You, and you, and you, know, eh?" Half a dozen nodded. "We formed a neat little guerrilla band, and had a lively time scurrying about to pick up such Yankees as were caught in the province, confiscating their goods for the cause. Aparellos had lived among us so long that none of us recollected that he was one of the heretics. Well, one summer's night, oh, how well I remember the scene, the horses round, the Reverend Father tight as a brick, his lieutenant, Fra Cristino, most as far gone, Ramon, Nino Nance, and me playing cards. Lord, I remember going to play a 7 of swords to his 9 of lozenges. Poor fellow, he was thrown out of one of those big 2-story houses in Sansomi Street by a Goliath of a Yankee who caught him in the room of his girl. Girls were scarce in those days. And poor Ramon was stunned and smothered in a mud puddle. Well, he and me were playing as our sentinels brought a young fellow into camp, his hands tied behind him. 'Here's Mingo Aparellos,' said our men, 'caught hanging around camp, coyote fashion.' 'You lie,' says he. 'I was coming to see the Reverend Father.' With that, Brother Cristino jumped up, and says he, 'Padre Dorado is in a religious ecstasy. What do you want?' Now Domingo was a half-breed who was the castaway from everybody in the village. Heaven knows who his father was. The mother was a poor wretch of a loose Indian Sonorian who took to the woods when he was born. Evil tongues, said Sailor Apareos, had something to do with the parentage. I don't believe it myself, and I won't speak ill of the dead and gone to purgatory. Partly from that, and more because he had taken pity on the boy and housed him, the mongrel was half-cracked anyhow. While we were questioning him, old Dorado woke up. "What's the row?" "A prisoner," answered Cristino. "Oh, hang him, but he's got something to tell us. Give him a drink and loosen his tongue. But he's a half-breed son of a heretic, and we don't want to foul our bottles with his satanic lips," said the Fra, who was death on the enemies of the faith. "Brother, half hang him, cut him down, and kick him into a thorn bush, and don't keep the mescal all to yourself while you're doing it." "But he talks of money," continued Fra Cristino in a loud whisper. Dorado jumped up and only staggered a little. Mother Church, and her Holy Son here representing, is always ready to receive, he began, forgetting he was on the warpath. But a shake from his lieutenant set him to rights. "Well, what brought you here to the camp of the loyal lancers and government guerrillas of the province of Sonora?" challenged our commands to scare him. "I want to be enrolled in your band," answered Mingo. The devout vow I have to keep my ranks pure won't allow that, son. You're the son of a heretic, the offspring of the devil." "No more devil than you," cried Domingo, who was very easily set fire. "I'm in love with Donna Manuelina, and I told her so this morning. She took me by the throat and locked me up in her room, which I entered till her brothers and the old man came home. The old wretch whipped me like a dog, and the cursed sons, laughing at me all the while, dragged me to the horse pond and chucked me in." "You do look damp," said Dorado, and we all laughed. "I've sworn to be avenged," went on Mingo. "I'll kill all the Apareos, burn their houses, cut their cattle's throats, pull down the hacienda walls." "Go on, I don't see that it's our business," said Dorado, and we burst into laughter again. The mongrel looked so comic, yelling out and tossing his arms, which we had unloosed, about. "But Apareos is an American in heart. So are they all," screamed Domingo in fury. "They are joyous when they hear of the victories of the United States. They were mad and sad when they heard of the Alamo." "Ha ha," said Fra Cristino. "We must look into this nest of serpents." "Silence," roared Dorado like a bull. "Apareos can't help that. He only talks, not does. He gave $1,000 and 2 silver candlesticks, which he got at Guimas, to our chapel. And he gave me that very horse there, for he said 'twas a shame for a weak priest like me to have to foot it. And it was a shame on the Catholic farmers with their herds of asses, mules, and mustangs. And he's always hospitable and fetches out first-class wines to his guests, if they are unworthy sons of the true faith like Padre Dorado," says our old leader, smacking his lips. "But I know the secret hiding place of lots of gold and silver coin the old man's got ever so much," howled Domingo, wild at all his entreaties being wasted. "We all looked at one another," said Guerra, "and then at our reverend captain. That last thing settled it." "Ahem," coughed Dorado. "Well, my Domingo, out with it. On second thoughts, no traitor to the Republic must be let escape unpunished under mistaken ideas of mercy. No. He is amassing money to aid some grand plot for helping the foe. Who can doubt?" "Of course," cried we all. "Death to the traitor." "Give me a horse and anything, a knife even, and let me join you," said Domingo. "You? No impure bloods are going to sully our cause," answered the padre. "You refuse, eh?" yelled Domingo. "May the Holy Mother curse you. May her Son send lightning on you. May all the saints—" Down came Padre Gerardo's machete on his skull, which it split, and he never moved again. Cristino had nearly got his arm taken off in trying to bar the blow. Curse him, he couldn't help swearing. He's carried the secret of the cash with him. So he had. But we, thinking that no one better than we could hut up gold and valuables, sprang to horse and rattled off to St. Mary of Leon's Butte, on which Apareos's house was built. We reached it in half an hour, pretty well scratched from going through the chaparral at such a pace. When we hammered at the big gate, one of the young men came out. The peons, I ought to tell you, were away from the house in their dwelling, and they left for the thicket when we began to work. "Who's there?" challenged the son. We told him when he said we might be deed, and back he went into the house. They had been reconnoitering from the upper windows we could see. We surrounded the place, heaping up the brush and lots of torchwood at the gates, which we burnt through. There was a black and a couple of servants in the house who fought for their master, especially after old Apareos had blown the brains out of one of them, who had tried to jump out of the window. Afraid of fighting at anything but close quarters, for the 3 Americans, as I call them, were blasted fine shots, we charged in 2 parties, front and rear. I was in the latter division, which Dorado led. We smashed in a window by exploding a horn of powder at it. The first of us who jumped through was cut into 4 neat quarters by the old rascal's cavalry sword. He nearly stuck the old reverend next, but I pushed Dormelli Punez at him, and he ran him through by mistake. We had a lively flurry in the dark, but no more of us were killed. We had to tumble back out of the window. On the other hand, Cristino had better luck. He had been beaten back, but he brought out with him one of the sons prisoner, and he had killed the 3 men servants as well as the wife. We tried a rush once more, no go. We waited for an hour or two till we had a lot of wood collected, and made a monstrous fire in front, leaving a few to keep a lookout there. So under the couple of windows each side. When the flames began to rise and drive the 2 men left to our side, we made our 3rd attempt and dragged out them both. The son was dead, the father only stunned with a head wound. Then we began to cry out that we wouldn't hurt anybody who surrendered. Out of the cameresta, a luscious slip of a girl, delicious, Donna Mayolina appeared at the broken window in the light, for half the front of the building was burning merrily now. We called her to come, but her father, who had come to life and recovered his voice, spoilt all by shouting, "No, no, they lie. Join your dead mother, murdered by them." We were going to strike him dead for this, but Dorado wouldn't allow it. One of us did tap him with the flat of his sword, and he swooned again. His son looked on with set teeth and eyes like coals. The burning house looked like a skeleton one, with a blaze at the front and illumined by the sky, but none of the far-off neighbors cared to come. Well for them. The heat made us fall back. Suddenly the girl appeared on the upper roof, up which she had to run as up a hill, for it had fallen in at the other end some few feet. God, wasn't she pretty, handsome, splendid, standing up in that red and yellow Brighton air? "I remember, and I," said one or two. Guerra's telling it just as it was. Her hair flying loose in wild disorder, her robe torn and disheveled, showed her beautiful figure almost like a marble statue. Such a lovely form as that girl possessed we had never before gazed on. Seen too in that brilliant, dazzling light, she looked more like some angel alighting from the skies than a mere mortal girl. I never saw the like. The excitable and excited auditors listened, holding their breath and fastening their flashing eyes on Guerra. There she stood like a kind of statue. We could not stir for a moment, and when the same idea of saving her impelled half a dozen of us to run into the heated air and hold out a horse blanket. And we shouted above the hissing, crackling, roaring of the accursed flames. "Jump down, Señorita, for the love of God," interrupted several, those who had been witnesses with Guerra of the scene which he narrated. "Yes, yes." "Yes, those were the words," said Guerra. "She hesitated. The tongues of the fire darted up behind her, higher and thicker than ever. We shouted again. She turned coolly around, and we thought we saw her bright eyes fill with tears, which ran down her doubly scorching cheeks, as she looked her last on our prisoners. Her last, for the next moment she sprang into the very core of all that immense bowl of devil's punch. We thought that the fire danced more merrily than before. Anyhow, that's where she ended her life and destroyed all her beauteous form. The enthusiastic hearers murmured in Spanish words of pity, such as, "Poor girl, poor maiden, may Our Lady have her," for they forgot the attending circumstances to place all their interest on the central figure. There was a pause, no one breaking the spell by either eating or drinking. Finally, one spoke up. "The rest, Guerra, what more?" "Ah, yes. Well, the brother of the girl, who had been watching her in horror, fell down, and we could not awaken him any more than we could his father. They were not dead, however. Dorado, who had not forgotten the treasure of which Domingo had said so much, turned sharply to the camarista and asked her where her master kept his money hidden. She did not know, or would not tell, whichever it was. Dorado gave orders and ran off Juan Murrieta to the stables, from which he brought back a horse's nose-bag. "You won't tell. Very well," said the padre. "Go ahead, Juan." Juan collected a couple of handfuls in quantity of the half-burnt cinders that were rained down near us, and put them in the bag, which had a bottom too thick to be easily burnt through. Then he tied the bag over the mouth of the girl after Dorado had asked her again, saying he was sorry to spoil a pretty bird's singing. The girl could draw a little fresh air through her nose, but her mouth took in the scorching smoke from the bag, of course. She began to twist and fight so that four of us could hardly hold her. Her poor little bosom gave a couple of heaves, and she worked her limbs so furiously that we let go. She stood reeling for a moment, threw up her arms, the bag falling off, and gave a dreadful cough. Blood poured out of her mouth, and she sank as if a mesquite had fallen upon her. "Curses, she's dead without having spoken," raged the reverend chief. "Good," broke in old Aparellos, who had come to. "Who said that?" bellowed Dorado, turning. "Aha! You found your tongue again. I've been thinking how to make you speak. Will you tell us where you keep your treasure?" "Yes, Domingo has let us into the secret of it, at least of the being one. Come out with it." "Give $1 to you, and I don't know what he did not call us. Do your worst, you shan't learn." Dorado whispered to somebody, Moretos the younger, I believe. "But that does not matter," said Guerra, and he tore the scarf of the dead camarista into strips, which he wound around every finger of the American's right hand, just as if you were going to bind up a broken arm, and he was most securely pinioned. "Will you tell?" "I'll see you all in the hell's flames, sure to be your portion first," cried old Aparellos doggedly. Old Father Dorado took the bottle of oil from Moretas, who was surgeon for the horses and who had been to his saddlebags for it, and poured it on the bound-up hand, the cloth on which soaked it up like a cayman in heat drinking a brooklet dry. Then a branch of torchwood was lighted and brought, and the hand was set afire. The old heretic stood for a couple of minutes, but then began to howl. But he kept shouting, "That's from the agony. God, you," but gritting his teeth, "I won't speak." As his hand burnt up like a big church candle before the shrine of Our Lady, the Queen of the Angels, the old American yelled and howled. He cursed us in English, Indian, and Spanish, till his son was roused by the noise. And finding he could not get loose, for he was wound round in a riata, and rawhide may give, but it won't break, he called out, "Father, dear father, oh, let the old man go and roast me instead." "Will you tell where the riches are?" asked the padre. He looked at his father. "No," says the old American, "they'll have their devil's sport anyhow." "See you skinned first," answered the young fellow. "Give him a handsome glove," said Dorado, laughing. "They're so much alike, we had better mate them." So the two hands blazed together. "I've been hard up on the sands, and have had to chew dead mule steak a little touched and smelling," said Guerra, "but I was sick like the rest at the damnable stench of that burning flesh. They twisted and groaned, but we could not get one word out of them. We flourished knives and machetes under their eyes, and jammed escoped muscles against their teeth, but no use. At last Dorado had them run up to the boughs of a tree, and we with empty hands had to turn our backs on the ruins of the house. Oh, the good old times," ending the ex-guerrilla, sighing. "I don't feel well to think it's all over." "Maybe our countrymen will give the Yankees a strong taste of the same in this state yet," observed someone. "Maybe, but here's Jack, and not alone." The three-fingered freebooter indeed made his appearance, driving before him 8 Chinese, complete in pigtail, frock, loose breeches, and cheap boots. They had been trembling violently enough already, but when they saw themselves in the presence of a large body of armed men, they tumbled down on their knees and begged for mercy in the worst of mixed Spanish and English, but which was extremely expressive from their pitiable tone. Their earnest entreaties, now in full rolling of the almond eyes and active gestures, only excited the hilarity of the whole band, who made the place ring with unrestrained bursts of merriment. Jack ordered the Orientals, by means of blended threats and pantomime, to change their position from standing to sitting on the rocks a few feet from the fire. This command was executed with prompt obedience, after which Jack flourished his knife over the heads of the line by way of intimation that if they moved an eyebrow or the tips of their queues, he would cut their heads off. He resumed, with as good an appetite as anybody could boast, his meal on the crackers and sardines. "My amigo Jack, my friend," inquired Joaquin, "whence that blood, still fresh, I should say, that I see on your dagger's blade?" "Oh, that splatter there. Why, I had to stick one of those funny Johns to explain my meaning to the rest. As soon as they saw that one of their blessed crowd kissed the ground and stayed there, one of them, turning as reasonable as could be, took the head of the file, and the rest trotted along after him like Santa Fe sheep. That's how I made out to fetch them so far." "Well, now that you've got them, what good are they going to be to anybody?" "Why, they're too much like sheep not to be bled the same way." "You better hurry up to your cakes then," said Felix. "They're halfway to Mono Lake, the Dead Sea of California, already." "Oh, they can wait," returned the semi-cannibal, darting on the captives so significant a look that they began mumbling something to Joss. "I brought them here to amuse the company, but I'm going to fill the barrel of my body with a charge of soda crackers and a wad of sardines before I open the show. I think the Yankees are right in one idea of theirs: business before pleasure." A quarter of an hour elapsed in the consumption of the eatables by the speaker and of tobacco with the others. Then the former sprang up into the poor Chinese, 7 of whom he drew together by their tails, and made a new sort of wheel of them by tying them all together. He grabbed the separate victim by the long braid as well, and hauled him backwards, and nearly stumbling up to the fire. The bandits jumped up. "Stop, stop, Jack," shouted several. "You ain't going to make cracknels of them, blast you. Guerra's been storytelling enough of that without our wanting the real. Don't. A fellow can't keep his supper down with a frying Chinese to look at. No, I only lugged him here to let the light fall on him." Out came Jack's knife then, to be plunged up to the buckhorn haft in the heart of the luckless devil. The dying man wrestled with his murderers for a second, when the latter flung him off. The body fell beside the fire, and a thick stream of blood, by the shock, gushed out of the horrible gash and put out the flames. "Carajo," swore one Mexican, "you've spotted my jacket." "Caramba! Maldita! The fire's a goner." Joaquin stepped up. "Enough of that, Jack. I won't stand any such wantonness. Kill them all at once, where they are, and make no bones about it." "Oh, all right, Captain, just as you say. I thought the boys wanted some sport, but I'll have all the fun to myself now." So saying, he dragged the corpse to one side, let it drop, and went over to the shuddering remainder. Without being in the least moved by their yells, screams, prayers, weeping, he stabbed some and cut the throats of others most leisurely. Before the first one had been butchered, the three women had pulled their blanket shawls over their heads so as not to behold the horrible affair. They might have applauded the bull who gored a toreador in a fight, the man who brought down his opponent at swords' points or short pistol range, but they hated and were disgusted to be tacit accomplices in the slaughter of the unfortunate descendants of the builders of the Great Wall, which they were wronged to have passed. Clarina, who was seated by her lover, overheard him give the order for the dispatching of the prisoners. Moved by a deep feeling of compassion, she wished to try to shield from cruelty those who yet survived. Without uncovering her face, she let fall her head on the robber's shoulder and said in a tremulous voice, "Oh, Joaquin, why won't you prevent that awful massacre, so useless, of harmless men? Hear their despairing cries. You can, won't you hold back the wretch's hand?" "My dearly loved girl, that's what I cannot do. Garcia's cruel and violent, and he only linked his fortune to mine to satisfy his dreadful thirst for blood. But he is brave and does not know what danger is, so that it would be a great loss for me to have to part with him." "Are they beyond hope, poor things, then?" murmured Clarina. "Yes, I'm sorry in the bottom of my heart for it. Hark! There are only two voices to be heard now. Only one. It dies away with its owner. There, the whole work of blood is ended. They suffer no longer, poor fools, forever having crossed the Pacific." "By all the saints," ejaculated the bloody-handed murderer, falling on a bunch of grass in his blanket by the rekindled fire, "if this isn't a red-letter night on my books, shoot me. Those funny dogs resisted just enough to put an edge to it. One fellow scratched me and kicked. Beautiful. Oh, San Miguel, Santa Antonina, let me have another such a treat, and I'll walk to Cuba and be joyfully garroted." At daybreak, the party set out again. Notwithstanding the tragedy of the preceding night, all were heart-free and gay enough in looking forward to a long, quiet stay at their principal retreat. The females especially felt the good effects of the exchange from the terrors of the gloomy eve in the forest to the serene and brilliant dawn in the more open, sunlit land. They galloped on lightly beside Joaquin and Felix, a little in advance of the main body, chatting to drive away whatever was troublesome in their minds. Every now and anon they would dart on in a mock severe chase of a quail, who, dropping its proudly lifted plume on its beak, would scurry along near the ground like a road runner until, rising suddenly, goodbye to anything reaching it but a shot. Clear silvery peals of laughter rang out on the sonorous air, and snatches of song emulated the birds' awakening, while the smiles added fresh charms to the countenances of the young women, and made their eyes sparkle still more brightly. After several successive halts, the band arrived at length at Arroyo Cantuva. What was the joy of that young prince of pillagers at view of the spectacle, extremely grateful to the horse-stealer's eyes that was visible in the valley. There were more than 1,000 horses grazing in herbage, which brushed their belage with the high tops or leaping about with floating mane and tail and smoking nostril through the wild oats and over the clover. The stallions were already forming their manadas of a few mares unavoidably taken in the mass, and every little while a vaquero who would have to push his horse into the press and lash the horses about to fight. The whole formed a sort of patchwork, the grass for groundwork, and the variegated animals for embroidery, almost all being calico or paint horses, dun, cream-colored, mouse-colored, black, streaked, speckled, spotted, white, stockinged, and nosed. A cluster of tents, white as the snow of Shasta's summit, was glistening under the evergreen madrona, which proved that the plundering detachment had not only faithfully carried out their instructions, but were on the spot to receive further orders. The new arrivals raised the well-known shout which signaled their approach, and all made for the canvas camp at headlong speed, where they dismounted. They were immediately surrounded by Valenzuela, Cardoza, and a portion of their followers, of whom the remainder were off on a hunt. After mutual compliments and felicitations exchanged, the horses were unharnessed and turned in to graze with the others. The riders rolled off on the grass to enjoy the repose so necessary to them. They had slept as only men can sleep who have gone out at the full speed of California steeds, who do not know what pacing or a fast trot or any intermediate pace is for 5 hours or so when they were aroused for supper. The hunters had returned at nightfall well supplied with game. A large fire had been made, and from it rose the delicious emanations of bear's meat and birds. Quails and grouse and a few robins, spitted on twigs stuck in the ground, hissed daintily and sputtered before the embers. On the edge of the heap of coals simmered the contents of large iron camp kettles, full of that herb used ofttimes in the old days of El Dorado for tea. A little farther off, on 100 and more huge leaves, were spread out as apologies for cloths, on which again sat tin plates, bright though old, for California air will not rust things as other countries, bearing portions of Mexican compounds and such unconsidered trifles picked up from ravaged districts as Baltimore pickled oysters, New York lobsters, jellies, and fruit. Apples and pears from the famous San Jose Mission orchard were side by side with their mates, plucked by Yankee girls in the Bay and the Green Mountain States, shipped in a California clipper by the stevedores of the Empire City, and after rounding the awful Cape, rolled out of the side-lading port on San Franciscan shores. Beside each plate was more or less temptingly set a tin cup, a bundle of cigars, or a packet of cigarettes, and a bottle of wine, whose hue, as red as the honey bud that a bee might choose to sleep in, glittered alluringly through the transparent prison walls. The whole formed a display which no sharp-set marauder would have sneezed at. On a signal given by the cook, "Pitch in, boys, and never mind us," the famished crew took up positions, as best agreed in their tastes, and went to work as if the banquet was a bank of good-yielding earth, and they so many hydraulic pipes aimed to wash it away. They did wash it down. The seat of honor was occupied by the chief of the coyotes in his clarina. On his right hand was Reynardo Felix and his mistress, the charming Margarita. To the left, Juan Cardosa and the pretty Mariquita. This latter had for some reason worn mourning for her former lover, the Gonzales so summarily dislodged from his high eminence in the gallery of rogues, El Doradian by Captain Harry Love, and had settled her choice on Cardoza. Her love for gay colors had gained her the nickname of Mariposa, the butterfly, already, which was confirmed by her thus flitting from the dead flower to the blooming one. Laughs went up more befitting a Montgomery Street Negro minstrel hall than a Parisian drawing room, let us say, but the upper end of the table was more select, and the lowered tones there, compared to the rougher voices below, was as a cooing of doves to the growling of grizzly cubs boxing, dancing, and at play together. Supper was finished, and conversation was rattling on when the signal arose again. A score of men dashed up as fast as their jaded beast could go, Mountain Jim at their head. Room was made for them. The cooks went to their work once more, and the latter comers plied knife and fingers while receiving the warm congratulations of their comrades. These recruits were natives of Chile, Peru, and Sonora, who had been got together by one of Joaquin's best friends, Fernando Fontes, who had accompanied them to the rallying place. They brought, as a kind of tribute for their welcome, 70 to 75 horses, without their true owners, of course, and Jim announced that 200 more were corralled in the San Francisco rancho, which would be driven to this retreat during the coming week. The talk, thus for the time being interrupted, went on briskly as before, the newcomers being regaled with stories of which the immoral was a lesson for their future exploits. Elegant romancing and incredible yarns succeeded one another, and the whole company would have had to have been credited with greatly thinning out the population if the chronicles of crime were believed in. In the interludes of hangings, flayings, burnings, shootings, and stabbings, one of the girls would sing some melody which from its excessive sweetness had some effect for the moment on the steel hearts. All at once the general gladness was violently broken into by a quarrel that arose between Three-Fingered Jack and Mountain Jim. The thing was serious enough, as the reader will see. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California, or The Marauder of the Mines, a romance founded on truth by Henry L. Williams. Chapter 7. The Outbreak. Jack puts his foot down and Jim has a close shave. Frenchmen and more Chinese. Los Angeles lynches Felix, and his girl goes to join him. Jim and Jack part company. Blood on the Merced. The Mexican had formally laid down a new law of his, thus: I'll never let one of these cursed Yankees put foot in the headquarters here, and be let into the secrets of the band. On which declaration the rupture between the two aforesaid had resulted. Mountain Jim, who represented in himself alone the element mentioned, got up on his feet, swallowed his last bite leisurely, and replied bluntly, That cock won't fight. I'm an American by birth, but I'm Mexican in heart, and you may all be sure that I have all the more interest in upholding the party by the fact that I don't come to you only to be a butcher. If you mean me by that, retorted Garcia, you lie, and you're a coward if you don't freeze to it. At the same time, the robber drew his revolver. To see him rolling his tiger's eyes and frowning with his black brows, like the lightning and thunder on Mount Diablo, and to see his whole face of a devil borne out in its fiendish promises by his gigantic limbs, it would take a stout heart to look at him twice before going in opposition to him. But the other was not a man, as he might have said himself, to be bluffed off with big looks. At the word coward, he had grasped his revolver, and he was so quick that he might have had the first shot, but Joaquin had risen, and in his sternest, most imperious voice, ordered both of the antagonists to down with their arms, and have no more brawling. That's agreeable, answered the mountain man. I'm willing to obey my leader's word, though I don't care a dime. Stop a bit, muttered Jack. I ain't no jackass rabbit to have long enough ears to hear all orders. Crack went his pistol. But it was one of the new volunteers who had had the ill luck to be next to Jim, and who had leaped up to fall instantly, mortally wounded. One loud shout broke forth. As if moved by the same spring, every man was standing, and all the weapons were leveled at or held against the slayer, ready to prevent his ever again disobeying the chief. No, said the latter, stretching out his hand. Jim, Luis, all, down with the arms. The order was obeyed at the word, but all eyes were bent nevertheless on Garcia. He, standing, revolver in hand and finger inside the trigger ring, eyed his leader with an air of indifference. The silver mounting of the latter's pistol glittered in the rays of the fire as it bore upon the rebel, while, with an angry look and a voice of rage, Joaquin said, "Jack, you've disobeyed your leader, and have not only rebelled openly, but have added the murder of one of your comrades to your misdeed. And the slain man is not only the one with whom you were not concerned, but was one who was an utter stranger to you. You have earned death, and I'll show you that I am a better marksman than you." "Dead shot or not, Joaquin," replied Garcia, dropping his weapon and opening with both hands his shirt to lay bare his breast. "I ain't scared. Blaze away, I'm ready." As he was defying the shot, a little hand glided round upon the superior's pistol arm, and the sweet voice of Clarina murmured gently in his ear, "Pardon him, Joaquin, I entreat you." For a space, the would-be executioner judge was indecisive, but at length letting the muzzle of his revolver droop, he said, "Garcia, I can't bring myself to kill you. You're too fearless to leave the world, so, and though your bravery is next door to barbarity, because you were born so and cannot master your desires—" "Yes, yes, he can't help it!" cried at the same time a number of the desperadoes, who, full of admiration at the wretch's coolness, had already forgotten his crime. The corpse was pitched into a hole somewhere, peace was proclaimed, and the jollity went on more uproariously than ever. After a night of such revelry, Joaquin dispatched Antonio and Guerra, the latter at the head of his division, into the state of Sonora with 1,500 head of cattle. He himself turned toward San Luis Obispo with Valenzuela, Felix, Cardoza, Mountain Jim, Three Fingers, and the 3 women. On the ensuing day, as they were jogging along a rough pathway in the mountains, they caught sight of a couple of French miners who had crept into one cave of the many to eat their breakfast or dinner, whichever it was, under shelter from the sun. "I'm a-thinking," remarked Garcia, playing with his dagger, "it would be a good notion to test their pockets." "Very well, go on," answered the captain, "but remember, no blood spilling." The next minute the cutthroat was confronting the 2 men, and in a voice of thunder ordering them to shell out or he'd make sausage meat of them. The blazing eyes of the bandit, his business-like way in which he measured with his steel, and his ferocious mien, spoke clearly enough for the seriousness of his threat. So the poor Gauls hurriedly unbuckled their chamois leather belts and transferred them to the robber, who emptied them hastily. "Blank you for a brace of frog-eating swindlers! Money must be scarce as thunder for you pair to have only $40 of wire gold between you." In a moment he fell upon the unfortunate devils, cut their throats, and left them in the cave which became their grave. The outlaw commander saw them fall bathed in blood from where he and the rest had pulled up to wait, but he contented himself with grumbling and rode on. As it came on sunset, the party reached a narrow canyon, on which, stiffened in death, 2 Chinese and a third not far from the same condition. Some of the miners, full of the feeling which, years after remaining the same, does not permit the poor Orientals to work near Europeans, had doubtlessly fallen in with them and been their death, for their awful wounds were made by some such blunt-pointed tools as pickaxes. The one still breathing, though his wound was not mortal in itself, would have certainly expired in a few days from the absence of proper medical assistance. On seeing the troop pass by, the suffering victim lifted his head, and in a weak but affecting accent, and with a look which should have wrung pity from the most stony of hearts, made out to gasp a few words of supplication. "No use for us to stop," said Joaquin. "The poor devil's in a state past any help that we can give him." On happening to turn a moment afterwards in his saddle, the speaker perceived Garcia, who had jumped off his horse and run back to the dying man, piercing his already bruised and bleeding breast with his dagger, and after wiping the smeared blade on the now corpse's clothes, cut off the buttons of abalone shell which glittered on the frock. Then, springing to horse, he dashed on into his place once more, pocketing the spoil. "Jack," said the robber king, "that's your cruelty breaking out again. Why, the man would be dead in a couple of days." "Cruelty?" replied the butcher. "I call that coming the friendly over him. I only wanted to shorten his misery. They're splendid abalones, and it's hard to strip a wounded man." "Shorten his pangs by churning your 6 inches of steel in him. Not a word more, sir. Your heart must be black as old Nick's." On arriving at the mission of San Luis Obispo, Joaquin sent Reynardo to Los Angeles, and Mountain Jim and Three-Fingered Jack, who were now as thick as could be together, to San Diego, their instructions being to lay hold of all the horses they could find, and to find out what was said about the assassination of Captain Wilson and General Bean. About a week elapsed since the departure of the 3, when in came Texas Jack, a member of the Association of Marauders, who brought the news that Reynardo had not a sufficiency of the Reynard in him to outwit the people of Los Angeles. While he had been slumbering after a series of fatiguing fandangos in a low dance-house, he had been noticed and recognized by an Englishman whom he had robbed along with other brigands in the neighborhood of Mocolumno Hill. Arrested on the spot, he was accused of complicity in the murder of General Bean, Although there was not evidence to bring that charge fully upon him, still the attendant proof of his being capable of such an act was shown in the fact, being undisputed, of his being one of the ravagers under the command of Joaquin. During the few minutes given him to kiss the crucifix, the halter was made ready, and he took the leap from life. So passed Renardo Felix, without complaint from the honest and peaceable. His mistress, Margarita, at first refused to believe the intelligence, but Valenzuela, who presently returned from Los Angeles, confirmed it officially. Thereupon, drawing the silver and steel poignard that she had the habit of carrying in so rude a place as a cutthroat's camp, where a little of overplus of liquor might make the men forget discipline to gain a young and pretty woman, she plunged it into her bosom before anyone could stay her, and died pronouncing her lover's name. Taking a trip down the shaft to meet Renardo was the general opinion attributing the destination of their late partner to quite the opposition to heaven. This suicide had not been quite forgotten when, to add another testimony to the truth of misfortunes coming Indian file at one another's heels, the three-fingered brave entered the camp to report his mate's decease. Jack and the latter had stepped off the highway into a tavern a few miles from San Diego, where they were scorching their case-hardened throats with a couple of tumblers of detestable liquor, when a party of Americans, who also entered for their drinks, began to regard them with so suspicious a manner that Jack deemed it prudent to warn Jim that they too had better make themselves scarce. But the red-eye had had its effect on the mountain men, and he began to laugh at his comrade, and, far from yielding to the advice, went back to the counter for another, something screaming that'd take the hair off a dead redhead mule. In a few moments more, another 4 or 5 Americans rushed hurrying into the doggery to have treats of one of their number, who had found color extremely rich. The Mexican no sooner saw this reinforcement, which destroyed the faint hope of clearing out the barroom with a fight, leaped over the doorstep, beckoning his companion to follow. The latter belched forth a string of oaths with his rummy breath and clung to the counter like a sponge to a rock. One of the Americans, all of whom had had a talk together, suddenly stepped up to the drinker, and laying a clayey hand on his shoulder, said, "I arrest you for being one of Joaquin's gang." Jim tried to strike him. They grappled, and the scuffle began. Jack outside, perfectly aware how things would be going on, and knowing too well that he single-handed could no more cut his way into his friend now than bore through Tejon Peak with a willow rod, contented himself with sending a couple of bullets through the doorway into the bunch of fighters, and, clapping spurs to his horse, got away, as the PR says. Some of the men rushed out of the place, but, mounted as Jack was and well started, they had no chance at all on foot, of course. An express train locomotive could hardly have caught him on such a Bucephalus as he bestrode. As he rounded the elbow of the road, under the shoulder of the little hill, were some half-dozen riders. They would perhaps have offered to stop a man looking so excited as the newcomer, but he, with presence of mind, shouted, "Gay row at McNamara's. 2 board. I'm after the doctor." They hesitated, and he was out of pistol shot before one of them could reflect, and out of rifle range before one could speak. In the meantime, the occupants of McNamara's drinking establishment had overpowered Mountain Jim, who was instantly taken to San Diego and hanged without any other delay than the time strictly required to make the hangman's noose at the end of a rope. A month after these disasters, Joaquin, who had only 5 companions with him, including the 2 remaining mistresses of the robbers, undertook a pleasure excursion into Tuolumne County, his only design being to divert Clarina, who had been by the self-murder of her friend Margarita plunged into profound sadness. They journeyed slowly but pleasantly, and in a couple of weeks were treading down the tool rushes along the river Merced. There, on the very bank, in the shade of a clump of ancient trees, with most luxuriant foliage still, the hanging twigs of the white oak stretching in the wind, and the Spanish moss swinging its grey garlands under the knobbled sycamores, the rippling of the stream and the far-off grating of a squirrel's teeth against a nut, or the tapping of a woodpecker on a nut pine being the only sound, the party put up their tents, Joaquin having decided to dwell for some time in this peaceful place where nothing seemed likely to intrude to disturb repose. But if honest folk are not let travel paths of lilies for long, the way of the transgressor is still harder. This pretty determination was destined to be very speedily and abruptly destroyed. On the following morning, the Sonorian band was awakened by Jack of the 3 Fingers. 4 men in rough coats and high boots, miners evidently, were walking along the other bank of the stream. "Shall we invite him over to have a drink and drown them?" asked the discoverer with kindling eyes. "Oh, no. If they are not hunting after us, let them pass on." While speaking, he peered once more, and more attentively through the slit for loophole which commanded a view of the opposite shore. "Ha! No! Yes, by the saints!" cried he instantly, as a ferocious expression came upon his features. "Come, Jack! Up, up! Cardoza, Valenzuela! Turn out! Follow me!" Without listening to the entreaties and tears of the women, or explaining, he caught up his revolver and leaped out of the tent, the rest keeping close to his heels. The travelers were sauntering along tranquilly, without thinking of the least danger, when a fourfold detonation rang out, and 3 of them fell dying or dead in their steps. The last, only slightly wounded, turned round to see from whence had come the shots. "You blank Yankee! Don't you know me? Joaquin!" 3 times he fired, and gave vent to a yell of delight on beholding the man measure his length beside the other fallen. He was slain outright. "Jack," he said, pointing across the water, "I do more than give you permission. I order you to let loose your devilry. Some of those dogs may live yet. They are at your mercilessness." At the first words of the chief, 3 fingers had jumped into the merced, and before the last ones were spoken, he was breasting the current in which he stood up to the neck. In a couple of minutes he had touched bottom again and was soon at his hellish work. With joy, the infernal cutthroat perceived that 2 of the prostrate men were not only not mortally wounded, but were trying to rise, disabled as they were. One fired with a trailing broken arm, one shot at Jack, but the latter, unharmed, was instantly trampling on him. Nor was the enchained demon satiated until he had literally emboweled one and torn the reeking heart out of the other. The second 2 he kicked into the stream. Then, on his return, he entered the canvas of the captain. He wanted to know the motive of the latter of hatred and vengeance. "Jack," answered he, 3 of those scoundrels were in the number of the murderers of my poor wife Carmela, and who drove me away from the mines. I don't know the 4th from Adam, but he deserved what he got from being in such bad company." "He's got all he wants and won't travel with that crowd again, I reckon," said the Mexican, grinning hideously. "I hope, Captain, that we come across some more of the fellows who wronged you. If we do meet the villains, your steel shan't rust for want of blood. Bah, that's over. Let's quit these diggings and camp somewhere else tonight." Half an hour afterwards, the whole were galloping Mariposa-wards, near which place, in the rancho of a friend, they took refuge. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Samson Speaks. Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California, or The Marauder of the Mines, a romance founded on truth by Henry L. Williams. Jack's doings drowns out the Englishman, Flores goes first, Jack nearly gives an eye to the blind, repays the Teutonic Samaritan. During the month which the gang spent in the neighborhood of Mariposa, the most of them were idle, but 2 or 3 went off and performed little strokes of their plunderin'. The insatiable Jack Three Fingers had perpetrated 6 robberies, accompanied with death-giving in several instances, all alone, when a species of attachment springing up between him and Texas Jack led to both of them undertaking the game together. One morning, as they strolled on the lookout along the valley from which ran some feeders of the Merced, they heard the ringing of picks against stone, the grating of a spade through sand, and the scraping of a knife searching for threads of the precious metal in the rocks. Looking down from the top of the hill, whereon the 2 Jacks were, they could see a dozen men working for dear life at the damp, drained bed of a little rivulet. They had put up a dam and caught the headwaters, which had formed quite a mass by this time, and, not knowing how soon the overflow would happen, were anything but loose in time. "Come on down," said Jack. "They ought to be making money, and we'll mark 'em if they are worth the whole of us making a call on. We daren't tackle 'em alone, eh?" "God, no. By the Lord, if they ain't every one of 'em some of the crowd who took poor Valenzuela. I know 'em, muddy as they are. Back I had a narrow enough escape, then. They'll recognize me, I'll warrant." "Oh, my eye, rubbish," growled Jack, falling back under cover nevertheless. For the moment the pair looked down, undreamt of, upon the workmen. The latter plied their instruments vigorously, their gasps of breath as they labored unweariedly, and the short exclamations of, "Good bit this time, Ned. Lend a 'and. And airy to turn this stone hover. Bless me hif and all our chunk hain't hunder hit. Best bit yet, by the bricks of Westminster, boys. Eve arf your scoopful hinty my bag, Hackney. That black sand's all pay. Hard as hit his." Every now and then 1 or 2 of them would run up on the bank to the hut, one side of which had the planks removed to make the tom, lying like a stranded scow beside it, and deposit there the gatherings. Garcia ground his teeth an instant, but then smiled. "So they are the set who nailed our comrade, eh? Wonder how much they've made already. No little, I'll bet. Jack here, and the three-fingered Mexican whispered something to his friend, which made the latter nod approvingly, smile, and lift the cord of his powder horn over his head. Texas carried a rifle this morning and had a double supply of ammunition. At the same time, the other took off his neck scarf and folded it up into a kind of bag, into which he tipped a quantity of the gunpowder, thus forming a rude carcase, as they call it in military mining. "I'll do it," said Garcia, for it came into my head first. "You might have an eye to any who looks up." This was the scene. A kind of tunnel with the upper half removed, something like 200 feet long and varying in width from 30 at either end to 50 feet in the width parts. In the center, very nearly, the new drain bed hard clay and gravel covered with rocks and a few stumps of trees embedded beyond possibility of movement, like a groove unevenly broad by some 10 to 12 feet and from 2 yards to 3 deep. At the upper end of the little ravine, having a fall of 20 feet, the dammed-up torrent spread out and leaking gently on the other side to where the two bandits were plotting. This escaped water did not run into its natural course till having reached almost the other end of the valley, thus, though making the grass and ground wet, not at all interfering with the workmen. A little vegetation, which had escaped their hands in making the temporary embankment, and this line of earth itself, prevented the eyes of any of them below from perceiving three-fingered Jack, who, with the carcase in one hand, crawled over the moist, sticky, and yet slippery soil towards the penned-in, waters placid but so potent sheet, insensibly enlarging. Texas, rifle at the ready, peered through the barriers of cottonwood saplings, nearly choked by willows, down upon the miners. The latter, in thus venturing to interfere with nature, had not done so very an imprudent an act as may appear. They had spent the whole of the previous day in fashioning the wall, and had let the night pass in the bed becoming dry, their guard being on the alert to prevent anybody surprising them on seeing their idea and beating them off as might have happened in that lonely place. The breakwater, made for the time being, would have probably lasted all that day, especially with the side loss relieving its expanding prisoner, and they would make a new one on the morrow if the yield of metal was worth that. Texas reflected on all of this. "Good thing for the John Bull," said he approvingly. "Baby Jack's going to put a spoke in your wheel." Meanwhile, the Mexican had crept boldly out of the mud wall, and the splashing made by a couple of missteps had made Texas shudder, but not the foe look up. They had all their eyes on the ground, prying about for indications of that metal which had lured them from the seacoast round Corbeil, the caves on the Irish Sea, the inland village and the metropolis of millions. As far as him as he could did Garcia push the cloth bomb in among the mass of cut wood, brush, stones, and earth. He crept back as far as he could, supported himself on his one hand so as to spring up without delay, held out his other, in which was his revolver, and at the same time that he fired, he jumped up and back, turned in the very air, and made a prodigious leap. At the crack of the firearm, the laborers were not so enwrapped in the gold picking as not to be startled to look up that way. The horror they all felt prevented a sound issuing from them. If they had shouted altogether, no matter, for the dull boom would have drowned it as it did all other sounds. The explosion, from being so confined above, did not naturally do the damage concealed in that amount of powder, but was quite as powerful as the author had expected. Not only was the artificial mound split asunder, but the shock acted on the water in some peculiar way, or else the edge of the miniature precipice had been perforated by the element, for, being the cause which it might, a mass of yellowish granite split downwards and along into a slice like a curtain of a fortress, bearing a crown of mud and loose rocks on its top, leant over and fell into the bed. One of the miners was struck by the fragments and killed. Another was thrown off by his legs by the shock. The others thought to fly, but already the enraged, confined pond was rushing out in a heavy spout straight at them. All this in the smallest space of time. The two robbers, Garcia still panting, for to escape from exploding the mammoth cartridge, had seen a touch-and-go matter indeed, could only see the fountain playing its sidelong jet forward. A stream of mingled water, stones, stumps, dirt, first all the pure water next. The empty bed was half filled already with the released prisoner and rushing along to the opening of the valley with great speed, leaping all hindrances in preference to circling around them. In about 10 minutes, the roar died away. The muddy cascade that had formed for a while a murky rainbow sunk into a paltry stream, pouring quite tranquilly through the opening, began by the powder enlarged by it. No pond above, but an area of ground plastered down by mud on which floundered a few reptiles. "That's done for 'em all, by heavens and their saints," exclaimed Texas Jack, as he and his colleague stood out on the edge of the chasm to look down. At the same time, Garcia gave him a vigorous pullback. Bang! went a large pistol in the hands of one of the miners, who had caught hold of some tree's root on the bank and pulled himself out of danger at the cost of a bucketful or so of spray of the filling of the boots with water. He had remembered the shot that had preceded the louder report, and when on safe land, had used his eyes more to discover the author of the evil than to look after his no doubt dead comrades. Hence, when the bandits above came into view, he had kept close, only hasting to reprime the large horse pistol which he had not lost from his girdle. "Hit, Jack?" queried Garcia, emptying 2 barrels at the man whom they missed from the distance. "No, Jack, and you?" "I'm hunk. Of course I ain't hit if you're not. He could have had 2 scattering balls in." Meanwhile, the survivor had, after a hesitation as to whether he should try to enter the hut, turned to the hills and began climbing with all haste. On the instant, Garcia was rolling and jumping down the ascent like a big horn and running along the bank of the rivulet to get a good place to leap across. Texas Jack took steady aim with his gun. It cracked and spat fire, but the man, without a stop, continued his way. "Missed!" yelled Garcia, lifting his revolver. "Hit!" said Texas. Indeed, just as the fugitive's foot was pressed upon a jutting crag, he leaned backwards, though his head fell forward on his breast, half turned, and completely losing his balance, pitched sideways downwards, shooting along like a limber plank. Garcia had jumped into the water and was at the spot where he fell. The wounded man said something indistinctly and died before the Mexican could pierce him with knife or shoot him. "What did he say?" asked Texas Jack, who had crossed and reached the place as his comrade stripped the corpse of its gold belt. "Mary or Mary, I don't know," answered the robber, thrusting his 3 fingers into the divisions of the washed leather to feel the quality of the dust and grains. "All I do know is that he came down the hill quicker than he went up." "It couldn't have been Mary, for he was anything but with my bullet in his backbone," said the Texan. "What of it? Make haste till we clear out of the shanty." And the 2 ran to the cabin. They found themselves foiled. The miners had prudently buried what they had gained in previous exploiting beyond their ability to carry on their persons, and all that was in the hut was the gatherings of the morning, some few pieces of the cucumber seed size being cleaned, but the rest being still in bits of stone and glittering in conglomerates of sand. "Curse it," swore Garcia. "We ought to have known it." They took what they could quickly. The Texan proposed following the course of let-loose streamlet to find the body swept before its first rush, but the other insisted on a return to the camp. "Garcia," said Joaquin at a private conversation with the man, "have you noticed that new hand Floresco?" "The milksop, who always speaks against bleeding a sheep after one's fleeced it?" "Yes, Captain. Is he a traitor?" "I thought so. Shall I?" And Jack touched his knife meaningly. No, there's the making of a daredevil in him, I fancy, but he must be red-handed. I don't suppose he has ever killed a man yet." "Time he began," said Jack. "There's a boy of 14 in Jackson who killed 2 men in a street fight last month." "As you say. Well, take a stroll. Let Floresco be one of them and make him settle a man." "All right. If he don't, down he goes." Off went Jack, and by nightfall he and his trio, including the designated youth, were waiting, chewing the ends of their cigarettes impatiently, for passers along the road out of Mariposa. It was just the time when a few, and a very few, wayfarers might be expected. All at once a sound of several horses made their horses prick up their ears, and the masters start up. 3 horse dealers were returning from the mines, and had allied their forces for security, as each carried the proceeds of sales about them. "There you are, Floresco. Go in," said Jack, giving his charge a push out of the hedge of scrub spruce. The young man resolutely planted himself in front of the 3 riders, displaying his pistol. "Halt. No passing here till we men of the highway assay your dust." There was a moment of surprise and perhaps a little fear in the three, but one of them, the middle horseman, who recovered his coolness more quickly than his fellows, jerked a pistol out of his holster. "Dry up and step aside, or I'll break your head," said he. At this juncture, a chorus of hoarse voices sang out in the bush, "Joaquin is here. Down with your Spitfire, you fools." Out jumped the three bandits. "Drop your belts on the ground or you're dead meat," roared Garcia in a voice which was not his sweetest. They obeyed, except the center cavalier, who cocked his pistol. "Now, Nopal Blossom," Floresco's nickname. "Leather up," cried Garcia. "It's you or him." The young man saw the speaker's eyes blazing in the dusk like a firebrand blown upon. He nearly touched the man and fired. The victim, at the start of his horse, fell back and glided off the croup of a dead man. His pistol fell to the ground with him, but the cap had dropped off and the hammer struck the nipple without an explosion following. "They show fight, eh?" growled Garcia. "Don't leave 'em a color of metal." So the three were completely despoiled, and the robbers retired, well pleased at having gained so much coin as they did, and patting Floresco on the shoulder applaudingly all the way of the return. For 3 days the robber of the mutilated hand had been absent from the band, and fear had been excited about him, but no news of accident having arrived to him from justice was to be found in any of the surrounding settlements. When he did show himself after that time, he was dressed in new clothes, somewhat too large for him, and had his never very handsome phiz ornamented, for nothing could make it worse, with a dreadful black blood blister and bruise beside one of his eyes. This was the story which he told. He had wandered away from the peopled parts just in mere idleness, and camped in the wilds like the savage he was. In the night time, while sleeping with his provision bag as a pillow, something, a stray coyote in all likelihood, had stolen it without his being aware of his loss. Enraged, he had started on the trail the first thing in the morning, when he had found the tatters of the satchel, but everything it had contained, to the very tobacco, eaten or carried off. This had made him give up his stay in the solitude. Hungry, with so much exercise and no breakfast, he had tried to bring down squirrels with pistol shots, but not one would let him get within range, like the birds. In the afternoon, he had struck a trail of some animal of the deer kind, and he had followed it. As the sun went down, he had perceived small footprints running among the large hoof marks, and had recognized them to be made by 1 or 2 wolves. The deer was probably wounded, for its steps were uneven, and in many cases it had tumbled over stones and vines instead of leaping them. This gave Jack hope, and he loped on as doggedly as the wolves. At the length the track doubled and turned back on itself, and to the pursuer's surprise, a crash in the bushes to one side attracting him thither, he saw an antlered body stagger along blindly. He gave it one shot and was taking up the chase when a couple of growls behind him drew his attention that way. A pair of red wolves, tongue out and their paws all bleeding and dusty, had stopped on seeing this human barrier to the love of the chase, and evinced their disapproval of his smoking revolver. "You little cusses," said Jack, and he let the nearer one have a couple of shots, which made it roll over and over in the chinkapink bushes with broken leg and perforated head. To the man's surprise, the other did not scuffle off, tail between legs, as he had taken for granted. On the contrary, with a roar deep down in its slimy throat, it fearlessly flew at the bandit, who actually pushed it from him with his revolver, tug at it, at the same time as giving full play to its no less sharp claws. Down went the man on the sugar pine leaf carpet, and the two growled and fought, till Garcia, remembering himself, pushed the barrels of his revolver into the belly of the infuriated animal and kept pulling the trigger, for he had a new patent self-cocking arm, till the remaining loads were all exhausted in a twinkling. He actually had to hammer with the butt of the entangled teeth to get loose. Then he kicked the dead beast over towards its mate, which was howling in the bushes, and indulged in a paean which was composed of the choicest curses in the English, Spanish, Indian, and mining vocabularies. Loading as he went, the Mexican took up the pursuit once more. From the extreme wildness of the animal's track, he conjectured that his last shot had seriously injured it. After a quarter of an hour's run, turning and twisting, a snorting and bleating of pain in a thicket told him where was the prey. He looked through the natural fence of saplings which had sprung up into place again after being bent down by the brute. An elk, larger than he had fancied it when he had seen it in motion, was standing on tremulous legs, and at each inflation flesh blood leaping out of a hole in its flecked skin. A few twigs dangled on its horns, one of the branches of which had lost its tip. The nostrils snuffed the air, but the eyes, though open, told the whole story of the poor beast's plundering pace. It was stone blind from some cause or other, perhaps age, for it was now weaker than a long run would have made it. While Jack looked, its joints gave way, and first settling down on its haunches, the head and breast, upheld for a moment as proudly as of old, drooped over, and with a choking sob and a roll of the poor sightless orbs, the elk tumbled over on its side. A rush of steam from its wide nostrils and no more sound. "Save powder to drop, so you do," muttered Jack, pushing into sort of a small clearing. He returned his revolver to his belt in exchange for his knife and advanced. A slight breathing was yet in the prostrate mass, but the wound had clotted itself up and ceased to flow. Jack boldly grasped the upper branch of horns and bent down to draw his blade across the neck, which he tightened. His relish for leisure butchery was the cause of his mishap. As if galvanized, the supposed corpse was only too lively. The hooves struck out furiously and made the sticks and stones fly. The man, clinging to his hold, felt his arm nearly pulled from the socket and himself jerked upward as the elk staggered to its feet. Then Jack saw and felt things as in a dream. His revolver fell out of his belt. His knife left his hand, stuck somewhere in his head to which he clung. A series of plunges, tossings, kickings, and short runs terminating in sudden stops, a sensation of being pushed and of being driven into a mass of half-yielding thorny twigs, and he was senseless. When he came to consciousness, he could not tell how long afterwards. He was in a small, rude cabin, pervaded with the smell of cooking, and on a blanket on the earthen floor. Over one of his eyes was a large bandage, and on one arm was another. "Hello," cried he, sitting up and looking around in amazement. "What in the name of the devil is this?" A man entered the hut while he was wondering, an undeniable German, and as undeniably a miner, for his dress and the earth upon it showed that. "Aha! You be comin' around, Hain," said he good-humoredly. "It looks so," answered Jack. "It looks so, ja, you speaks truth," said the other, laughing, as if it were a joke to the response. To the Mexican's questions he replied in broken English that he was a native of Kreschen-Brockenberg, heaven knows exactly where, and he had come out for a fortune not yet found, added he with peasant's prudence, to the land of gold. More immediately he had located himself here all alone, and went out to seek a better place, and some eatables in the way of feathered and harried animals had chanced to strike the elk's trail. He had followed it for a time without observing the man's steps, and when he did, had kept on hoping to see a fellow being. He had entered the clearing where he beheld the carcass of the elk and a supposed dead man rammed into the bushes. He had shouldered the latter and a piece of the other, and that was the whole. He was too good a man to expatiate on so simple and natural an act as thus relieving his brother man, as he called him. "You're green," said Jack, "in these diggins, or you'd slice the man and march off with the game." The Samaritan did not perceive the necessity of cruelty, and Jack did not try very hard to convince him. "You has no tools," remarked the other. "Did you leap your lanceman somewhere?" "Me? Oh, I was prospecting when I cut after that plaguey deer. Burn him," responded the Mexican. "Burn him," ejaculated the other. "I forgot it." And with that he hurried to the cause of the odor that filled the one chamber, a huge joint of the elk being roasted on a flat stone, which formed the hearth. Enough that Jack displayed all the winning ways that he could muster, and quite conquered the German, that the latter brought out a small keg of liquor, and that the two went to bed, blankets, we mean similarly fuddled. The German dreamed, as a result of certain words that the Mexican had dropped, that Jack, his partner, guided him to a spot covered with bushes, which had to be raked away with a mammoth deer's horns, when a layer of unclayed, unalloyed gold blazed in his eyes, that he returned to his birthplace with the long name. A man far more wealthy than the chief syndic brought the title and the estate of the Count Baron of Hockenberg, Johannes Weissmann Wiesbaron, married the girl whom he had last seen knitting at her father's cottage door. and who had pricked him with a needle in the parting salute. The robber, on the other hand, awoke instead of reveling in visions as soon as he slept off the liquor's fumes, considered for a moment, rose noiselessly, felt about for the weapons which he had remarked to be placed in a certain shelf, and knifed without a shade of remorse the man who had saved his life. This done, still in the dark, he searched for the hut, flashed powder to find hiding places, and not poorly paid for his scrutiny, for the industry and steadiness of the Teuton had reaped its fruit for all of his inexperience. Thus laden with the spoils, as guiltily as acquired as could be, he came to the camp to be welcomed as the prodigal son would have been greeted by the spenders of his substance, had he broken his repentance and robbed his father after the feast for his return. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Samson Speaks. Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California, or The Marauder of the Mines, a romance founded on truth, by Henry L. Williams. Chapter 9. Jack Thirsty Again, The Drunken Miner, Daring of Joaquin. The misdeeds in the neighborhood of Mariposa had so fluttered the people that it was deemed proper to make a shifting of position. The whole party crossed the Merced at a good ford, and now, striking deep into the wooded land, now climbing highlands, directed their route to meet a trail by which they could reach the forks of the Two-Home River, that district where the best and finest gold is obtained throughout the Queen of the Pacific's realm. Thereupon, as soon as the stream had been passed with the horses, they went on swiftly until near Shaw's Flats. On all sides rang out a medley of picks, spades, toms, cradles, and all the instruments and mechanical assistance that could be brought into use to the miner. Numbers of Chinese in that quarter, which has been named since Chinese Camp for preeminence as the Celestials' resort, had pitched their tents on neighboring points, and working in the company were assiduously working and clearing up profitably the refuse of the claims abandoned by others from a pile having been made out of it, or from disgust at the scanty returns. The whole scene, animated by the spirit of labor, glowed with peace, prosperity, and contentment. Joaquin and his followers did not try to avoid general observation. The state of the country favored him as much as the English and the French and the German robbers were shielded by the usages of their own times. It was too common a custom for wagoners, horse dealers, drovers, hunters, and travelers of every description to camp for days and sometimes during whole weeks on the edge of a watercourse, or under the shade of some big tree in a lonely valley. And besides, there was no uneasiness to be excited by the band being well equipped and armed. The habit, widely spread in California society, of never going even to see your next-door neighbor without a toothpick or a lead pea blower permitted Captain Joaquin and his cutthroats to flash out their steel in perfect security until they should willingly or perforce reveal their true character. The commander of this illustrious collection of desperadoes, possessing sums more than sufficient for temporary requirements, decided to make some weeks' stay around the flat. His chief intention was, while resting and living in an agreeable style, to spend several $100s in circulations in the gambling houses, the saloons, and the fandangos of the vicinity. Chance served him wonderfully. He found some miners who, having raised the quantity of wind, otherwise dust, which answered their expectations, and being on the point of going home, great word in those days of Californian yore, were quite willing to dispose of the little cabin which they called their house, along with all the household utensils with which it was not badly supplied. Situated on a site not very tempting, which the Association of Diggers had coyoted into and worked over and over again until the last precious particle had been removed, the hut was doubtlessly valuable to the new tenants from its being in among the gold seekers, and yet not of them, for there were not likely to be sought for. Every evening the robber leader, accompanied by Cardoza and two girls, would saunter through the growing village for amusement. The headquarters during this time was entrusted to Valenzuela and Garcia, a formal order enjoining the latter, under no pretext whatever, to compromise by theft or murder the asylum of the whole band. For the first time in his life, the butcher bandit seemed to have lost his hankering for human blood, and during a period of 3 weeks remained near the common resort, sharing his time between cards and liquor. In the end, nevertheless, his nature retook the upper hand. One evening, while Valenzuela was at Sonora, along with Joaquin and the others, the wretch whetted his steel and set out in search of a victim. The Chinese, squatting before their tents, were busy in examining the proceeds of the day's work, sorting and chatting over the flour, grain, and shot gold, and raising a chorus of thanksgiving to Joss. No doubt, whenever a $5 piece, common to American miners but extraordinary to them, was displayed. Jack's eyes caught fire with a savage luster resembling that of a hunter sighting favorite game. But as the Americans had tents not very distant all around the abodes of the sons of the sun and brothers of the moon, the bandit, who only had the wish to cut off 2 or 3 heads and not to get into a fight with a court in perspective, continued to walk on in the direction of Sonora, with the hope of coming up not only to a better place, but a more advantageous chance. On the way, at different times, he encountered parties of miners and raw hands, but as they were armed to the teeth, he let them alone in their bristling array. Once in a while a stray celestial was encountered, but as they were always hanging near to the large parties, he had to overcome his eagerness to spring upon the man and keep his weapons under his blanket. At the place where the Sonora road forks and makes an elbow, too, he turned towards Columbia, and when he was only a short distance from that town, sat himself down by the wayside to tranquilly enjoy the flavor of a cigarette. It was a fine evening, the sky sparkling splendidly. Jack, before going any farther, resolved to take a little rest and smoke on till 2 or 3 in the morning. Then he thought on retracing his steps to his chief's cabin, he might, without too much danger, walk in among the imperial subjects, probably stupefied with opium, and slash 6 to death as easily as kiss your hand. While he was foretasting the pleasure he promised himself in such cold-blooded slaughter, he was interrupted in his reflections by a noise of footsteps, intermingled with the sound of a voice. Man's, it's hardly necessary to add, for a live woman at the diggings was a Barnum's feat in the times we write truthfully of, endeavoring to sing fragments of melodies derived rather from the operas of Rice, Christie, Buckley, and S.C. Foster than from those of European celebrities. By listening to the laughable medley which the vocalist produced, it could be guessed instantly that he was like a ship round in the Horn, half seas over. Multiplying by the forces concentrated in rifle whiskey, the original powers of the lungs, the stranger, after having manfully enraged Zip Coon and Ancient and Jim Crow, ran on without a bar or rest into Possum Up a Gum Tree, Hoop Jamboree, and Coal Black Rose. He began next to whistle a combination of Yankee Doodle and Old Lang Syne, but not find his execution of this satisfactory to his Meyerbeerian taste, threw his whole powers into a mingling of songs, yells, and shrill catcalls. This new sort of harmony may thus be hinted to the reader. The delicate shades are left to the fancy. "Oh, okay, Susanna, I don't cry for me. I gwen hit to call hit 40 with hooray, hooray for hoo-roo, hip, yeekee, Apache charging cry. I don't care a cuss for nothing. Wag, a Comanche, the $100 rung, hick nugget. Slow scalp dance chat. Hey, hello, old boy," added he, trying to pull up short in front of the smoker. Go on, said the Mexican, not minding him. "You're drunk all over like the paint on poor man's Creek gold. Who in hit are—" But his ferocity vanishing, he smiled, then scowled, then remembered the only words he had caught of the speech, and hurt at the implied contempt, went on. "Look here, you don't know me. Come and take a nip. I made a steep lot on the bedrock. I found the 101 nugget in the dead man's cannon pocket. I did. I'll bet it's in the papers. Come and take a drink, or fight's the word. I can lick any man, any smoker, any two smoke. I tell you what, you're mean as earth. That ain't paid dirt. You won't? You're a Go to the devil, then. And having found that he must either move or fall, he, without waiting to follow Crockett's "to be sure you're right," went ahead by zigzags, uttering a preliminary shout, audible for a mile around, to clear his throat, and resumed his interesting lay. He had not gotten far from Jack, tacking, backing, and filling as he did, than the latter, falling upon him unexpectedly, before he had time to change his joyous ballad into a cry of pain, struck him to the earth with half a dozen dagger blows between the shoulders. In all haste, the murderer rummaged the pockets of the corpse. After having detached a heavy waist belt, which contained in coin, dust, and some fine half-inch moccasin pieces, upward of $3,000, Three Fingers retreated at a run to the cabin, where he flung himself on the bed for repose. 4 or 5 hours afterwards, in dashed Joaquin and Valenzuela. The first ran straight up to Jack, and with a violent shake tore him out of his slumber. "What's up now?" demanded the latter, at the point of using his weapons. "A man's body's been found on the highway," was the answer, "and from the number of useless wounds, I believe that he can only have been laid out by you." "Are you quite sure of it?" "Yes, so sure that I want no denial of it. But you know who it is you killed." "No, I ain't sure I did kill." "He has probably eaten some poison oak leaves for tobacco." "No nonsense." "No, in truth," made answer Garcia, assuming an air of mock humility. "And I must say, an idea that you might have need of a little funds, and I made that game come down with the dust. I have the honor," concluded he with Mexican gracefulness and politeness, brute as he was, "to present to you the result of my hunt, and a very pleasant heft it has." "Very well, Jack," said the chief, as he weighed in his hand the money belt held out to him. "Certainly it's a nice round sum, and comes in very handy, for the water was going down on the bar. The trouble of the thing is that I have reason to believe the man who ran against your knife is one of the 2 miners of whom we bought this shanty. They could not resist having a farewell bender, and they have been spending money furiously all around. The mate of this one, I hear, is at Sonora, and 10 to 1 he will tell about the sale and bring suspicion on us." "What do you think of doing in that case?" inquired Jack. "Stay myself here for a day or so while you and Valenzuela put hot foot for Stockton. Clarina and Murrieta are already on the way with Cardoza, and you will probably catch up to them before they get to the town." "And he had the best start at once, both of us, as you say," said Valenzuela to horse. In a few minutes the steeds were saddled and bitted. Jack and the last speaker galloped off at the designated direction, and their leader rode away slowly towards Sonora. The dawn was breaking, and the gaming hells were already choked up, already with black legs and outsiders, all conversing animatedly about the last horrid murder, and expressing great unanimity, only wishing they had the assassin in their power to lynch him. Joaquin dismounted and tranquilly strode into a saloon for play, his cloak arranged in the Mexican style. He gave a nod to those of his countrymen whom he knew, took a stool, and seated himself in a corner of the place not far from the door. There was a deal of stress laid on the brutality of the murderer, who seemed to have found devilish delight in inflicting gash upon gash on the victim, although any one of them almost would have been mortal. This remark set everybody to swearing most energetically that they would turn every stone to get hold of the guilty. "Blast me, with poor powder, too," said one in the principal crowd, as he banged the counter with a not delicate fist. "If I'd been one bit astonished if them greasers had a hand in our friends going under." "What greasers?" asked someone. "Why, them bloody Mexicans, of course, who bought out the river claim. Why did they buy it? I don't know and don't want to guess, but there's one sure thing, that they haven't done 1 hour's streak of work, riding around like circus men in the States, playing Monty all day long, like regular professionals, singing, laughing, chinking full of heaping over. That's their style of living since they have kept house in this location." "That's so. If it ain't ever, may I never lift pick again or see other side of the isthmus," said a third, as tall and slender as the first was stumpy and thick-set. "By George, it's the truth. No one can say where them Mexicans of the deuce rake in the dough. Their pockets don't dry up anyhow." "Swallow me up in a sandstorm," thundered the first who had spoken. "Just give a squint over yonder, Johnny. May I never cross the plains again if there ain't one of the Satan's own crowd squatting before us as cool as a cowcumber in a jar of vinegar." He leveled his finger at Joaquin. It is one of them, as true as you live. If he understood English, he'd be shivering in his yellow skin. By all the blue blazers, I'll go take his hide, see? Joaquin had not lost one word of the above elegant conversation, yet he had dwelt unaffected until the end, and all he did was smile and rise with the utmost willingness when the man strode over to him and laid his heavy hand upon his shoulder, saying, "I'm a-thinking you caught at last, my old boy." Captive, before the smile had quitted his lips, had drawn his revolver, reversed it, and dealt his captor a most vigorous and swinging blow, at which, with dented temple, the American fell his whole length on the puncheon floor. With a wildcat's leap, the chief of the bandits was out of the saloon, and in a second more the clatter of the horses' hooves resounded without on the way to Stockton. The California Claude Duval was once more free. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Samson Speaks. Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California, or The Marauder of the Mines, a romance founded on truth, by Henry L. Williams. Chapter 10. Glittering Bait, Ambush at St. Andreas, Cardoza is quits with Murrieta, Dr. Jack and the Sick Man, How Two of the Gallows Birds Went to Roost. One day was all that was required by the escaped highwayman to overtake his comrades, whom he found at table in a Chicago frame house called a tavern, half a dozen miles out of the town, named after the Commodore of so much service to the State of the Union. He acquainted them in a few words what he had been doing, and on that all jumped into saddle again. Another hour sufficed to bring them to the end of their journey. On the following day, just after sundown, Joaquin, Valenzuela, and the three-fingered miscreant, as they strolled along the levee, suddenly had their gaze attracted by three American miners who were making that immense display which has vulgarly received the title of splurge. They were dressed in new suits of dark green, of which they had replaced the buttons by good-sized pepites or pieces of scale gold. One wore on his breast, like a European order, a prong of a sluice fork, the whole tine of which was heavily gilt. Another was similarly decorated with a cradle spoon, covered as well with the precious ore. The third, except his glazed cap, had a nice little lump of some $50 or $60 worth of metal over its peak, was unlike the others as to carry trophies of the trade. They strutted with an air which proved that they were out merely to exhibit themselves. "A pretty set," remarked the chief. "They seem to be a least bit vain." "I should say so," said Valenzuela. "And if it is founded on a solid base, they ought to be owners of a little of the ore." "I was just thinking the same," chimed in Garcia, instinctively feeling for his knife. "They'll have to have a 6-inch steel shaft sunk into 'em." As he concluded his threat, the three sinecures stalked into an eating house. Joaquin, ordering his followers to await his return, no sooner saw them disappear than he darted after them. He entered the saloon and sat down at a table not far from the Americans. In less than 10 minutes, while trifling with a cup of queer decoction dignified by the name of coffee, and charged just as much for, he gathered all the information of which he stood in need. Rejoining his satellites, he turned back with them on the way to the house in which they had temporarily installed themselves in the Mexican quarter of town, and as soon as the horses were baited, off to San Andreas. When 4 miles from Stockton, they pulled up, hid the horses in the chaparral, and themselves in the brush near the roadside. "Our men will be here very soon," remarked the captain. "On the eve of taking the back trail to their native land with the fortune which they boast of having amassed here, they talk of starting for San Francisco to-morrow. Another ought to have joined them at Stockton and at 3 o'clock to-day, but as he hadn't turned up, they are returning to San Andreas to find him." "A regular windfall for us," said Valenzuela. "It oils the wheel for our idea." "Hark, I think I hear them," growled Three-Fingered Jack, as he thrust his head through the bushes. "Indeed, here they come," agreed Joaquin. "Wait till they're fairly abreast of us, and then, boys, upset the caballeros." The three miners at a gentle gallop were approaching. They could be heard dilating openly on the prospect of the old scenes again, and their sure thing on marriages and so forth. How they were going to make the money fly, how they would stand treat for years at Eastern Village taverns, how they would buy a house for this friend of theirs, how they'd half kill some enemy and buy off justice. They chatted of their luck at the placers, and laughed to think of the envy felt by their fellow workmen at their sudden departure. And they so sang, so laughed, and told such joyous stories that it proved that no foreboding was putting them on the alert against the ambuscade of evil. Hardly had they come up to the place where lay the banditti in wait than the latter, springing up from the concealment like partridges on a rise from the tall grass, grasped the reins of the horses, and before the unfortunate miners had time to overcome the surprise, a volley at point blank blew out their brains and emptied their saddles. The corpses were carefully stripped and dragged off into a thicket. Altogether, the three yielded nearly $8,000 in gold, dust, and grain. This profitable waylaying over, the chief and Jack Three Fingers started off in search of a new refuge, while Valenzuela returned toward Stockton to escort the two women and Cardoza. That same evening, the whole party came together once more on the way into El Dorado County. They crossed part of the Sacramento County and encamped on the South Fork of American River. In a few days, they were joined by Hernando Fontes and his cluster of rogue grapes, one of the number of which, while scouting among the fringe of tools, had espied the leader and his followers and hastened to inform his superior. Fontes had been charged with collecting all the horses he could run off, and from different districts he had already driven close upon 400 to the main rendezvous. He told Joaquin that Antonio and Guerra had returned from Sonora to the Arroyo, each bringing a new mistress. The captain was well satisfied with the intelligence. For an instant, he was on the point of departing with all of his gang to the headquarters, so impatient was he to learn the details of his lieutenant's enterprise and to see the new senoritas, but private affairs of much higher importance decided him to defer for some time the pleasure he proposed to himself. Profiting, however, by the occasion presenting itself, he made Clarina and Marquita go to Arroyo, entrusting them to the guard of Cardoza, Fernando, and of a couple of other Mexicans. In this way, he gave them rest from their fatigues, at the same time that he shielded them from the perils to which he and his might yet be exposed before they too could reach the asylum. The two young women had hardly left the camp with their guard than a dispute arose among Marquita and her lover. The former asserted very plainly that the latter was not to be compared to her preceding flame, Gonzales, as regarded affection for her, and declared that she would not have anything to do with him thereafter. Cardoza, finding that he suffered shameful defeat in a war of words with her, cut a dainty little switch from the hedge and used it up, bark, inner peel, wood and pithe, to a few inches upon the rebel's shoulders. The latter submitted to all appearance with resignation most full and humble, but she was really revolving plans of revenge. On the following day, as they both were ascending slowly a pathway which wound among the peaks and crags of a very steep sierra, the vindictive Marquita seized the opportunity, when they were on the brink of a precipice more than 125 feet deep, and plucking her tiny but sharp dagger from her bosom, buried its needle-like blade over her lover's shoulder in his heart. Cardoza uttered a low moan and tried to turn around, but as he attempted this, his horse reared, slipped, and toppled over. Down they went, rider and steed, to the bottom. Marquita had so dexterously and quickly executed her project that nobody at all had been witness of it. By the time the rest came up, she had restored the weapon to its place. She went so far even as to pour out a profusion of tears, very bitter, seemingly, over the loss. It may be that they were the work of remorse, but in any event her grief was not of long duration. The trysting place had been no sooner attained than her gaiety returning. The merry murderess had accepted as third gallant a young fellow named Manuel Savalio. 2 days afterward, Joaquin heard of the accident that was said to have befallen one of his command, Fernando having dispatched one of his men to carry the tidings, and thought it strange that so good a cavalier had had this happen to him. It seemed impossible that any failure on his part had led to the catastrophe. With a dozen of his bandits, he went with them to the place to ferret out the facts and to bury the victim. They used a different road to that taken by the former party and descended to where lay the cavalier and his horse. The corpse was closely examined, but it had been so cut by the points of rocks below that the puncture of the poignard was perfectly past perception. After having carefully removed all the arms and valuables upon the body, the robbers tumbled it into a hole in the sand and left him alone in his homicidal and felonious glory. At the end of another week, Joaquin, accompanied by Three-Fingered Jack, Valenzuela, and Fernando's troop, in all 26, proved rascals, took to the road to recommence depredations in El Dorado County, as well as in the neighboring one of Calaveras. On coming near Mud Springs, an isolated hut on the hillside drew their gaze to it. Believing it to be unoccupied, and seeing at first glance that it was an excellent place in which to spend the night, Jack clapped spurs to his horse, rushed up the plain, jumped off in front of the hut, and throwing open the door, walked in unceremoniously. Contrary to the idea that had sprung up, the dwelling was occupied. The tenant was a foreigner who was kept to his bed by some serious ailment, and thus gave to the surroundings all that appearance of abandonment and loneliness which had deceived the gentlemen of the highway. "Hello, sick man?" exclaimed Jack, seeing the couched person move. "Por l'amor de love of God, a duck," murmured the low, weak voice most supplicatingly. "I'm a doctor," replied Jack, disengaging his knife. "Kill or cure is my motto," and he drew his steel across the sick man's wasted yellow throat. 2 or 3 of his comrades lent a hand, and they carried the body outside and tossed it into a near-at-hand ravine. Thereupon the gang took possession of the hovel, which they found to be not poorly supplied with all kinds of provisions, blankets, mining implements, pipes, and of course a fair stock of the Virginian weed. Operations were commenced on the latter by making up a lot of it into cigarettes, which kept them smoking for a couple of hours. Then they spread out their blankets, wrapped themselves up, and dropped off quietly into slumber. As the aurora, with her sunny pencil, began laying the colors on the early sky, the commanding bandit set off 3 men to the Mud Springs camp to procure coffee and butter, and whatever else was required by the dainty appetites of his freebooters. In about 2 hours, one of them came back, not only alone but empty-handed. "Where are the rest of you?" inquired the chief. "Dead," answered the men. "Dead how?" The returned one drew his finger around his neck and then lifted himself by the ear. "Hanged, Astal?" "Hung like beef. Yes, captain and comrades mine. Hardly had we set foot in the cursed settlement, and had the 2 went into grocery to buy, while I stopped at a bar for my eye-opener, talking to the owner of the Pasade, who was a Mexican, then I heard a hell of a row outside. I looked. 4 or 5 Yankees had hold of my mates, covering them with bowies and 6-shooters. One, with a dreadful loud lungs, was shouting that he recognized Sebastiano El Carpintero for a horse thief who had even run off not a few head from his own ranche in Sacramento Valley in 1850, and after being trapped had broken prison. And he went on to cry in that same loud voice that his partner must be one of the same tribe, or else he wouldn't be along with him. "Just as if that proved anything," remarked the bandit. "Why, I've been with honest men often, and I—" "Never was mistaken for one," said Garcia. "Just so. However, there was no getting the best of the crowd that the noisy brute scared up. While they hauled up my mates to an ugly tree, I slipped through the back window of the bar and quit." "A confoundedly provoking story," said Joaquin. "We must leave this forthwith. If it weren't for the fact that I want to do something more important with my men, we would go down into the springs and lay waste the whole paltry camp. But the Yankees may hold their horses. They shan't lose anything by not getting their dose right away. To horse, boys, and away." In a trice, the pirates of the placers were mounted and pushing their horses on at such a pace as the Pony Express man may take when the redskins are after the mail. At first, good care was taken not to describe a straight line. By zigzags and detours they moved, and after making many stoppages at various places, sometimes to despoil a traveler, and at others to bait the steeds, the band drew rein on an eminence of sad and gloomy aspect, about a mile from Salmon Falls. There they passed the night. The spot seemed to have been formed expressly by nature for use to which they put it. Almost entirely concealed by the rocks all around, the wall having its gaps and chinks filled up thickly with inextricable woven briars, was a central clearing of 20 feet or so in diameter, which was the most comfortable and safe of all robbers' retreats. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California, or The Marauder of the Mines, a romance founded on truth, by Henry L. Williams. Chapter 11. The Story of the Desperado Chief. Running the Gauntlet. The Manhunters Come to Grief. The Germans Tricked. After the necessary care had been taken of the horses, native-bred ones that can beat any in the world for a long journey at full speed, the party proceeded to attend to the comestibles which had been obtained during the day, after which meal the cigars had their turn. "My lads," said Valencia, "a fellow hears nothing but hangings nowadays. It is fatiguing, muchachos. The Yankees are a mean-spirited set to never let a man die unless in the air. We Mexicans, at least half the time, prefer to give less elevated deaths." "You're right there," said Carrillo. "Hanging is a poor idea. But the Americans will believe in it. They're brought up to it from their birth. Listen to them, and you'll hear them swear, 'Hang it.' They hang out instead of live, hang round bars instead of bumming, have pistols that don't hang fire as often as I wish, and so they go on. They must either hang or be hanged, that's a fact. But look here, seeing we may not be able to keep them from stringing our friends up, what prevents us swinging in the breeze every one of them we catch?" "Bah!" growled Three-Finger Jack. "That's a poor system. When you kill anyone, I want to see the color of his blood. Carrillo, dry up with your executioner's talk. Let them rope as they please. I stick to steel and lead." "Comrades," said Joaquin, "more than any one amongst you have I suffered by the passion of the Yankees for hanging people, for I saw my own brother strangled. He never had done any harm. It was at a time when I could neither save him nor punish the wrongdoers. But since, I have taken my revenge, and I continue to seek it. But a truce to such sad topics. Let me relate to you an adventure that happened to me not long ago in Tuolumne County." "Yes, yes, hooray for the captain's story!" exclaimed all voices. "Silence! I was entering upon the pursuit we gentlemen of the highway have the honor to carry on at the present speaking," began the bandit leader. "I went into Tuolumne County with my followers, amounting to the not very powerful array of 7 all told, to the little camp of San Diego, half a mile about from Columbia, you know, which I found to be a place suiting us for many reasons. During daylight we kept busy at work killing and plundering the diggers, whether we met them in small sets roaming about for placers, or mining in solitary spots after a good result to their prospecting. When the sun went down, we would go and leave in the hells of the town part or all of the money thus made by marauding. As a matter of course, in paying these visits to the Montes quicksands that swallow up one's funds so quick, I had to change dresses every time almost, so as not to be known, but to be thought in every new saloon a stranger. Among those who had seen enough of me in other days to have recognized me was one constable by the name of Leary, whom I especially took heed to steer clear from for fear that he would dive under my disguise and force me to stand on the defensive. Besides, he was about the only man in the whole once blessed state at whom I hated to level my revolver, for he had never treated me otherwise than with the utmost courtesy and friendship. As I knew that he was fully posted on my goings-on, and as I thought that, being a sworn officer and a man of honor as well, he would employ all his skill, courage, and energy to make sure of my arrest and punishment, I was determined, as I say, to never cross his path. Now one evening it came to pass that I neglected a part of my disguise which I was in the habit of wearing. My false beard was bothersome, and I believed that I could manage well enough to hide my face in my cloak. On coming out of a certain gambling house at midnight, I took great pains, indeed, to muffle up my head in the folds. As ill luck would have it, just as I stood on the threshold, Leary came along and went in, giving me a very sharp look as he jostled me. I pretended to notice him in no way, but the moment I touched the street, I set off at a run through the dark and reached our rallying place. Day had not dawned that morning before I, being on the lookout, for I always look to my companion's safety before my own, don't I, boys? Yes, yes, you're a glorious captain, cried all. Joaquin bowed thanks. Just at daybreak, then, I saw suddenly shoot up into sight a number of men coming on quickly towards our tent, led by Leary. You may bet that I had no trouble to guess what they were after. I woke up my slumbering men, and all of us, understanding that to fly was the only course, slipped out and dashed down the road with all the speed we had. A volley whistled by us, but did no harm. They followed and cut off 3 of us, but they, gallant fellows, though I feared that they were never to cry "Stand!" again, fought as fiercely as a cub-robbed grizzly, and regained their freedom, not the least hurt. I alone was wounded. Leary shot me in the shoulder at the last fire as they gave up the chase. We were both on foot, you must know, which was what helped our flight so greatly, for we were lighter men than the big-boned 6-foot Americans, and traveled the narrow pathways in the gray light far swifter than they. So we threw Mr. Leary off our trail, and found a new retreat which defied discovery. That was the first time that I was pursued, hunted by the enemy. But if I had had the good luck to have counted several more helping hands, I vow to you that I would not have yielded an inch. "Bravo!" cried the auditors, whose voices united to propose a toast to their leader's health. On the following day, the bandits encountered one of their countrymen who was driving between 40 and 50 mules, all laden with bales of provisions. They purchased of him a large quantity of flour, coffee, sugar, riolis, and other articles, and continued their march until they had gained the end of a lonely prairie, well covered with trees, under one of which they camped. The understanding was that they would remain there a week or 10 days to give the animals time to recover strength, and the men freedom to rest and amuse themselves. At the place where begins the south branch of the Mokelumne River, in a deserted tract not far from the boundary line of the counties of Calaveras and El Dorado, was established a mining company composed of 25. Being out prospecting one day, well armed of course, they had chanced upon this site, and discovering indications of rich deposits, they had hastened to pitch their canvas house there, well satisfied with the spot which had merely the one disadvantage of being far away from dwellings. One morning, as they were finishing the hearty breakfast of smoked beef, salt pork, and ship's bread, a young man on horseback came along, stopped, and addressed them. He was chiefly remarkable for his very fine black hair and eyes. He spoke English so perfectly that, though he looked like a Mexican or a native Californian, he might have been a man of the States under Mason and Dixon's line. They heartily pressed him to dismount and take a bite, or a pull at a brandy bottle, but he politely refused. He threw one leg over his horse's neck, however, and sat something like a lady on a side saddle, and finding himself at his ease by that means, he chattered freely on different matters more or less relative to the one topic of the day, gold, until he saw one of the miners, who had gone to a spring to get some unmuddy drinking water, return. "Jim Boyce," muttered he on his first glance. He threw his leg into place again, shook himself into the saddle, and gave his horse both spurs. Boyce had already shouted, "That's Joaquin the robber, boys! Quick, quick, fire!" While he cried, he shot with his own revolver at the discovered chief, but uselessly. The latter had directed his horse, at hazard, straight up on the bit of level land, thinking to ride along it and off down the road. But passage that way he found abruptly cut off by the perpendicular descent of the rocks. The only route left, a scarcely practicable one, was a narrow path which ran along the face of a high hill for fully 100 yards. The rocks over which it went, overhanging the stream on the other side, were in the same line as the hill on which the miners were encamped, and not 30 yards off. To venture upon such an apology for a riding path was a rough act for any man, even a gaucho of the pampas, a hunter of the prairies, an English rough rider, or a Kit Carson, to attempt. Not only was there the danger of having a fall from the top of the rocks 100 feet, but it was a line of no less than 100 or 150 yards on which he had to move within range of the large-sized revolvers which the miners carried. No toy pop-guns, mind you, but ones which hit to kill. Under the very eyes of Joaquin, as, after wheeling, he had to retrace his steps, stood the whole company. As if he were a spectral rider on a phantom steed, however, he flew along the perilous path, casting these words at the marksman as he passed: "I am Joaquin! Kill if you can!" At the same moment, as a platoon responds to the officer's words, the 25 pieces cracked in a dropping fire, but most of the bullets, with that fault which generally spares a man, went too high and flattened on the stones beside him, and now behind him. His sombrero, nevertheless, struck in crown and brim by 3 bullets and a fourth composed of 2 that had wetted themselves in the flight, strange as that may seem, flew off, flapping its torn pieces like a wounded bird, and sailed downwards after a circling sweep. His long black hair floated in the breeze his swift rush caused, like a continuation of the horse's mane. Time was too precious for him to dream of returning fire, and he felt but too plainly that safety lay only in speed. All he did, Spaniard-like, was to whip out his dagger and flourish it over his bare head in contempt. The arm spat fire and lead once more, but a loud shot replied through the woods very soon after. The pirate of the placers, laughing at the broadside, was sailing away on his equine clipper to the harbor of his crew. Now Joaquin was acquainted with Mr. Jim Boyce, and he was aware of the latter possessing a determined character which it was hard to shake from any resolve which it might form. It was probable that he would do something towards checking the exploits of the brigand. Besides, there was a likelihood of his having some knowledge of the different rewards here and there to anybody who should take or slay the marauder's chief, and, rich as was the placer which his friends were working, they might, for the money down of the rewards, take one shy at the capture, for they could leave enough of their association on the spot to secure claims. Miners' law runs that leave your grounds for the smallest space of time, and John a Noakes or John a Stiles, first passer by, may stick in his pick and say, "These diggins are mine. Where, hands off, whether you please or no." A risk was run, therefore, by the plunderers by remaining any longer in the present halting place, which was hardly 3 miles from the American mines. Certain, though, that the foe could hardly be afoot before the day's end, that time being fully demanded for getting together of horses and provender, as well as preparation of weapons and munitions, Joaquin conceived one of those ideas, the like of which he had no doubt heard of having often been carried out all along the Texas border, in the Staked Plains, the great American desert, the headwaters of the Gila and Red rivers, and the cross timbers. His design was, while effectually reducing to nothing whatever projects the pursuers might combine, to make the hunted ones master of their chaser's wealth. Knowing that there is no reason that a trail cannot be laid during the dark, but sure that, until gas shall be introduced into the wilderness, it is impossible to follow it under such circumstances, he ordered his men to truss up the girths of the horses and be ready to journey on again. Not a question was put, of course, to the leader at so seemingly unwarranted a command, but by a few minutes all were ready, toe in the box stirrups, reins in hand. Joaquin put himself at the head, and in the deepest stillness the cavalcade struck due east through the long avenues of sugar pines vaulted overhead with bluish-green foliage. The pace was a rapid one at which they went until nightfall, by which period they had got over 20 miles. They pressed on as long as they could see, and at length halted. Fires were built of boughs pulled down by lassos to keep off wild beasts, for in the woods the smell of cooking was likely to attract them. The horses were tied up as customary, and the men not on duty rolled themselves up in their zarapes. The watchers charged to attend to the security of the camp relieved one another every half hour until sunrise, the spells of guard being so short to make each sentry the sharper. At the first peep all were aroused, and to horse once more. 5 hours had been the time given to repose. Until noon, the ground was got over with the same celerity as on the previous evening. They were in the cup of a most enchanting valley, carpeted, as nature delights to do in the golden paradise, with richest flowers, changing hues and species month after month. It was watered by a limpid brooklet which, sweetly singing, stole a path through the roots of a clump of trees. 20 miles must have separated the fugitives from the scene of their night's encampment. 2 hours' pasturage was given to the animals, and the same time for feasting to the masters. They resumed the march, after having left marks tending to make the pursuers believe that they had passed the whole night there, though, riding on till nightfall, they added another score of miles to the space between. They made a short stoppage, lit fires, and ate a hasty supper, after which, mounting, they traced a circuit of 5 miles, wheeled suddenly to the west, and camped at about 3 o'clock in the morning, a day's ride from their last stage. At the end of several days of such moves, alternate dashes and halts, the band found themselves in one of the clearings in which they had already encamped. Jim Boyce and his friends the miners had indeed taken up the trail of the banditti, on the following day to that on which Joaquin, in scouting for himself, had entered the lion's jaws. Every night they halted by the abandoned fires, hoping, a very natural calculation, that eventually they would come in contact with the Mexicans, however far the latter might go. They were not experienced trailers, or they might not have been deceived with the planted tracks. Joaquin could hardly constrain his smile of immense satisfaction when he discovered, by tokens that could not lie, that Boyce, whom he considered as the most dangerous enemy, had fallen into the trap, and was even now in motion forward quite near him. Night was come. After having galloped all day long over mount and plain, through forest and water, the chasers, seated at ease around one of the last fires of Joaquin, which they had raked together and rekindled, smoked while chatting and laughing. Their tired horses did not reveal the proximity of strangers, but there were strangers indeed in the shrubbery. The robbers had crept in towards the campers out as close as they dared, and their extended weapons covered each a breast of which the heart was soon to cease to throb. All of a sudden, some 20 shots rattled out one close upon another into a long blending of reports. The ring around the fire burst into flame for a moment just as a sable cloud gapes to emit the lightning, and these who were not stricken by the first discharge beheld aghast 12 or 15 of them stretched on the ground. Another volley lessened the number of survivors. Panic-stricken, the only 2 Americans left unharmed so far, one of whom was Boyce himself, flung themselves into the thicket and, without thinking of choosing any particular direction, rushed through the gloom at that pace assumed by fugitives when they fear the motto is, "Deuce take the hindmost." Joaquin was already having the fire revived, for a dead body or 2 had fallen across it and scattered the embers, and was searching for Mr. Boyce as earnestly as Edith looking over the heaps of the dead at Hastings for the last of the Saxon kings. Jack of the mutilated hand, springing from here to there like a tigress robbed of young, waving his dagger, was pitilessly finishing those of the fallen who still breathed. It may or it may not be known to everybody that the death resulting from a bullet gives the corpse extreme pallor. The bodies extended on the sward, illumined by the fitful flaring of the fire, presented a sight so hideous and repulsive, especially where widely open eyes seemed to follow you everywhere as in the pictures, that the captain could not help a shudder seizing him. "If you have searched them all," said he, "let us be off from here. We will camp till morning in a more cheerful place." When they settled down for the night in a neighboring spot, making an inroad into the liquors, by leave of the leader, for rejoicing over the almost perfect triumph, on the principle of double grog being served out to the tars who had beaten off a pirate, it was found that sleeping would have to be deferred. Songs and stories took up the time. One of the latter, which was less exceptional to the others for certain reasons, was as follows. "Now, Carrillo, your turn," said the bandits to the one who was lying comfortably on the flat of his back, the smoke of his cigarette curling out of both mouth and nose. "I hardly know what to tell. Anyhow, here's the first that comes to mind. Some time ago I was in Calaveras, which became warm in truth to me, as you'll see. I had a dispute with a girl, and forgetting myself I slapped her in the face. Oh, I know I was wrong. I know one ought never to strike a woman unless it is to strike her dead. But I did it. She left the house with that look in her eye that spoke loud enough. I left directly after her, but she had already given the alarm. The whole place was up in arms against me, and I dared not leave it at the time, as every Mexican was arrested in the streets and made to give an account of themselves. I was securely hid, though. At about 4 in the morning, I, dreading daylight, determined to attempt a sortie, and I did get out of the village. But who should I espy on the road but a line of men, whom I recognized as a lot of simple Dutchmen living thereabouts, whom I had been remarking as they had shown all that greediness a rider of the road liked to meet. An idea struck me, and I won't say that the last 2 or 3 drinks which I had taken had nothing to do with making me so daredevilish. I had made them out to get around them, leading my horse, and might have rode off unchallenged, but, instead of that, I hid my nag in the chaparral, and walked back on the road. "Stand still, you, or I shoot you," said one of the Dutchmen in beautiful English. Up came the rest, surrounding me. As I had calculated, all had the guns which they had brought over from their own land, I suppose, and they were not the men to purchase $100 Colts. I laughed to myself. I pretended to fancy them Joaquin's gang, only putting on the broken English. "Does I look as if I be's a Joaquin?" roars a big paunch, who would make 7 of our chief. I let myself be convinced after a while, and on learning that they were waiting for a robber, I offered to stay with them and assist. God, didn't I run myself down? I said I knew this Carrillo for having taken money out of my pockets at least once. No lie there, amigos. I called myself a great rascal, a red ball of villainy, a kingpin of wickedness, a knave of the pack of thieves. In a word, I got upon an egg with him easily. We drank together, of course. Still Carrillo did not come. At last, says I must be off to town, when, just as I was going, I added, "I may meet him," and I stopped. "Oh, I say, if you hear me fire anywhere near here, you'll run up and help?" "Snelly Polar sneetchen, bang the Ragotenskin Welt," says one. "What?" says I. "Oh, I means to say, yes, we will see you all richt, says one old capricious 50 times, and wagging his head. Off I went towards the town. I wasn't 20 steps off before I set up a shouting and let off 2 barrels of my revolver. Up rolled the Dutchman. "There he goes! There! Fire!" cried I, and expended another charge. Bang, bang, bling, bang, went their young cannon of fowling pieces and rifles. "Where is the thief?" ordered the head man, blowing the smoke out of his heavy goose gun. "Here he is," answered I, covering them with my revolver. "Down with your blunderbusses and shell out." And so I robbed them, every man, and ran up the road. By the time they awoke from the start I gave them, I was half a mile off. End of chapter 11. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 12 of Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California, or The Marauder of the Mines, a romance founded on truth, by Henry L. Williams. Chapter 12. Carrillo is corralled, melee at Phoenix Quartz Mill, a camp of Chinese, 2 Americans, 4 Germans. Floresco parts company not exactly as he wished. Jack has a feast. 2 or 3 days later, the band paid a visit to the tent of the luckless association who had dropped mining to take up manhunting. After having attended to the pack mules and a few remaining horses, they began to search for the gold, and dug up cached dust to the value of $14,000. The delighted ravagers retired to Yaqui Camp, which is not far from San Andreas, where they had a retreat. On the morning after his arrival there, Joaquin sent half of a dozen of his coyotes under charge of Valenzuela to Arroyo Cantuva with the livestock which could not elsewhere be disposed of, and with greater portion of the gold. The residue of the robbers he kept by himself, and began a series of ventures against the wayfarer and the wealthy, killing and plundering everybody who came under his hands. For many miles around San Andreas and Yaqui Camp, There was nothing talked of but the audacious thefts and murders, and not a soul could tell how they had been committed, nor how the stolen goods could be disposed of, and not have drawn detection upon the desperado authors. Men dotted the roads here and there, and yet none, coming up even when the body was warm, had seen the hand that dealt the blow. All that was clear was the unpleasant certainty that, like ghosts, bravos and pillagers were stalking among them without being suspected. Hence, on every side, men scrutinized their neighbors, though they had known them for months, and people almost drank in the old Danish fashion, knife in hand. Captain Ellis, deputy sheriff of the county, mustered a company from among the bold hearts of the San Andreas citizens, and, as soon as possible, took up the pursuit of the highwayman. Having learnt by a spy that Joaquin was at Yaqui Camp, and that one of his gang was a steady customer at the Monte table, he went without loss of time to the designated place, recognized the man of whom he had received the description, and arrested him. Carrillo, for he it was that had been betrayed, some say by that woman whose face he had confessed to have laid his palm upon, was sentenced to receive a short shrift and a long rope instanter, as an assassin and thief, but he was promised pardon if he would reveal the secret of his comrade's refuge. The brigand refused disdainfully, but still he consented, for the same reward, to help justice in some other way by which his complicity would not be seen by his mates. But, remarking that this proposal was not favorably received, he changed his tone, and in one of his bravado, said, "Go ahead with your work. If you'll take the trouble," added he, braggingly, "to capture our baggage, you'll find in the valise that belongs to me a dagger which is still encrusted with the blood of a Yankee whom I slew. I should not wonder but that I have settled 20 of you with it. You can only kill me once, that's one good thing." It may easily be supposed that this speech would be replied to only as it deserved. The boaster, without any further ado, was slip-noosed under a tree. The wagon on which he was made to stand was driven from under him, and so goodbye to another private of Joaquin's ranks. The associates of Captain Ellis, heeding only their rage, thereupon proceeded with their work, destroying and burning the huts and dens that might serve as lairs to the coyotes. The flames shot up from peaks and cast a light over the country as a sort of signal to show how seriously the citizens of San Andreas had taken their share in the matter at hand. Joaquin, who was posted with his confederates on a not far distant hill, saw all these proceedings. "My men are leaking away like mercury out of the limestone pores," muttered he. "Bah, see the fires. Ooh, if they had hold of us, I would not wonder at all them roasting us in the innocent brush they are burning up. Poor Carrillo, he hasn't been able to shuffle off the coil that twisted his poor neck. No doubt he's gone to see his old commander, Dorado. Caramba, the first 20 English, German, French, or statesmen that I meet shall follow him to hell and pay for my giving them the passage." Convinced that Captain Ellis and his company, indefatigable as himself, would be scouting all over the country the next day, he withdrew to the mountains, his intention being to gain as soon as possible the spot appointed to the main rallying place, to gather all his men without delay, and to give battle to any moderate party of hunters who might follow him too closely. As they passed along near the quartz-crushing mill of the Phoenix Company a few miles from the camp, several individuals, entrenched in the building, so to say, poured a volley on the Mexicans, of whom they slightly wounded 2. On the instant, Joaquin called a halt and returned the fire. As the assailants did not show themselves, he made a charge into the building with Three-Fingered Jack and his 5 or 6 others. They found inside only 2 men, Americans, who, with that contempt for the greasers, which resembles the ignorant scorn, far from as well-based, which the John Bulls, entertained in Waterloo days for the Gaul, valiantly showed an unflinching front to the force thrice their number. But in a minute, during which 10 or 12 revolver shots were made, they were overpowered. Jack dragged them out into the road and did not cease plying his knife until he had shockingly mutilated the corpses. Meanwhile, the leader and his men let off several shots, more into different corners of the place, but, not liking the idea of either getting into the loft or descending into the cellar, the entrances of which places one man could defend against at least the first half-dozen, they left, and all pursued their route. On the other side of Bear Mountain, at which they arrived by a road that follows the San Domingo Creek chain, the Mexicans came upon an encampment of Chinese, on whom they levied to the extent of $600 or $700, which was all that was owned by the subjects of the Celestial Empire. "Not a very rich streak in the load," joked Jack Three Fingers, who could not refrain from a manifestation of great anxiety on seeing the poor weak wretches. So deeply did he interest himself in removing them from misery that he desired to effectually spare them from further pangs of existence, but Joaquin ordered him to ride on and bide time till Americans should be encountered. They crossed the river at Foreman's Ranch and followed the highway along the waterside as far as the San Andreas Road. About a mile from the town they made an elbow and ascended an eminence not far from Greaserville. On the way, 2 miners who were traveling on foot were riddled with bullets and handed over to Torturer Jack in such a state that the miscreant, to satisfy his craving for blood, could merely cut their throats and smash in their faces with his riding boots. While going by a creek near Angel Camp, the marauding party entered a tent in which 4 Germans were sleeping. They aroused them, and, pistol to ear, steel to throat, forced them to give up all the money and its equivalent that they had in the world. That is, a little over $200. Garcia let his comrades leave without him. When they were a few steps off, he sprang upon the poor fellows, and, with one of his most terrific blasphemies, swore that he would cut their hearts out to pay them for not having more money. The action would have followed close upon the words, had not Joaquin, retracing his steps, interposed and overcome his executioner's intention by saying that he was not going to permit cool butchery. It will be remarked that Murrieta displayed the temper of fits and starts that his blood is accustomed to evince. The monster was compelled thus to give over the pleasure which he had hugged to himself in anticipation. He tried once more, however, to give the troop the slip and turn back, but the commander of the cutthroats had his eyes on him and put a second veto to his motion. The late recruit, Floresco, who had been made to stay in his hands, had already had some words with his superior. "Captain," he had said during a halt, "I'd like a word with you." "Speak away." "I bring back the revolver and knife and the honor of belonging to your band which you gave me. I found out that this bush fighting doesn't suit me. I'm too lazy. I think I'll see what other life there is." "All right, you can clear," remarked Joaquin coolly. The young fellow was delighted. "Captain, you're a regular king of knaves." "So you say." "By the by, about how much does my share amount to in the common bank?" "Well, you had something like 1,000, I suppose, if the horses are sold." Well, say 1,000, down." "You mistake," said Joaquin sternly. "I said you had so much when you belonged to my troop." "What? Would you?" "Senor Floresco, you came to us empty-handed. I let you go away the same, charging nothing for your keep during the meantime, and you will admit that you lived high, in expectation of dying higher yet. Think yourself lucky that I don't blow out your brains." "I'd better stay at the old trade in that case." "I should think so." For a while, the would-be deserter had kept quiet, then he had gradually broken out into a strain of mutinous talk which made the captain watch him attentively. A few days after the last robbery, Floresco had drawn rein while the troop were on the way, and observed firmly that he was not going to ride any further, as he had some particular business which called him back to Joaquin. "What business?" inquired the chief. "Oh, only a little private matter," answered the other carelessly. "I don't doubt that," returned the leader, "but I cannot give you leave at this moment. My design is to unite all the members of my band at the chief rallying place, and unless you give me a good and solid reason, I cannot grant what you solicit." "I did not solicit, I demanded," rejoined the young bandit haughtily. "Your demand, Senor Floresco, your demand is out of place," sneered the captain, over whose lips passed a faint smile of scorn. "Any place or time is good enough for me," said the rebel. "I think this the hour, and this is the place when and where I take my leave. You don't seem to be in the humor for talking just now, so off I go and put off our discussion till hereafter." At the same time, with a wary eye though, he began to wheel his horse, when out came Joaquin's revolver and a command for him to stop. "Hold!" "Well, what now?" said the bandit, drawing bridle. "I think you are a traitor," returned the leader, furious at being so cavalierly treated before several new members of his force. "I don't doubt that you're backing out to sell the secrets of our comrades." "Oh, think what you like," answered the rebel, drawing his revolver in a significant manner, and meeting his master's eyes with a glance both insolent and threatening. "Ha!" exclaimed Joaquin. "By the true and holy cross, you shall have your leave, if only for your impudence." At almost the same time, 2 shots rang out. The captain had had all the advantages given by a forestalling and firing, and Floresco, mortally hit, unable to keep foothold in the madrona wood stirrups, wheeled and fell sideways off the horse. The animal, on feeling the reins loosen and the awful bit's spike dropping, sprang away in terror and relief, but after a plunge or two, let itself be overtaken and led back by one of the hand. "He's got the discharge," said Garcia, laughing at his own jest. All the robbers united in highly blaming the folly and insubordination of Floresco, for when the innocent do not escape after their death, it is not likely the wicked will ever be unspared, and felicitated their superior in so summarily inflicting the lesson. "He asked for time and place. I gave him eternity and a grave," observed Joaquin. Some 2 hours after this, as a road was being used which buried itself deeply in the mountain gorges, the troop found itself in presence of a freshly established camp of 5 Chinamen. Though they were everyone armed with knife and derringer, they made no effort to use them for either attack or defense, but fell on their knees for life. But Floresco's resistance had put this Macaroni of the mines in no sweet state of mind, and he nodded to Three-Fingered Jack. Without throwing away 1 minute, the latter flew at the unfortunate wretches, and with flaming eyes and gnashing tooth like a wild beast, he poignarded them successfully. While the plunderers of the placers were thus carrying on their detestable calling in the country with an activity that equaled their audacity, more than once, in excitement like to steamer day, brought the people upon Montgomery Street to see Joaquin, who had been taken at last. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California, or The Marauder of the Mines, a romance founded on truth, by Henry L. Williams. Chapter 13. The retirement of the Ravagers, a panther hunt, the lovers, Arkansas's little army. On arriving at the Arroyo Cantura, the Grand Master of the Marauders was convinced that they had not been inactive. Several hundred horses galloped about over the plain, careering in delight at being at liberty. Instead of the ordinary rude camp, rose very pretty tents, clustered together into quite a pretty village. Grouped around, the brigands were passing the hours in playing cards or dreamily smoking. A little way off, on a knoll well carpeted with sward, seated beside their gallants, were 7 or 8 girls. Their black eyes glittering, were smiling, laughing, and chatting with the greatest lightness of heart. As soon as Joaquin had entered the circle of his followers, compliments and congratulations began to be showered upon him from all sides. At the same time, the necklace of a woman's arms encircled his neck, and the beaming eyes of Clarina welcomed him. Her joy at meeting him again prevented her from uttering a word. After his thanks to his confederates, the chief withdrew with his mistress. They sat down under the trees at some distance. "Joaquin," murmured the girl, as her magnificent tresses were tossed back from her shoulders and bosom, "you've been so long away that I could not help feeling sad and fearing the worst. And lonely as I have been, it was dreadful to be thinking, grieving all the while." "Lonely, Clarina? How's that, when here's 6 gay ones about you?" "Alas, it was their very mirth that made me more sorrowful." "Indeed, explain yourself. I must know the cause of your moodiness. Weeping? Is the thing so serious as all this?" "I am weeping," said she, hiding her face. "I cannot help my tears flowing. My heart is ready to break. Do you remember your promise? Oh, when will you give up this dangerous and detestable mode of life to return to our dear, beautiful land?" "Our land? Oh, would to heaven that I had never left it. I would not be at this moment what I am. But have courage, Clarina. A few months more, and we will see again the days of our youth. These hours of darkness will float all away." A shadow lingered on the girl's face at remembrance of the peaceful past, but as with her truly womanly nature, she loved Murrieta in spite of all his crimes. She brightened when she gazed into those eyes which had never lowered before any man's, and met hers now hopefully. She found excuse for him the treatment which he had unjustly met, treatment as bitter as the waters of Laguna Sal. She knew most intimately the story of his mind, its sufferings, its yielding to passions, and the long course of villainy which had followed the loss of its former purity. He had declared to her that he would put an end to his career as soon as his vengeance should be glutted, and he should have obtained money equal to what he estimated his losses to be. Then, he added, he would retire into Sonora, where he would live in the woods with her. She listened to his project with the utmost confidence, for he was sincere in his intentions, and he cared little for whatever the world might think of him, regarding him herself, as was natural, as the handsomest, noblest, and most generous of men. She was not wise enough to have remarked that the greatest criminals have always foiled their aims by never knowing when to leave off. "Are we now near to happiness?" she asked in her sweetest voice. "Yes, my love. My vengeance is all but satisfied, and my fortune will be complete when I have added a few more thousands to it." As he finished these words, illustrative of the pitcher going too often to the well, he was disturbed by one of his men coming up at a gallop to seek him. What he had to say will be repeated after a few events previously occurring are related. One of the bandits, while hunting, had come upon the track of a panther, quite fresh, and he brought the news to camp. The rest determined to have some excitement, and they entered the woods. For a quarter or half an hour the bushes were beaten fruitlessly. Then a pistol shot was heard, and all ran towards the point, greatly contracting the circle. The lithe beast had tried to steal past Guerrero and Antonio, one of whom had repulsed him with a snapshot, which missed him, however. The whole ring closed, amid shouting, and the poor animal, more frightened than ferocious, did not know which way to turn. He made a couple of rushes, but did not dare to receive a volley. At last the continual popping of firearms made it desperate, and it was seen every now and then leaping up and down in the brush. So small was the circle of hunters now that they were nearly in double ranks. The critical moment came. Creeping forward, belly to ground, and the grass hiding it somewhat, the long, slender body approached one part of the human enclosure. A spring placed it on a low-lying oak bough, from which a second leap took it straight at the heads of Garcia and 3 of his neighbors, who stooped or threw themselves to one side or the other. Jack, while falling on his knees, fired 2 barrels of his revolver at the smooth-skinned form cleaving the air above and by him, and when the brute touched the ground, it tumbled over a bush upon its nose in a confused manner that told of the balls having entered its body. It sought to fly, having had enough of fighting, but a general discharge riddled it from tip to tail of ear, and it rolled over in the wild clover, making the dust fly in its agony. Without waiting to bid his companion stop, Jack jumped upon the body, and avoiding the claws more by good fortune than from any prudence, drove his knife through nerve and bone into one of the glazing eyes. He took good care to jump back at the moment. The tortured beast, as if galvanized, bent nearly double, gave a dreadful lashing out like a vicious horse with its powerful hind feet, and gnashing its teeth, rolled over and over like a cat in a fit. At last the paroxysm died away, and the carcass lay motionless, with stiffening limbs and exposed teeth. "The skin is almost too much riddled to be of any good," remarked Valenzuela, as he saw Garcia plying his knife and flaying the warm body. "I only want some strips of skin. Hello!" exclaimed Jack, interrupting himself, and suddenly quitting his stripping off the hide to dig into the belly with his blade. "Boys, scatter and find a fresh trail. Here's half a ramrod of a gun, and none of us carried any." "None," said Garcia. "But are you sure it ain't an old wound?" "Why, nothing could live long with so much in them. 4 inches of hickory with an iron top?" said Jack, holding up the unusual projectile. "No wonder the panther fought shy of us. She was only recovering from a hurt." Yes, I see." They let the chase of animals go for that of the suspected man or men. At length, about a mile from Cantura Creek, one of the outlying scouts struck a quite fresh trail, made by no less than 12 or 15 men. This was the intelligence which had been brought to the leader. It was important to give no stranger time to leave the valley after having been so near to the bandits' den as to have divined their proximity, else they must have been blind fellows, not to be supposed to have taken to desert life. Such an event as the secret being spread was defeat to the Mexican chief's plans, at the same time as compelling him to change the headquarters of his band. Choosing without delay one of his best mounts, Joaquin started off, accompanied by 20 selected bravos, foremost among whom were his usual right-hand men, Three-Fingered Jack and Valenzuela, the no less brave and faithful Guerra, Antonio, and Fernando. This detachment followed the discovered track at a pressing pace, as the language of the turf goes, for a couple of hours, when there suddenly reappeared before them 8 or 9 Americans, who were holding in their horses, waiting carelessly for them to come on. They hesitated for an instant, slackened their pace, and halted at a dozen yards' distance. Joaquin had remarked that one of the strangers was that miner who had tried to arrest him in a gambling saloon of Sonora. "What brings you into this valley?" challenged the captain of banditti, pushing on for a horse's length further to better see that man's features and make sure of his belief. The leader of the party hesitated. Now, Arkansas, as the man was nicknamed who had failed to take Joaquin, had been so tormented by the rough jokers for his miss that he had made up his mind that he would endeavor once more to make his word true. He found a difficulty in getting as many men as he required, and, with 1 or 2 friends who did stand by him, he joined a company of 12 formed by the present leader, a New Englander, whose speculative turn had seen a fair chance and high rewards out for the Mexican brigand, and off they had gone. He had formed the idea that the chief was a daredevil enough, but that his supporters were a cowardly crew of cutthroats, who were nothing except he inspired them. But the sudden appearance of Joaquin at the head of a score of men, well-equipped, well-mounted and armed, all ugly-looking desperadoes, threw the speculator on banditti stock all aback, and he, though brave enough too, would have liked to have steered one way or another, or gone about altogether with every stitch of sail out alow, aloft, and on studding sail booms, at the bold challenge. He had such a vein of circumspection within him that he felt sure nothing was to be gained by fighting, unless a bullet or a knife blade is a benefit. So he kept silent. Joaquin grew more and more impatient, and cried in a tone no sweeter than his former speech was couched in. "Did you hear me, or must I explain myself more clearly?" "Oh, I heard," answered the Yankee, as he took a quarter of a fresh plug as a chew, and glanced around on his associates as if to ask them what should be done. "Then what do you say? Quick! Who are you, and what in the name of hoofs and horns fetches you into this valley?" "Hold on, stranger, no hurry," replied the other, who had calculated on his best course. "Give a man time to turn over what you say. You don't seem to be half civilized by the way you hurry up the cakes. Let the water fill the sluice, can't you? To say something, though, and give you a lesson in politeness, our presence in this district of which you seem to be the selectman is because we're a band of hunters after game. If you don't want to pick a muss, we won't disturb you. There, what do—" At these words, which the hardy members of his prudent general's army heard in disgust, surprise and scorn appeared on their bronzed faces. Several dull growls had already been audible, like the warning voices around Cape Mendocino. With a curse, Arkansas put his horse in advance of the speakers. "Boys, I'm captain now, eh?" "You, yes! Sail in! To hell with him!" "I'm sure I know you," cried Arkansas, charging Joaquin. You are... Crack, ack, ack, went the Mexicans' pistols to cover their chief. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California, or the Marauder of the Mines, a romance founded on truth, by Henry L. Williams. Chapter 14. The hand-to-hand tussle. Arkansas and Three Fingers. Escape of the American. The Arroyo deserted. Rang, blang, blang went the reply fire, while a chorus of hostile cries rent the smoke. Joaquin's first barrel sent its missile close to the oncoming Arkansas, but it slew not him, but the Yankee whose place the bolder man had assumed. The chief received a wound on the left shoulder, which a side turn in his saddle had only kept from his throat. All were mingled in a general confusion. 5 of Joaquin's men had lost their seats, never to move again. 2 of the opponents, beside the speculative, deposed leader, had fallen under the combatants' feet like them, but all the wounded were fighting on. The Americans, who suffered the most from pistol shots, did all they could to close in, and butt ends of firearms and knives were principally employed. Through the medley of oaths, groans, shouts, and detonations were to be heard the voices of the leaders, encouraging and urging them on, while fighting themselves most vigorously, the Mexican like a puma, the other like a grizzly. Wounded and bleeding, but as brave and bold as ever, Murrieta ran his horse hither and thither through the tangled mass, and showed himself everywhere at the points where the result was wavering, deciding victory often by his simple coming. The attacking party fought a little despairingly now. For a moment they had held the advantage over their antagonists, and they would have kept it, only for the unseen devil that seemed to continually attend the bandit chief, and overcome his foeman's courage and vigor. After having emptied his revolver on the enemy, Three-Fingered Jack had flung the weapon into the nearest face, and with his usual ferocity, had begun plunging about with his poignard right and left, and before him, so blindly that at times he had wounded his own comrades and their horses. When Joaquin, having unhorsed one of the most prominent of the assailants, could survey the scene of action more calmly, he saw that 9 of his men were doubtlessly the same number of trodden corpses that strewed the ground. All the others except one were sleeping in death beside them. The sole survivor, of whom we speak, was the robust giant Arkansas, who was stoutly giving Three-Fingered Jack all he wanted, each with a knife in hand. The first, no doubt having had great experience in the steel, was indeed raining more stabs and cuts than he had to parry, which contributed not a little towards augmenting the range of Garcia. Joaquin and the rest of the band, except such as had wounds to staunch, glad of a rest and treat at the same time, sat their horses, tranquil spectators of the struggle, confident as they were of the issue from their knowledge of their comrades' powers and address. Now reining in, now letting slip, now wheeling, then lifting their foam-flecked horses, whose jaws ran blood in their neck and foreshoulders as well from misdirected blows, the 2 champions crashed their blades triflingly, so as to stay waiting to deal the mortal finishing stroke. "You just give fair play a little longer," muttered Arkansas. "That's all." Jack swore all the time, and roared a tremendous execration at length when he fancied that he had got the opening that he so much desired. He gave a short, quick thrust, as if he had held a sword, drew back, changed his grasp on the bloody handle, and delivered a dreadful downward darting of his knife, which, splendidly warded off by the bowie, which made the thinner stiletto band, ripped up the thigh of Arkansas. On this cruel wound, and feeling that indescribable sensation of hot blood scalding the gash it boils through, the latter so dexterously glided his arm under the other's that the broad blade, prevented from penetrating the eye by a miracle, laid bare the top of the Mexican's cheekbone and left a clean cut from there down the cheek to the very edge of the lower jawbone. Had the mouth been open, the cheek would have been perforated. Garcia, whose set teeth ground in agony at this awful pain when the bone was scraped, all but yelled and swayed in the saddle. His horse fell back, just as Arkansas made a second sweeping stroke. The Mexicans, alarmed, hastened to the succor of their comrade, but he, recovering himself, forced them to stand off with horrid imprecations. They obeyed, but it was plainly to be seen that they were eager to finish the American if he continued to conquer. Arkansas felt clearly that, do his utmost, yet he could gain nothing by continuing to fight. So, only waiting to catch one of Jack's stabs on his left arm and to make a return, he lifted his horse round on its hind legs and pricked him into a flight swift as lightning. His savage antagonist, as well as Joaquin, followed him at a distance. For 5 miles the chase went on, Joaquin remaining a little behind Garcia, who nearly touched the fugitive every time he made a burst. Thus forcing the pace, he often got so near that he lifted his dagger, but at that instant the American would compel his steed to make a spurt, and down would drop the steel powerless. Jack swore continually and louder and loudly as he felt his mount failing him. The chief, who had taken much out of his charger by his plunging about the battlefield, was dropped behind considerably, and when he had been within pistol range, Three-Fingered Jack's motions in the saddle had prevented him from risking a shot. Jack had no firearms. Arkansas showed himself to be a consummate rough rider, and he had that art, little cultivated, of conversing with his horse as though he were a man. He would tell him of the impediments in the way, of the nature of the ground, of the state of the pursuing party, promise him food in profusion, laugh to him, chide him, pat him, smooth his mane, and whisper hopeful words in his turned-back ears, to which he was bowed forward. Whether it affected the animal or not, it at least pleases the rider. "Good old nag," said Arkansas at length after a glance over his shoulder. "They're nowhere, my boy." He laughed, and the horse stretched out in a greyhound's leap as if new powers had been given him. In fact, convinced that, from some cause or other, the fugitive was getting more out of his horse than they out of theirs, which might be foundered if the chase was prolonged, Joaquin called off his hound, and the two baffled bandits walked their horses back to their confederates. The wounded were still there, under care of some of their comrades, who understood a little of the healing art. Fernando Fontes and another had received such wounds that they lingered on only till the morrow, their deaths bringing the whole loss to 11. The chief, though he was not hurt in a very serious manner, had lost much blood, and he was obliged to keep quiet for several days, and receive such attention as were lavished upon him by his loving Clarina. Antonio and Guerra, no less lucky than their commander, found in the tender solicitude of their inamoratas relief to their sufferings. Hence, these three were set afield anew at the time when their less favored companions were just coming round. Murrieta could not help feeling some uneasiness at the recollection of the sturdy survivor of the American party. He reproached himself for ever having given him the chance to make off, when a dozen bullets might have been bestowed upon him during his conflict with Three-Fingered Jack. A fortnight had already elapsed since the bloody skirmish, and, if the escaped man had not died of his wounds, there was everything to lead one to believe that he would raise a body of adventurers, there being many hangers-on about the diggings who would ask nothing better than such sport. At all events, the story he had to tell would have its effect on the various bands resting on their arms, which were ready to rise against the ravagers at the first report of his whereabouts. Arkansas would probably offer himself as a guide to such. In the dread of such an event, Joaquin resolved to abandon for the present at least the asylum on which he had set his choice. By this means he thought to deceive the seekers, who, on arriving and finding the valley untenanted, would imagine that the bandit had retired into Mexico, or else they would divide into smaller detachments in their scouting, when each of them might be attracted into defiles and passes in the mountains and there destroyed, at the cost, to his hidden, securely posted men, of scarcely one. In this design, everything was got ready for the departure. The horses, which amounted to several hundreds, were formed into manageable droves and started for Mexico under guard of 4 of the best vaqueros of the band. The tents were taken down and packed upon the mules, as well as everything around the camping ground which could be of any use. The women attired themselves in their masculine traveling habits and prepared bravely and gaily to cross highlands and low dark gorges and sunlit peaks. There were not only privations and fatigues to be resisted, but at any moment from the craggy wall at whose foot they trailed along might spring out or roll down the treacherous American lion or the grizzly bear. Those of the wounded in that late encounter where the fallen Americans had sold their lives dearly, who had not yet been restored to strength, were placed on the easiest goers in the cavalcade, which had been previously used by the women. The patient being seated on comfortable Mexican saddles, as large almost as an elephant's howdah, were for the more precaution attached to them by straps and a free rider leading them. Thus the robbers streamed out of the valley, a long line of 106 men and 9 females. It was not without regret that farewell was said to the magnificent retreat, so wild and desolate-looking of a sudden, which had lately been witness of their rejoicings, pleasures, and repose. At the head of the column rode Joaquin, surrounded like a Napoleon of marauders, by his marshals, by his lieutenants. His handsome features wore an expression of sadness and gravity as he explained to his companions the reasons which had led him to quit Arroyo Cantuva, a kind of another unconsumed Moscow. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California, or the Marauder of the Mines, a romance founded on truth by Henry L. Williams. Section 15, The Journey, the New Headquarters, the Plan, Repulsed at the Ranch. The journey did not suffice to distract the captain of the banditti from his constant reveries. The memory of his last affair with the party of self-appointed police still tortured his mind. Though it had been almost completely defeated, nevertheless he paid very dear for an unconsiderable victory, and was compelled to acknowledge the powerlessness of his men at close quarters with the brave by intelligence men of the superior race. He regretted that the whole of his troop was not composed of individuals as active and fearless as Three-Fingered Jack, Valenzuela, Antonio, and Guerra. Enraged at having let Arkansas escape, he was compelled to admit as well that the redoubtable Garcia was neither invulnerable nor successful all the time, and that he was no longer the inconquerable of other days. He was the strongest, the cruelest, the most cunning and resolute of all his cutthroats. He had been whilom the favorite, the right-hand man of Dorado, the famous guerrilla. Moreover, he was wonderfully assisted by a long experience, carrying on his body scars of many wounds received in numberless actions. If this champion had come off only second best in a fight with Arkansas, no wonderful man, would the rest of the gang be well off when pitted against fellows of that stripe? It was not probable. Joaquin was sure that his interest enforced his avoiding any heavy contest with the followers of justice, regulars or irregulars. A combat of this nature, even admitting the result to be fortunate to him, would deprive him of a number of his foremost men, not to be replaced without time and difficulty, which would be a serious obstacle to the carrying out of projects which he had been forming at the setting out on his marauding career. These reflections, and many others springing from them, greatly clouded Murrieta's brow. For the first time he experienced a sharp and weighty desire of flinging to the winds and waters the guilty existence which he had hitherto led, to withdraw into his native country with his well-loved Clarina. The latter, meanwhile, traveling in the rear of the main body, surrounded by the associates of her own sex, who were not at all affected by any forebodings, was yielding to impressions quite the opposite to those which swayed her lover. She was as merry and laughing as could be. She was amusing herself perforce and vying with her companions in a kind of pastime in which the victor was the one who was the most mirthful. The countless echoes which were bandied back from either enclosing line of rocky steeps repeated their songs and peals of merriment, until it might have been believed that it was a virgin forest of the tropics full of bright birds with melodious throat. After having traversed the rich hollows which extend northward of Tulare Lake, the Mexicans crossed the San Joaquin River some 12 miles from Fort Miller, and pushed on toward the northeast as far as the falls of the Yosemite. Thence, passing the stream again, they worked toilsomely up the Sierra Nevada, then down into the pleasant, the delightful, and tempting valleys on the other side, and at length reached the mountains on the east of Lake Mono. In their gullies, clefts, and passes, the outlaw, at the commencement of his adventures, had found shelter from some volunteer constables who had chased him and his then insignificant allies from Hangtown to Castle Peak, not far from the Sonora Pass. Since then he had always looked upon this spot as the best and surest hiding place in the whole state. The chief took the lead through a narrow path which would have been past suspicion, so completely had nature taken pains to dissimulate it by means of precipitous rocks and superabundance of vegetation, and when they had entered by it, they were in as retired and picturesque a sight as they could have fancied. It is a mere cleft in the heights about 25 miles to the southeast of Lake Mono, between two rugged walls, crested by masses of stone and earth toppling over as if to fall. If these sides of the narrow way were climbed, the country would be surveyed for miles around. In this wild place, near a region well stocked, if the term will pass, with red, gray, and desert foxes, coyotes, wolves, and grizzlies, the robbers pitched their tents. The shades of evening were already stealing over the sky and earth. All around seemed to invite to repose the adventurers, who were temporarily out of the reach of their sea of troubles. On the perfumed sward of mingled grass and moss, in their ample blankets they slumbered until morning. With not one guard afoot, they slept no less peaceful and deep than that of men whose hands had never been imbrued in blood, whose hearts had never been darkened by even the idea of criminal desire. But it was the wearisome journey which fear of merited judgment had impelled that had alone given them this short stay of punishment. The most hardened feel pangs of which an honest man never can dream of, far beyond any of his earthly inflictions. On the morrow the outlaw assembled all about him and laid out before them his plans and ideas as to the future. "You know," he began, "that we count 100 in active service. Our spies, friends, and associates, scattered all over in almost all the towns and camps of the state, are nearly 400. These allies can only aid us verbally. I mean by information which they procure for us. They cannot lend us any open assistance for reasons which it is useless to explain to you just now. I hold in secure places considerable sums, and my intention is to raise from Sonora and Lower California a certain number of recruits who will bring our forces in the field to 300. I will equip and arm these new hands and will begin a sweeping business in the southern counties. I will destroy the Yankees by wholesale, burn their farms, overrun their property, and do it all so rapidly that they shall not have time to collect troops and organize resistance. By the time they are sufficiently powerful to fetter my further movements, I will have finished my task and sought shelter in some of the Sonoran Sierras. When there, I will give goodbye to the life of roving and adventures which we have led together up till now. In this way, friends, we will have taken vengeance for the evil done to us, and some surplus for the wrongs which the Yankees, during the last war, wreaked upon our unfortunate country. We will do our share towards wiping out the cursed race, just as they have destroyed the Buckeye nut eaters. We will divide the spoil of the expeditions and let the rest of our days roll on in peace." "Long life to the noble captain!" cried every man, long and loudly. Enthusiasm kindled every eye. The splendid picture which had been unrolled before them was so dazzling, the design displayed so unexpected, that the bandits could scarcely contain their joy. Although they had always loved and admired their superior throughout all the phases of his dangerous existence, none of them had given him credit for what they esteemed as genius discovered in his projects. His speech electrified them with fresh energy, and more than ever were they eager to follow and obey him, come what might. That same day, Joaquin told off 8 companies of 10 men toward different parts of the state, to the east, south, and north, with the express order to procure money and horses with all their might and main. He himself remained at the rendezvous with 25, whose only occupation was the killing of game and watching over the horses and weapons. Few days passed since the departure of the little divisions, in which interval the wounded had recovered. Joaquin, seeing all he had in efficient state, took with him Valenzuela and Three-Fingered Jack and a select party, and went off on a scout in for any enterprise that offered. Antonio, Guerra, and the remainder were to protect the camp and the women from the roamings of the wild beasts which had not quitted the neighborhood despite the successive hunts which had been made upon them, and the unpleasant acquaintance many of them had made with the firearms and steel of the band. On arriving at Fiddletown, Joaquin met the captain of one of the troops, who had a bag of gold coin to give him and a bit of news which gave the direction to the leader's move. Darkness had stolen upon Jackson, but not so deeply as to prevent a dim, pleasantly vague view of the town and its surroundings. A ranch, which an American named Fairgrove had purchased years before and since enlarged into a double house of 2 stories in height, occupied by him, his wife, and a widowed sister, and 2 of her children, a girl with whom we have little to do and a boy of 14, sat upon the side of a gentle acclivity about a mile from the town and a quarter of a mile from the road. Down to the road from the front of the house, the ground was almost all wooded. Behind and in the valley it was under cultivation, and the products brought quote-unquote gold prices from the mining population. Now Fairgrove, who had been twice a loser of several valuable horses, no doubt through Joaquin's band, had tried to take revenge by doing all he could to have that robber taken, and 6 times, when applied to, he had loaned horses to suddenly organized constabulary forces. He had made himself prematurely old by abuse of liquors, and was prevented going out thief hunting himself, or he would surely have been at the head of a party. Rumor had it that the Marauders had taken up in those parts once again, and as ill luck would have it, a most powerful and valiant dog which belonged to his ranch had been shot accidentally by Fairgrove's young nephew, who was practicing at a mark as a study, as in more peaceful countries he would have had Latin or French or bookkeeping or what you will to do. The animal had not been killed, but to shorten his agony, a finishing stroke had been dealt him. For 2 days Mr. Fairgrove had been going to town to buy a guardian to replace the lost one, but he was of an easy nature. As the requirement was one in which the women folk had interested themselves, for they drank in greedily all the outrageous stories of the exploits of the celebrated bandit, the ranchero had yielded at last to the dropping fire but continual, and rode over to Jackson to make the purchase. This was at noonday. He dined with a friend and took a stroll about the town to see the new buildings run up since his last visit. It chanced that a company in which his companion was concerned had the great good fortune to turn up a large nugget, which led to a general rejoicing by all concerned. You could not rejoice in California without the very natural concomitant, a punishing of the "Oh, be joyful." Mr. Fairgrove had hardly returned to his friend's abode than he laid down to rest. He was aroused at twilight for supper. Had supper time come? Good heavens! Whew! Won't they haul me over the coals at home? I will take a taste of that brandy just up from Frisco and must be off. Oh, I ain't afraid on the road. Pooh, tush, bah. And off rode Fairgrove at full speed. As a speedy arrival was his only wish for, though of course the non-prosecution of the canine demand would still be a great grievance against him. If he should not be home, he knew how his family would cry out against having been left for one whole night with only a lad of 14 in the house, for the stablemen and farmhands lived in buildings 200 feet and more from it. As the speedy arrival lay closest to his heart, he not only spurred on at his fastest, but struck off from the road across a neighbor's land and entered his estate by the valley. The remaining effects of his libations, not altogether slept off, prompted him to attempt a little innocent practical joke. He let his horse loose, and, hiding the harness in a bush, crept under cover up towards his house. He was already chuckling at the fanciful picture which he drew of how he would be mistaken for a robber, and how all would end in laughter so hearty as to cover his sin of omission. All at once he stopped. 2 of his men had come out of the stable. 2 of his men? No, good God, no. This couple were sheathing knives and were stealing along towards the house. The fumes of liquor yet clouding the watcher's mind vanished at this appeal to his affection and to his fears. This couple were assassins, and all the workmen had been murdered beyond a doubt. He gripped his revolver nervously, and inspecting the nipples, all the caps were on. The 2 men had crept up under the extensive veranda, piazza, ground floor balcony, or whatever you like to style it, which ran around the whole building. Fairgrove braced himself, ready to run up and slay one or both before they should make an entrance. But neither climbed over the railing, but crouched down and glided under the stoop, after cleverly and noiselessly ripping off a board. There was a hollow space under the veranda of many feet long and wide and 3 feet high. As if their disappearance were a signal, 2 other men appeared over by the outhouses and carefully made the same transit, burying themselves in the same way. 2 more couples, and at last 1 man. All was still, and Fairgrove might have doubted his vision, especially as the displaced plank had been fitted in again. What pained him more, so poignant was the proof of his family utterly unsuspecting the impending fate, was that there came faintly to him a snatch of a song or a light laugh which were uttered by his young niece. He thought for a moment of rushing to the house and standing before the opening, prevent the thieves from the movement until assistance should have come. But he remembered that window, only rudely boarded over, opened from the cellar into under the piazza, and he was quite confident that the concealed villains had already discovered it. His men being all disposed of, no assistance was about the premises. He could delay, but not prevent, the murder of his family and the cleaning out of his house. He took the course which was hardest and might or might not be the best. He could only go mad if they should all be slain in his absence. He never could tell how he hastened back to where he had turned his horse adrift, found him, caught him, bridled and saddled him, and dashed off, more directed by instinct than by calculation. All he knew, he reached the nearest neighbor's house after an hour's maddening ride, and burst in upon the supper table with the wild, crazy cry, "Haste! If it is not till all are asleep that they are waiting, good-bye to them." The moment he grew cooler and told all, the friend roused the household and set off back with him, sending one of his sons to town and another to the nearest miners' camp, which was on the road. As these latter would have the road to travel, they would probably reach the scene before the others, who had almost unbroken country to cross. If their signal should not be answered, they were to wait, unless, of course, something was occurring in or about Fairgrove's house. It was Joaquin's men, under the command of Garcia, who had made the descent on the ranch of Fairgrove. They had heard of the dog's death, and as they were all the more sure of success from that fact, which promised more likelihood of a perfect surprise, they had began, as we have seen Fairgrove suspect, that is, had mastered the tenants of the outbuilding just at the moment of their entering their dwelling at dusk. Masters were not very exacting when a harsh word or a cross look would often send a man off to the digging, whose place it would perhaps be impossible to fill at the most exorbitant of wages. hence the short hours of labor. Garcia had wanted to begin the proposed butchery at once, but Valenzuela, who was second, had persuaded him that it would be better to wait until 8 or 9, when all would be asleep throughout the house. They did not know that the master was away, and gave the lad of 14 credit for more prowess than he perhaps possessed. Perhaps you will wonder why the robbers did not charge without delay, as here were only 2 males against their 8 or 9. Yes, but these fellows had found by sad experience that the few women who were blessing the rude state then were, if beautiful ancestresses of the fair daughters of El Dorado's brilliant today, made braver yet by encompassing perils of exposed life, and were seldom so unluckily gifted with stupid relations as not to be compelled to learn to put a half an ounce of lead into the bull's-eye plumb center at a reasonable distance. All of which Amazonian discipline was accomplished at no expense of modesty, a fact which women who have had their own honor and dear ones to defend will understand, if our other readers do not. All this time frightening themselves for nothing without dreaming of there really being great foundation for their fears, the females were supping uneasily and almost afraid to retire to rest. The chamber they occupied, for they would not leave one another, was on that side where were concealed the thieves. The servant and the children were in the other part. The miners who had been found at their encampment by the messenger had instantly responded to the call, and on horses or pack mules, as the case might be, they had dashed along the road, only dismounting at the entrance to Fairgrove's ranch. Thence they ran along quietly but quickly. When they came in sight of the house, they twittered out the signal, an imitation of a bird. No response, so they waited. But very restlessly, though, for they started at every noise. At last, though only a few minutes had passed, and 1 or 2 lights showed yet in the house, it was deemed best to forestall the bandits' moves. They left the shadow of the trees and proceeded along the side of the house in hopes of surprising the enemy, when a loud scream inside was followed by a hammering as of a pistol butt on a door, and that by a shot. At the same time that the miners raised a cheer to appall the assailants and to encourage our friends, another shout joined in with theirs, and a number of men appeared on their right, speeding toward the house like themselves. Both parties of rescuers were on hand, not too early either. One smashed in the piazza windows in front, the other forced a back window, and 4 or 5 daring men boldly penetrated the empty space under the veranda and went through the window into the cellar which had been opened. Some time before this, the women had consulted together on their heartlessness in leaving the young girl, the servant, and the youth so far away. They resolved to have them come over to their part of the house, the females to stay with them, the lad to occupy the adjoining room. After a delay, Mrs. Fairgrove's sister-in-law valorously determined on executing the delivery of the desire, and on passing along downstairs, across the main room and upstairs, again alone and in the dark, for she preferred, with another feminine trait, not to have a chance of seeing what she dreaded. With prudent preparation, she took off all her jewelry and put it in her pockets, winding her handkerchief round all to prevent jingling, and removed everything light-colored from her dress, which was deep mourning, fortunately. She went in her stocking feet. She left the revolver they had with her sister, gave her final directions, and slipped out of the narrowly open door. She descended untouched and entered the main room. As she did so, she heard on the other side the words very faint, "Shh, back." She went on, feeling for the chairs and table, and for an instant did not glance thitherward. When she did, she thought she saw that the door, which led to an entry, and by that to the cellar, was not quite closed, and she doubted not that a white dot she noted about 4 feet from the floor was a finger holding it ajar. The person, if there was one, had been about to enter when she or something else had alarmed it. This was one of the moments when everything depended on taking the proper course out of half a dozen. If she continued her way, their return with the children would be intercepted beyond doubt. If she flew back to her sister, the house was divided, and each would hear the death struggle of the other. Like lightning, she sprang to the door and threw her whole weight against it. A deep, though not loud, exclamation of acute pain told her the strange sound she heard was the snapping of a finger bone. The door would not shut. Had it been farther open, it would have severed the finger. It crushed it and tore the flesh off one of the bandits as it was. She dragged the table to her and jammed it against the door, closing fully now, and bolted hurriedly. The key was gone, lost long ago during non-usage. Like one inspired, she heaped up chairs and everything within reach to add to the barricade. Pistols, bullets, and knife handles began to hammer at the upper panels, while kicks rained on the lower ones. A dreadful pressure was exerted against it. The bolt started and was bent out of the loosened sockets. It gave way. For a moment only, for, as fortune would have it, a tipped-up chair caught the lock with its back, while its hind legs held on the floor, and no force, except for that which would drive all before it, could open that door now. Still throwing on the furniture with frenzied hands, the woman worked. The robbers thought the hindrance was the lock, so a pistol was clapped to the keyhole and fired. Exhausted, for the paroxysm was over, the woman fell as if she had been shot and swooned on the carpet, fortunately for her. Her sister, at the report, screamed from upstairs. The robbers, united in one grand push, burst the door in at the hinges and tumbled over the awkward pile. While hesitating which way to go, the cheers outside started them. "Fire the house!" growled Garcia. "No, no, no, delay!" cried another. "Back!" The rearmost turned and went down the stairs, but were received, after a hail to which they made no reply from confusion, with a volley. They returned in quick time. "Come on, all's up," said Valenzuela. "Follow me. We must save ourselves for the captain." The shivering of glass of the piazza windows turned them from the front. A similar sound warned them that the back was equally impracticable. "Hell's flames," swore Garcia. "I'd like to be at Fairgrove's throat for rousing the country against us. We must fight out this way." And he turned towards the entry terminating in the stairs far above. "There's somebody," began a cautious one. "Somebody, a woman and alone, or she wouldn't be so noisy." "I'll silence her." And all followed Jack's lead from the upper story. Not too soon, for from 3 directions the storming party came into the main room, the flashing of the shots they fired at the fugitive showing them the form of the fainted woman whom they supposed dead. "Heaven, heaven," answered Fairgrove, auguring nothing favorable from this first sight. "No quarter! Death, death!" Luckily, at the very first alarm, Mrs. Fairgrove had locked herself in, and the 3-fingered desperado could only fire a shot through the woodwork and was disappointed there. The whole of the Mexicans rushed through the adjoining room and jumped out upon the piazza, over which they slung themselves and slid down the columns. Here, the last of them was the living target in which was buried 3 or 4 shots, and he sprang off into the air, in which he died, for it was a corpse that fell in a heap on the ground. The others ran off, fired at by such of the pursuers as had jumped through the windows upon the top of the veranda, and by others who had made the circuit on perceiving their design, and who had left the building by the ground floor. Fairgrove sprang off the top, and alighting with a shock that would have used up a man under less excitement, for he believed that his sister was undoubtedly dead and his wife at least hurt by the passing shot which Garcia had driven through the bedroom door, and after which she really fainted. Woman had been silent. He took the lead of the pursuers. The flying bandits had struck off for the hills, sheltering the ranch, with a start of 60 or 70 yards ahead of Fairgrove, foremost of those following them. He was in advance of his friends by some 20 feet. The fugitives bounded up the hills as men can fly when death is the same as delay. The pursuers began to fire at them, but besides the disadvantage of firing at any mark above one's standpoint, there was that of each party being in haste in motion. The fastest of the flyers had attained such an altitude by this time that they halted in the bushes to cover their comrades with their weapons, and all being together or on the top, and drawing a long breath while delivering a general discharge, off they went again down the other side of the rising ground. The chasers, pausing a moment on receiving a volley, divided into two bodies. Fairgrove, with the smaller, composed of the youngest men, ran on after the robbers, while the rest prudently went quite the other way to mount their horses and try to overtake the escaped ones by this means. But their scouring the neighborhood until morning was nearly all in vain, for all they found of the robbers was one dead and another dying, whom their companions had been compelled to abandon. The rest had reached the rendezvous, had been gloomily listened to by the captain, and almost immediately had started off with him to Indian Creek. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Joaquin the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Joaquin the Claude Duval of California, or The Marauder of the Mines, a romance founded on truth by Henry L. Williams. Section 16. Valenzuela makes a capture by being his leader's namesake. The banker's mistress, Garcia comes in handy, the doubled surprise, and the death of the go-between. The companions of the highwaymen were over in Hangtown, while he stayed at Springs, keeping quiet after the failure to assassinate Mr. Fairgrove. Joaquin, Valenzuela, and Garcia, as a matter of course, went the rounds of the places of amusement, playing the games and making their faces a little known to the girls in the dance houses. We have shown sufficiently already, and will show still more clearly hereafter, how imprudent Garcia was, especially when liquor had reduced him to a less cool state of mind than natural. From this recklessness, the following true as tragic adventure arose. One evening, as Valenzuela, alone, was strolling along, he noticed that he was followed by a stranger, all the stranger, too, by it being a woman. Women were not so numerous nor safe up by the mines as to be out unattended after dark, for the robber not to notice this. But, being a little inflated by drink as well as a vanity that it prompted, he twirled his mustache and beard, smiled, dark as it was, and slackened his pace. Then he turned abruptly and was on the woman before she could slip away, if she had so desired. But on the contrary, she came right up to him, smiling reassuringly. "Señor," she said in bad Spanish, and in a low voice full of mystery, "I know of a señorita, a real preciosita, who is sighing her heart out to see you close to. If you are brave enough, brave as Joaquin, the gentleman of the highway," added she with emphasis full of meaning, "you won't be afraid to meet me under the tree, on that corner, at 8 tomorrow night." Seeing that, only pausing to be sure that she had been understood, the speaker was going to leave him, Valenzuela hastened to catch her by the arm, and thus withdrew a part of a rebozo that hid her features. "The deuce," muttered he, disappointed, and ceasing to lick his lips as he had begun to do. The face was that of a woman, as old as the hills and less attractive by far. "I'm a stranger. I don't know the lady. Who is she?" said the bandit. "Let me go, senor. I must be back. Be satisfied with what I said. Will you come?" A score of thoughts flashed upon him. His name, it was clear, and his handsome appearance, as he thought to himself, had made him be mistaken for his superior. Flattering, but if the lady of the rendezvous should turn out to be Madame Vigilance Committee, whew! So he hesitated. "Sainted Mother of Heaven," cried the woman, who rapped out Spanish oaths better than she spoke more proper words, "can a young Mexican be a coward? Pshaw! There isn't a soleador who wouldn't risk the noose for the beauty I speak for. I'll do it, eh?" And she went off, turning her head to show him her finger on her lips. Valenzuela watched her, now a shadow amid the shadows, then in the light streaming out of the saloons, till she was gone. "The confounded corruptress of virtuous youth," swore he in mock indignation. "Cool as anything, that. What next, I wonder? Well, it'll keep while I look into friend Barcelone's and imagine his daughter, the beauty, the precious bait this old fisherwoman is trolling for me with." He thought no more about the affair till next afternoon, when he woke up after a drunken slumber. He had dressed himself for another nocturnal promenade while he called the appointment to mind. If the place had been the City of Mexico, or Guaymas, or even El Paso, Tubac, or Arispe, he would have let the pros very soon over the cons. As he hated reasoning, he settled the matter by drawing 3 or 4 coins out of his pocket and slapping them down on the table. The Mexican eagles with their wriggling prizes of snakes were uppermost on every piece. "Goes the word," muttered he. "The Libertad is very near libertine." He proceeded to arm himself with a little more care than usual, for, as he said, quote, "Spain, Mexico, California, countries where weapons are plenty. So that's there are daggers in every girl's garter." At the time he went out, the old woman was at the trysting place, and the two went on together. Garcia sat before a Monte table in Hannigan's saloon. At the first of the evening he had had great luck, but now he lost heavily, sum upon sum. At last Jack slowly got up, hesitated whether to upset the table and smash his chair on the heads of the crowd, did not do so fortunately, strode to the sideboard, took a glassful of some liquid preparation from the hands of a waiter, and took it all down, ice and mint stalks, at 2 gulps, like a whale engulfing sprats and squids. Then he moved towards the entrance slowly. He had not reached it before a slight tap on his elbow made him look around, or rather down, angrily, for he felt in the tearing humor. A crooked, dwarfed figure of about 4'6" was beside him. He recognized the face and trunk, which was perfect, as the bankers of the very table at which his funds had been converted into decidedly sinking ones. As the dwarf had always been seated, he had never noticed the malformation of his lower limbs, which seemed to have been visited equally wickedly by different sprites, for they were bandy, twisted, bowed, shriveled up, and terminated in some peculiar misshaping of the feet, for the wadded boot was not at all of a natural shape. The 3-fingered Mexican observed all this, and therefore set down the maliciousness and imprisoned violence revealed on the countenance upturned to his, to no evil meaning to him. "Do you want to make up your loss?" squealingly hissed the dwarf, working his fingers, as exquisitely shaped as a lady's, nervously, till one would have thought they were a handful of snakes. Jack looked down and all over the speaker. "I don't mind," said he readily. "Steel recovers gold often," said the quilp of the green cloth in a hoarse tone now, for he was not master of his voice any more than a confirmed asthmatic. "So they say," answered the bandit, most non-committally, if there is such a word. The two looked at one another till their glances met into one of complete agreement. The gnome gambler drew the broken gamester aside, and the two began whispering, their voices being past hearing, even if they had shouted, in that everlasting chorus of chinking coin, scuffling of feet, jingling of glasses, explosions of excited voices in oaths, yells, or laughter. Some days passed. Joaquin, the chief, heard no bad tidings of his comrades, and concluded no news was good news. Garcia and Valenzuela slept off their night's libations during the morning, and had a little practice with cards in the afternoon. Perhaps were sailing out, but separately now. The latter made excuses, which must have appeared for some reason comical to his friend, for he laughed heartily to himself as soon as Valenzuela's back was turned. Dark was coming on when Garcia and his employer, as the dwarf banker may be called, were closeted together in a little room behind the bar, where the staff of Hannigan kept their out-of-doors habiliments. "Well," growled the dwarf eagerly. "There," answered the Mexican, producing a small box of enameled iron, very tastefully got up, and evidently a trinket case from some lady's dressing-room. The large eyes of the little man seemed to swell into great globes of flame. "Hers, hers, hers," he repeated 3 times in as many variations of tone. "His, said Garcia, not actually mocking the speaker, though, whose touchy temperament he had learned no doubt by this time. With the utmost coolness, he proceeded to open the casket, of which the lock had been broken already, and lift out a packet of letters. He untied a strip of satin binding them, divided the bundle into halves with provoking exactness, and while giving the banker one portion with his 3-fingered hand, put the other into his open jacket's bosom. "You know how to read," began Garcia, half jesting. But the excited dwarf had scarcely glanced at the first of the notes, than the blood rushed into his face and filled the veins so fearfully that it really made his disproportioned head still larger. His eyes rolled under their brows in a way to remind those who have never had the misfortune to see it of the fiery hull of a destroyed steamship rocking beneath an inky cloud on the still-tossing billows that were changeful monuments over the loved but the lost, gone down with the spars and life-preservers that they were yet lashed to. His excessive redness was almost immediately blanched into a pallor quite as awful and unexpected. He had bitten his lips, or his tongue too, for a bloody froth came out over his beard and stained with a couple of drops the immaculate shirt front in which glittered a wonderful diamond cluster pin, those 2 chief parts of a professional blackleg's uniform. "He is going to choke," thought Garcia, and he was almost on the point of running out to the bar for water or brandy. But men do not swoon or suffocate so easily. "Bitter pill, I know, but it's got to go down, and the sooner the better," said Bandit Job's comforter, half aloud. The dwarf was in too great a fury to mind him. He leaped around the little room from side to side like some wounded animal, like a puma with shot-broken leg, till, getting more calm, he stopped at the washstand, on which was the light, and began to read with a forced tranquillity that was worse than the greatest violence would have been. He grew paler and paler, shuddered, started, seemed turned into stone, till as suddenly he would shiver when he came on some passage relating to himself perhaps, as if the rowels of a Spanish horse-breaker's spur was ploughing up his flesh. His lips quivered at times like the poor fellows who died on the isthmus with the fever and ague, before many another life of white and mongrel had been given to make that railroad which leaps past the deathful swamps and murderous woods. Then again his lips would be drawn together till the least sound could not escape, and the mouth resembled those mute yet terrible old cannon that defy the rust in the ruined yet standing walls of Panama's defense. Garcia stood ready for a frightful outbreak, inwardly rejoicing, for he was just fiend enough to relish agony of this kind. But the dwarf only said hoarsely, "I want the rest, all." 500 is the figure, remarked the bandit, rustling the letters he had pocketed. "What bargain with me?" began the dwarf, giving rein to his fury's steed. "Give them up, or I'll—" "You'll what? Pooh!" laughed the robber over him, eyeing him with some such a look as a wild bull-elephant might give to a tiger cub. Meanwhile the banker had checked himself and taken out a well-filled wallet from which he took a check. "For 600 and some cents on the express men of San Francisco. You can get it cashed at Sacramento, or anybody will buy it." When the Mexican had carefully folded up the paper and put it away, he handed the letters to his patron, who grasped them with his gaze too intently fastened on them to notice how greedily the bandit had regarded his wallet. "The same thing," muttered the dwarf, after having scanned a few of the notes. "Love for him. Scorn. Worse. G.D. her. For me, oh, I'll have her heart's blood, never mind. Now hark ye, amigo," continued he to the bandit, "you are in the way to make your fortune, even as fortunes rate in this blessed land. You kill this Joaquin and get the reward out for him, dead or alive. You have had considerable money already. Well, am I rating a woman's life too low at 1,000, say?" Garcia looked as grave and calculating as a Babbage inventing a new machine, or a Socrates smacking his lips over the hemlock. "Considering all things, I'm agreeable," returned he. "But no blood of hers is to be shed. No, none by you. I want that satisfaction," said the dwarf, growling and grinding his teeth, while his fingers resembled the twinning snakes once more. The bandit held out his hands over his hirer as if he meant to strangle the latter himself, and worked his fingers in emulation of the other, till the 4 hands were uplifted as it were in burlesque by demons who had witnessed the oath of William Tell and his friends. "Come along, then, since you understand," said the dwarf, rolling along in advance out of the room, more like a tar on his sea legs than anybody else. "Understand?" said his satellite, grinning. "May I hang high if I don't. I knife Joaquin," here he laughed queerly, "and choke the woman while you slice her, ha! And we'll attend to the pocketbook afterwards," added he to himself. "Bleed bank and banker, that's rich." Meanwhile, the woman who was the main cause of all this was with her old serving woman. She was somewhat uneasy. "What do you think of such goings-on, Lizzie?" she asked. "Mr. Walters never let a day go by without showing his hideous Tom Thumb figure here to me. Come, tell me what you think of it." "I can only say, Miss Lowry, that he don't guess how handsome you look today, or—" "Oh, away with such stuff. I might have lived in New York to this day, pampered with every kind of luxury, instead of being out in this rude and barbarous world, listening to a jargon about gulches and nuggets and pockets and claims and the deuce knows what else. Then all I can say is that p'raps the imp, beg your pardon, has smelt a mice with the ugly nose on his monstrous face. Maybe he saw something yesterday that aroused his suspicions." "Well, that was all your fault for falling asleep, Liz." "But no, give the old fellow his due. He was in first-rate spirits yesterday, for which I give him credit, but I cannot bear the sight of him. Oh, my Mexican is so different. But I grow tired of all this medley of mixed wealth and beggary, of mixed luxury and privation, one day drinking champagne out of tin dippers, the next drinking common whiskey out of silver goblets. One day you are flattered, feasted, and caressed, the next in danger of your life from slashing bowie knives or flying bullets. You're introduced to a fellow dressed like a prince with silver-mounted saddle and fingers flashing with diamonds, and a few hours after, His Highness is dangling by the neck from a tree, thanks to the promptitude of Judge Lynch. Again, you meet with a man in a red shirt and pilot cloth pants, with 3 years' beard on his cheek and chin, and not a single red in his pocket. You treat him with contempt and find that you have been snubbing a real gentleman by birth, education, manners, and worth. She was fair enough looking, was the woman who was giving utterance to these snatches of sense, and she gave other evidences of having been well reared and carefully educated in her faraway home. But alas, she had parted with all that native goodness of heart that she once possessed, and was now sunk so low as to be the lemon of every adventurer. I was saying, what? Oh yes, my monster was in good humor indeed. He promised me some jewelry, especially a necklace, but neither he nor it will be here tonight, I hope. But my love of a graceful, handsome, gallant bandit will be here. Hark! Oh, quick! Lizzie, run! While the speaker, quite animated now, took one hurried look at the glass, and then sank down on the sofa, which was the article of the room's furniture, in a tempting attitude so deeply studied as to seem natural, the servant was away like a rather slow-flying arrow. When she returned, she followed Senor Valenzuela, whose face was wreathed with smiles. The old woman took a last survey of the apartment, exchanged a knowing glance with her mistress, and vanished. If the couple on whom she had just turned her back had not been full of themselves, they would have heard a suppressed sound and a faint scuffle in the passage, and afterwards a growl, which signified in Garcia's vocabulary, "Valga me Dias, the old hag all but made me a two-fingered jack, with the 1 or 2 fangs she has left. Quiet, you venerable." The ancient camarista had run into the very arms of the bandit in waiting, and he had almost instantly reduced her to unconsciousness with the pressure round her throat of his vice-like hands. In the meantime, the lovers had billed and cooed. "Oh, my dear love of a hero," sighed Laura, as romantically as a girl of 15. When are we to start for San Francisco in the States? I have plenty of money. You have as much, you assure me. Let us go there to enjoy ourselves. You can be a Spanish prince. You look it. Won't we lead a life of brilliancy? Theaters, moonlit drives, suppers, parties, all the balls, every mortal thing heart can desire. The siren looked very handsome. Her cheeks were suffused with something of the red blushes of her springtime. Her eyes danced and sparkled like brilliants, and her superb figure was set off with everything that could display it to the best advantage. She forced him away with the strength generally to be found in the perfectly formed, a strength which explained why the dwarf required his bravo to hold her while he should deal the blows. "Joaquin, when we are aboard the steamer, and the coast out of view—" The slight small Mexican girls were before sufficiently beautiful in the robber's eyes. He had no other kind to contrast with them, so that this lovely woman, with her dark brown hair and dark eyes approaching jet, but of milk and roses complexion, with a stature equal to his, splendidly rounded, subdued him so that he assented to everything. And all the while he, the lady-killer, the man experienced in woman's wiles, forsooth, did not dream that little was he to obtain from her, her sole intentions being to attract him to San Francisco, where she would coolly turn over the supposed Joaquin to the authorities. The reward would nicely pay her passage home, and fit her up in dresses and jewelry, was to make her the belle who always gets the best seat in the cabin, has the captain's telescope, books, and conversation, as well as the first help at the table and the wine of wines. And will not your little man, the tortilla, be in a dreadful state? Asked the robber. Oh, I suppose so. You ought to see him when he's mad, just like a devil. He stamped around this room like I don't know what. Oh, he's awful at times. He's quite agreeable by contrast just now, though. He promised me no end of things, which he will have up from the city. He is rich enough and generous enough, that's true. Rich? He ought to be. Why, I've lost several thousand at his very table, said Valenzuela. Indeed, oh, you gamblers, if you could only see my banker when he's in the humor, and describes and mimics the faces of the losers and winners. He is impassible as a statue, never winks as he draws the piles towards him or pushes them away. So I believe. Then we'll only be enjoying your own money again by taking his, said Laura, with a smile that had nothing to do with her words, but which was extremely bewitching nonetheless. That is very true, my girl, said Valenzuela. Has he most of his money here, or does he send it to the States? Continued the robber, who was not so enthralled as to forget the chance there appeared to be of enriching himself with the gambler's hoarded wealth. Oh, he has any quantity of gold, in dust, nuggets, and coin, besides heaps of watches and rings, which he loans money on to his customers when they get broke, as they frequently do, replied Laura. Is he not afraid of losing all this treasure? But this is dull talking, my girl, said the robber. True, true, said Laura, but I will soon surprise you. Surprise me in what manner? You shall see soon the present from my dwarf. The present? Yes, I'm promised a necklace of great value, but it hasn't come. Pardon, señorita, here it is, broke in a rude voice. The lovers started up, and Valenzuela placed himself before the woman, his knife in hand. But he lowered its point almost instantly. Jack, he exclaimed at the height of surprise. Yes, Joaquin, returned the bandit. What brings you here, of all in the world? I told you. Señorita, here's your necklace, continued Jack, stretching out his hands most significantly. She recoiled. He laughed and began whispering to his comrade. Not a moment to be lost, cried the latter. Thereupon, pack up your valuables quickly. The banker has paid this man to help kill you and me. Come. Like one in a dream, the beauty caught up here and there an article, stuffed all into the first little box at hand, and while she robed herself, Valenzuela exchanged a few last words with his companion in crime. Then the robber, carrying the jewel box, and the woman ran out of the room, he coolly, she mechanically. Garcia followed them into the entry, but only to lift unseen the body of the stifled woman and lug it back into the bedroom. He flung it on the bed, covered it, tossed a silk scarf of gay colors on the face, and gave the body a severe pinch on the side, which, forcing an instinctive shrinking away, proved that Lizzie was not lifeless. Next, the robber remembered his trade, and after repairing the disorder caused in the room by the flight, pocketed whatever there was portable and valuable, flung a satisfied look over the place, indulged in what seemed a sudden fit of madness in dancing about and kicking over a chair or two in the table, from which slid the candlestick to be extinguished on the floor. Then he pushed out the window and leant out. A black ball was beneath, having just escaped the fallen sash. Quick, said Jack, leaning out farther than ever till he caught hold of the dwarf's hands. The latter was mounted on a gardener's wheelbarrow, standing on which on tiptoe made him about a man's height. Most unceremoniously, in fact, with no more care than the Vigilance Committee's hangmen displayed when running their convicts up the pulley sheave and projecting beam of a grain loft, the Mexican pulled his employer clean through the window into the room. His haste was compelled by hearing a choking sob behind him from the bed, which betokened Lizzie's coming to. He dropped the dwarf on the floor and, crying, "Come, come," darted at the form just moving the coverlet. He arrived just in time to smother the woman's voice, for she had recovered consciousness and would have uttered a shrill scream only for Jack's iron grip. He merely let her have a breath, just as an angler gives a fish play, and hauled her upon the floor completely disguised by the whole of the sheets and counterpanes. "Quick, sir," said the wretch coolly. "She's lively, and I cannot hold her." The monstrosity gave full sweep to his rage. While the woman suffered for her mistress, groaning, attempting to shriek, and writhing horribly, the dwarf plied the dagger, yelling, "I'm a horrible, disgusting object. I'm worse than a snake. I'm a reptile. I'm a despicable, hateful, crawling newt. I'm a wretch. Go, shameful thing, to find your superior man of a lover. Is he dead, sir?" "If he ain't, he will be soon," returned Garcia, chuckling. "She's a goner anyhow," pursued he, unclasping his hands from the neck of the muffled woman, a corpse bleeding at 50 gashes now. "Light up till I see them both," said the dwarf, kneeling down by Lizzie, and while holding his blood-running blade in one closely clenched hand, he began unfolding the envelopes of the murdered one. At the same moment that three-fingered Jack tranquilly hunted up a candle and lit it, he heard the dwarf emit a dreadful howl. He had touched the face of the dead woman and had naturally been amazed to feel wrinkles and roughness in lieu of Laura's matchless, soft, and even flesh. His hair stood on end like a vulture's neck feathers, and he leaped up and snatched away the candle from the grinning desperado. "Hellfire! It's the old jade?" "So it is," said Three-Fingered Jack as tranquilly as possible. The dwarf turned on him and brandished his blood-streaked dagger. "Are you false? Where's the dead man?" "In your shoes, you fool," roared the Mexican, whose knife was already out. The candle was flung in his face as the dwarf followed it in a spring at the bandit's throat. In the dark, the struggle went on. Suddenly, as many as 20 shots rang out, and a shout went up in the same place outside the house. "Joaquin, the robber! Fire! Fire on him!" "The devil!" explained Garcia, half rising and kneeling on the conquered dwarf while he searched him. It was time to finish the little hunchback with a bone of steel in his throat. "I've the money anyhow." He kicked the dwarf upon the other body and listened. The sounds in the street continued but went away from the house. "All right, Valenzuela clear. I hope with the booty. Good night, loving couple," concluded he, laughing as he backed out of the room, casting a farewell look on the two bodies horribly seeming to embrace one another. When Valenzuela and his beautiful charge made for the front door, they did not progress as fast as they should. Their emotions, more than the difficulty of advancing in the dark, had delayed them. Before sallying out, the robber thought to quiet his companion with a warm salute and a cheering word or two. This occupation was so pleasant that his caution was so lulled, and he did not hear the following low-spoken sentences without. "S'pose it tain't," said one man of nearly a dozen who stood in the street beside the door of the house. "Oh, shut up, old careful. I tell you it was Three-Fingered Jack who went up in there, and that proves the old woman is not lying. Joaquin must be in. So use your shooters, I say. You can't hit an honest man in their society. I guess not. Shh! Ready, boys?" The instant Valenzuela opened the door and stepped out, 3 or 4 pair of hands lunged at him, and they got a good hold of him before he could shake off his surprise. He struggled then, but to shake off their grasp was a less easy feat. Furious at having fallen so blindly into a trap, he fought as only a madman might have been expected to, or a sane man whose head was doomed to the halter. He bit, struck, kicked, butted, and plunged about in the ring of the dozen men who had already secured his weapons. "Give in, you dod-rotted gopher, the woman sold you. She the bee—" "No, no," screamed Laura, who had seen all this occur in a twinkling while unseen herself, and nailed to the spot by surprise and terror. "And I'll prove I was true to you, Joaquin. When a man lies dying of wound or illness, the woman who little liked him before has been known to love him then. When he, unthought of before, has been about to perish, the woman has suddenly been exalted from a passing whim to a do-all, dare-all passion. So with Laura. Gay woman as she was, who had determined secretly to sell her plaything for blood money when it should become tiresome, yet here, with her own idea embodied under her eyes, she hated the too truthful assertion in one sense, though unfounded in another. Like a lioness, she burst into the center of the group and frantically smote and tore at the faces of the men. Their astonishment aided her purpose, and panting, bleeding a little, exhausted for the moment, Valenzuela stood comparatively free. He caught his breath instantly and wrenched himself from the hands yet on him. True, they were benumbed by the very tenacity of their hold. Then, as if winged, ignobly forgetting her who had dashed in to save him, he sped up the street towards the end from which no one was running up, as there was from the other. Out flashed all the firearms, and the whole group hurried after him, scarcely seeing, such was their desire to secure quote-unquote Joaquin, that Laura ran amongst them, striking aside this weapon and that, as she saw them leveled at the fugitive. She felt her strength failing her. She made a great effort, for all the men had stopped for the same fatal purpose, and darted in advance of them. She flung herself straight in front of all the barrels and opened her arms to embrace their missiles, like Winkelried sweeping in the tyrant's spears. A rattle of 12 to 20 shots was followed by a mocking cheer from the fugitive bandit vanishing unhurt, and by a many-voiced ejaculation from the marksman as the smoke curled upwards and showed them a white figure, spotted with red blots, growing larger momentarily, stretched on the ground at their feet. "What's the news, fellas?" said the newcomer from down the river, as he slung his leg over his horse's neck and dismounted to saunter into the first saloon next morning. "News? The hugest thing yet. What do you take?" asked the bartender, who was missing his own morning call. "The black bottle, you know. Quit your joking, Joe." "Why, you know Shorty, the twistified banker of Hannigan's?" "I should think it. The sideshow walk-in, ladies and gentlemen, and see the smallest living man in the world, as I allers said he was. Many's the slug his table's swallowed of mine. Somebody's leaded him for thumbing a jack?" "Oh, no, Steele. Why, Joaquin and Three-Fingered Jack had their gang in town last night about 11, broke into the dwarf's house, where he'd been keeping an all-fired beauty that would make Lola dim beside her, a rosebud in full bloom, and a little more, they say, knifed him and a cook and an old woman, had a fight with a crowd of volunteers and Constable Talbot, and got off on the Diamond Springs road safe, only that the beauty was shot in a dozen places. Go down to the courthouse, and some of the boys you know will let you see her. Worth it, I tell you, though I ain't been. And this is the story which we have truly told." End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California, or the Marauder of the Mines, a romance founded on truth, by Henry L. Williams. Lying in wait, stopping the stage, the chief game not bagged. Some time after the failure to assassinate Mr. Fairgrove on arrival at Diamond Spring near Hangtown, Joaquin was informed by one of his associates, who kept in the first named place a dance house, that on the following morning the stage between Hangtown and Sacramento would carry, besides the mail and several passengers, a rather large sum of gold dust destined for the East via San Francisco. During the opening months of his profession, Murrieta had tried his hand at stopping a stage running to or from Mokelumne, but the insignificant result obtained had disgusted him from that Dick Turpin line of his calling, and he had preferred to increase his gains in a different manner. Still, he did not deem it proper to reject the intelligence given to him, and he resolved at all hazards to make himself master of the Hangtown conveyance. $40,000, for so went the report, was not a sum to be sneezed at. He wanted no greater one to be enabled to gain Mexico, enroll the forces of which he stood in need, and enter upon the brilliant plan which he had formed of sacking the lower provinces. He took Valenzuela and Three-Fingered Jack into his confidence, and acquainted them with the intention he had of attacking the vehicle. They, eager moreover to wipe out their last defeat, had only been waiting for some new chance. That very evening they went out along the road to choose a site for the ambush. After having slowly proceeded through almost the whole night, the three Mexicans stopped at length in an isolated spot, covered with thick bushes and stunted trees, situated about halfway between Mississippi Bar and White Rock House. Joaquin posted his two men on the left of the road, behind a hedge of briars and wild vegetation but near the roadside, while he took up a similarly concealed stand on the right. 2 hours of anxious watch crept slowly on, and already in the east were the first streakings of dawn appearing, and yet there had been no signs of the expected prey. The chief had had it from a sure source that it was to have set out from Hangtown between 1 and 2 of the morning, and yet here it was half after 6. He doubted. His informant must have been mistaken. He crossed the road to his followers, almost decided to turn back to Diamond Springs and run the risk of meeting the stage in some other place. Valenzuela and Garcia, their horses' noses rubbing, and they themselves as comfortably settled in the saddle as possible, were smoking as they patiently let time pass. Seeing them so easy, Murrieta thought to wait for another hour. But at the end of 15 minutes, Three-Fingered Jack drew his revolver and began capping it. "Here it comes!" exclaimed he. "Yes," said Joaquin, "I hear the wheels. A few words before it comes up. I was so busy with other matters until now that I forgot to tell you what to do." "Why, Santa Maria," said Jack, "there ain't two ways of killing the goose. Pistol 'em all and search for—" "Silence!" broke in the highwayman. "Hark to me. At the first signal, dart out and take each a side of the stage, while I'll stop the horses. I don't want a single cap snapped till my order says so. Mind that, Jack. You understand, friends?" "Perfectly, señor," rejoined Valenzuela, politely bowing. "All right," growled Garcia. "Only I can't say I like the idea. Ready? No more. Remember!" And as the grating and grinding sound of the wheels grew louder, the captain crossed to his place of concealment. In 5 minutes afterwards the object of their ambush appeared round a turn in the highway. It was drawn by 4 horses who went at a gallop, seeming to be inspired by the fresh early air that they drank in with open nostrils. In another minute all were abreast of the hidden highwaymen. Suddenly a peculiar cry arose. Joaquin shot out from the side of the road, and with a leveled pistol, whose bright steel barrel glittered in the gray light, commanded the halt in a most menacing voice. At the same time Valenzuela and Three-Fingered Jack made their appearance and dashed up to the doorways. The latter held his pistol so unpleasantly near the occupants that they shrank over to the other side against their companions, who were recoiling likewise from Valenzuela, and were half dead with terror at the Mexican's horrible imprecations. The driver, on seeing Murrieta, had drawn back and pulled up his four in hand. He had seen at first blush that it was useless to attempt to dash past, and he could remark, or rather had remarked, that Joaquin did not handle his revolver like a man unused to weapons. As soon as the stoppage had been completed, the chief exchanged his position for Valenzuela's, and took upon himself the delicate occupation of forcing the victims to deliver. "Now, gentlemen," said he, looking in on the travelers, more dead than alive, "hand out that box and be quick, for I have no time to lose. Come, make haste." "Yes, caramba, make haste," echoed Garcia ferociously, "or I'll make pepper bottle tops out of your heads." But, Mr. Highway, Mr. Mexican, I mean, don't be so quick," stammered a fat Englishman, filling out a great deal of the back seat, and trying to ward off the revolver which Jack kept obstinately pointed at his ear. "By George, there hain't any box here, I assure you." "We'd chuck it out mighty quick if there was," said somebody else. Yes, chorused the other travelers. "There isn't any box whatever, large or small," repeated they, drawing in against one another till they were like red herrings in a case, from the ominous sextuple muzzles of the revolver. "Driver, where's the dust you're taking to Sacramento?" demanded Joaquin furiously. "There's not a grain of gold, sir, in the coach. Yesterday we carried a big iron-bound chest to Sacramento, but this trip nary box." "I'll see first, and if you're a lion, look out." "I'll be damned if you'll find any. Hunt as you like, sir," said the driver. Joaquin flung open the door, while Jack did the same on the other side, and cried, "Out of this, every one of you!" The order was quickly executed. Two of those on Garcia's side made a little delay, when he caught one by the collar and pulled him through in so unceremonious a fashion that the other leaped out as lightly as a dancer. The last was a young woman, of Mexican origin no doubt, who had not been noticed before by the chief. She threw back her shawl and held out to him a little crucifix of gold set with diamonds, which he, after having taken and examined it, returned with some compliment, quite in the ancient highwayman's vein. After having minutely examined the interior, without having been able to discover anything whatever, Joaquin climbed upon the roof and looked at the boot, but there was no treasure there, unless the ends of useless whiplashes and spare buckles and straps are accounted precious. So Murrieta, cursing his ill fortune, ordered the travelers to retake their places, after paying him for their trouble, and called off Valenzuela as a token of his permission being given to the driver to go ahead. He let out his whip, and off went the four horses at a gallant pace. Three-Fingered Jack, on hearing the order and seeing the stage started, wheeled and sent a couple of bullets over the top of the dust-enveloped vehicle at the head of the driver, who was not touched, luckily. With angry look and gesture the captain commanded the treacherous miscreant to put up his weapon, or else he would slay him on the spot. "He ought to have carried the box of gold to-day," growled Jack, as if he were stating a most conclusive reason for his action. Joaquin could not help laughing. The three hastened back to Diamond Springs, to the house of their friend, whose ears were gratified by an account of the exploit, and his eyes by the sight of the pretty well-filled pocketbooks and money belts which had been taken from the travelers. For a whole week the highwaymen dwelt in concealment in their friend's house, and when the noise caused by the stopping of the stage had diminished, they mounted their horses, which had been kept in a sure place, and directed their steps still again to Sonora Pass. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California, or the Marauder of the Mines, a romance founded on truth, by Henry L. Williams. The Five French, Arkansas Turns Up Again, Chinese, The Bear and the Bathers, Garcia and the Grizzly, The Hunt. A short time after their departure from Diamond Spring, the chief and his comrades established a temporary camp on the northern branch of the Stanislaus River. The place had appeared to them on the previous evening to be utterly apart from human habitation. But when they arose at the break of dawn, they were surprised to behold at a little distance an encampment of several men, who were guessed correctly to be French. The latter did not suspect in the least what undesirable neighbors they had, and were quite ignorant of the true trade of the newcomers. When the latter appeared before them and asked them what was their business in so out of the way a place, they answered without any hesitation that they were gold seekers. "So are we," remarked Joaquin. "We're gold seekers, and are very eager to make a raise of the dust, if it is possible hereabouts." "Ah, but it is ver' possible," replied the apparent principal of the party. "The place is excellent. Gold here abounds. But," added he in his best English, "you have not out ears what you name tools for to work." "Oh, you're a little out there. We are well supplied. But are you sure the diggings pay?" "Perfectly. Believez-vous that 4 or 5 men like us would muse ourselves in working for nothing? No, no. We have found what you call some good diggings, and we are well decided to dwell the longest time possible in this grande république." "You are likely to dwell in it longer than you fancy," said Joaquin, suddenly drawing his revolver. "But you won't live in it long enough to improve your excellent English," added he, while his companions displayed their weapons, "unless you turn over to us every particle you possess." "Holy Heaven! Name of a saint! Mon Dieu Lord!" ejaculated the Gauls. On seeing the menacing attitude of the Mexicans, they could not hope for joke to be before them. 4 of the 5 ran to their tents, and reappeared the next moment, revolver in hand; but before they had time to take aim, Jack, Three Fingers, and Valenzuela had fired 2 or 3 shots apiece and slain them. The last of the unfortunates entreated mercy, but hardly had he given up several pounds of gold dust, the fruits of long toil, than he was killed pitilessly like his fellows. As unconcernedly as possible, the murderers sat down to the breakfast of the Frenchmen, whose blood had scarcely ceased to flow. While they were thus busied, they were abruptly interrupted by a loud shout. They looked straight before them and beheld, on the other bank of the stream, 10 men, all on horseback, and armed with revolvers and rifles, the foremost of them being the everlasting Arkansas. "That Yankee again!" exclaimed Joaquin, on foot at the moment. "Quick, quick, to horse!" Jack growled like a dog from whom a bone was being taken, and was only quickened in his movements by 2 bullets buzzing near him, and a third denting a tin plate which he was just about reaching for. He flew into the saddle like the others, At that, cursing the Americans in general and Arkansas and his crowd in particular. "Caramba! To spoil a man's meal," grumbled he. "Here's the time to wait for them and pitch into them." "Of course it is," said Murrieta sarcastically, "when they are 3-to-1 and with rifles too. I tell you, you may look upon yourself as very well off that they haven't done for 1 or 2 of us as it is. Fools for having given us warning. There they are, crossing the stream. They'll be over soon. Push on," said Valenzuela. He plied the spurs simultaneously, and placed himself so as to cover his chief, while Garcia galloped on in the rear, enraged at having to turn his back on the hated foe. Hardly had they gained the summit of the nearest eminence than they came upon a couple of Chinese, who were carrying their mining implements on their shoulders, and were without other weapons than a couple of U.S. cavalry sabers, condemned and probably sold to them cheap at San Francisco, or bought on the way from a deserting soldier. Three-Fingered Jack flung himself off his horse, and on them, not only poignarding them, but cutting off their heads, which he slung by the hair towards the pursuers. 5 miles further on, other Chinese were met, and the same act was each time repeated, so that 7 heads and 7 trunks were passed by the Americans, almost witnesses of the crimes, without power to prevent them. During 4 days the bandits continued to fly, until, after the chasers were probably shaken off, they made for Sonora Pass. On the last of another 24 hours they reached the headquarters. They dismounted without announcing their return by the signal agreed upon, and while Jack led the horses to water to the neighboring pond, Joaquin and Valenzuela advanced towards the camp. When at the first tent, they halted and saw 3 of their comrades deep in the mysteries of the 52 leaves of the Satanic prayer book. They were so absorbed in their games that they did not in the least notice the coming of their officers. "This is nice," said Joaquin sternly. "Immense resistance you could offer the Yankees, I don't think." Immediately the players, dropping their hands, like sleepers suddenly awakened, sprang to their feet and drew their revolvers. And seeing whom they were that they had to do with, they tried to laugh it off, and wish their superiors a hearty welcome. "Carajo," said one, "the devil fly away with me if I didn't think the Yankees had the camp." "Which they might easily do," rejoined Joaquin, looking around on the whole camp, then quite deserted. "Yes, without the least difficulty, with all possible ease. Where are the men?" "Out a-hunting grizzly." "Are the ladies hunting too?" "Oh no, Captain. They strolled off towards the rivulet, and are under some tree, I suppose." "Very well. I will go myself and see what has become of them. Stay here, Valenzuela, and if the men come back before I do, put some of them on guard on every point where you may think a sentry is needed. Those cursed fellows are fully capable of not being thrown off our trail for all our trouble, and popping in upon us of a sudden." "That is to be feared, Señor," said Valenzuela, "and we must prevent their kind visit, for the sake of the señoritas at any rate. In case the rest of the boys are not back in a quarter of an hour, I will put these 3 here on the point furthest west of the mountains, and go myself to attend to the pass." Joaquin approved of this idea, and, trusting all to the lieutenant, sauntered off to find the girls. On coming to the pond, while keeping himself behind a clump of saplings, he perceived them merrily bathing under the shade of some trees, hanging on to the pendant branches, and gracefully swimming. As they were not unaware that the men might pass by at any time, they had taken the precaution, in remembrance of past shamefulness, to attire themselves in habits which prevented the eavesdropper from a treat as delightful as that of years ago, in which Clarina and himself were the respective entertainer and entertained. In the woods there was only a gentle murmur, broken now and anon by the whizzing of a flycatcher's wings or the whitterwheel of a quail. Joaquin was waiting, calculating the effect which he would produce by an unexpected presence among the bathers, enjoying their alarm and confusion in anticipation, when a piercing scream, preceding many others, came upon his ear. Hardly had he heard the first, seemingly uttered by Clarina, than he sprang out of his covert. But the danger was past already. He only rushed upon the spot to see Three-Fingered Jack plunging his knife into the belly of a good-sized grizzly. Jack, after tending to the horses, had left the harness on the ground and laid down in the bushes, not far from the sheet of water in which the robbers' naiads were disporting. Calmer than usual, and affected more deeply than he would have supposed possible by the peacefulness round about, he fell off into a half slumber, dreaming while he dozed. His thoughts turned back to many years before, when he had been young and unused to crime. His remembrances of a woman whom he had loved had a stamp put upon them by his hearing faintly a clear, sweet voice of a woman. It awoke him, and, still half roused only, he staggered out of the thicket, when a scream made him fully conscious and led him to save from the clutches of the bear the mistress of his chief. On beholding the animal, he had thrown himself between it and the flying woman, and flung his blanket over its head, following up the momentary check by savage stabs. He was dealing the last stroke when his captain appeared. Clarina was following her companions, who were fleeing in all haste from the scene of terror. But at the sight of her lover she stopped, turned, and ran to throw herself into his arms, explaining to him all that had happened. Joaquin, without even thinking of asking how the brave rescuer had chanced to be there so opportunely, shook his hand, still wet with blood as it was, and warmly expressed his gratitude. "Garcia," said he, "you have saved a life dear to me. I am made your debtor henceforth by that. I am your devoted friend, remember." For the first time during many long years a smile lit up the face, impassible and almost always ferocious, of Three-Fingered Jack, the merciless bandit who, under the flimsy cloak of revenging the death of his mistress, had committed no end of horrible crimes. "It's nothing to tumble over a bear," he said. "No use making a fuss about it. And anyhow, if I did save the señorita from harm, it was more than anything else from my thinking of another." "Another what?" "Woman. What will you say when I tell you that my presence here was from a dream of the past?" As soon as the speech was uttered, without adding another syllable, he turned his back unceremoniously on the bandit chief and his mistress, and dived into the shade. "Garcia in love, as he seems to mean!" exclaimed Joaquin in spite of himself. "Really, if he had not just now rendered me a service beyond value, I would be tempted to make him the laughing stock of the whole band." "Perhaps," said Clarina, "his speech contains some mystery of which we know nothing. He seems to be referring to the past, mentioning the memory of a woman." "At all events, there is something strange in it," concluded the captain. "But he is not soap or sugar to melt. Come, we must return to camp, unless you prefer to visit a certain tree." "Tree, Joaquin?" "Why, yes, dear Clarina. Oh, don't you fancy that I haven't yet seen the pretty little bower you have tastefully formed since I've been away." The canopy of creepers, the flowers on the sides, our initials woven with evergreen in a garland, I know all. I was not back 20 minutes before love guided me to the spot. So I lose the pleasure of surprising you, but you do not— Oh, Holy Mother, what's that? A dull crash, made by some heavy body in motion through the chaparral, sounded out near the couple. An instant after, another bear, but smaller than the former one, rattled with his claws on the carpet of rotten twigs and leaves, past Joaquin and his mistress. As the former tried to shake off Clarina, who clung to him tenaciously, half a dozen of the desperadoes burst through the brush at very nearly the same time, weapon in hand, hurrahed on by Manuel Guerra. "Halt!" cried he, on perceiving his superior. The robbers obeyed, and, no less astonished than joyous, pressed around to welcome him. "You've made short work of our bruin, Captain," remarked Guerra, indicating the carcass of the grizzly. "No, no," answered Joaquin, "that is not your fellow. It is some of Three-Fingered Jack's hunting." "Caramba!" swore the lieutenant. "So ours has escaped. I thought we had him sure when I saw this one." At the same moment 20 or 30 detonations echoed around in the underwood. Joaquin and those who had met him hurried to the camp, where all were united in 4 or 5 minutes, for the remainder of the hunters had slain the second grizzly in the very heart of the headquarters. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California, or the Marauder of the Mines, a romance founded on truth, by Henry L. Williams. Return of the Ravagers. An orgy. Cevallo nearly hanged. Towards the evening of this day, so gloriously marked by the killing of the 2 bears, Valenzuela and the 3 men who held the outposts came into camp. Behind them marched about 50 of their companions who had been separately marauding in different parts of the state. The commander of each detachment gave over to the chief an account and the product of each expedition. The amount of the whole plunder went as high as 1,000 ounces of gold. While the newcomers related to their friends what they had done, the first who had arrived made everything ready for a grand feast, which was to end in a general fandango. The great fire was kindled in the center of the encampment for the roasting of the grizzlies slain so opportunely. This was to be the chief dish. Plenty of provisions brought by the robbers was to supply the other demands. Ere long the cooks announced supper to be ready. A truce was declared to conversation, and all took their places. The feast was not let cool, for everybody had had their appetite whetted by the various emotions of the day. After that, cigarettes and favorite drinks of the Mexicans went the round, and attention was given to the stories of such of the crew as could rattle off a relation of adventures, highway or amorous. When almost all subjects had been exhausted which could interest the assemblage, Joaquin turned towards Antonio, who had been rather silent since the commencement, and he begged him to say something. "Heaven knows, my friends," said Antonio, flinging away the end of a cigar, "that it is utterly impossible for me to recount my experiences, for the last quarter of an hour even, seeing that my head is full as an egg of visions of grizzly bear. I was almost asleep, and actually dreamed of one of the monsters being about to let me have a left-hander with those sweet teeth he carries out of fun at the end of his feet. Thank you, Captain, for awaking me. However, if such a thing as a song, poorly sung, can replace the story I am called upon to give, I will be happy to be agreeable to you. Besides, it's driving the bear from my mind." "Yes, yes, a song!" exclaimed several voices. "Well, what do you speak for?" inquired Antonio. "The castle of Saint Anna, or the serenade of Mount Sierra, or—" "Give us Our Land of Lands is Mexico," said Valenzuela. "Willingly, but you must take care and join in the chorus lustily. It's a jolly good bit, which Padre Urata preferred to anything else, and he had a good ear for hymns. But it is not much unless the chorus is sung heartily. Enough, friend, fire away!" After the usual coughs to clear his throat, Antonio plunged feelingly into the following ballad to the air of "The Pretty Maid of Monterey." Our land of lands is Mexico. Gay and free hunters of men and of gold, our arms are right strong, our hearts true and bold. O'er prairies, through woods, up mountain, down vale, our horses, our ships, oh, swiftly we sail. Chorus. They shudder in placers, a cloud shades the land, the miners pale to see us, the Mexican band. Our bullets drive deep in Englishmen's hearts, the French of our knives feel the blade's sharp parts. The Yankee swings high by lasso from branch, the light in his eyes, the flames of his ranch, they shudder, etc. Pleasure or peril, to either we run, we fight or we sport, by star or by sun. When the Angelus's bells on the cool night sing, we gather the spoils and dance in the ring. They shudder in placers, for blood stains the sand, while rejoices with spoil the Mexican band. "Yes, yes," cried Antonio, "we are the Mexican band, and we will be still more worthy of the name when our captain is enabled to begin his plan. Long life to Mexico, the land of the cactus forever! It's the only place in all creation, my lads, except Spain and Italy, where one can pass at ease through a really pleasant existence." "Why, have you ever seen those countries?" inquired Valenzuela. "Both, certainly," was Antonio's reply. "I was born in Madrid, to begin with. And as for Italy, I may boast that I wasn't the worst brigand in the party that followed the goatskin jacket of the celebrated Carlatti." "Hallo, did you know Giovanni Carlatti?" exclaimed Guerra. "A little. Signor Giovanni Carlatti, the grandson of the one who was second of the world known Captain Alessandro Maceroni. But, comrades, I will relate my history some other day. I am out of breath for the present." "Here, Antonio," said Joaquin, pouring out from a bottle near him some splendid wine, which California, with its universal climate, promises to equal some day. "Take a sip of this to refresh your mellifluous throat. Fill up, every man of you, and let us drink to the memory of brave Mazzaroni, the valiant captain who said, 'Short and wise is our motto. Let money be the first of all things. Cowardice alone is a crime. For the rest, let every mother's son of you do what you please. Time's like a bird which is off on the wing, and cannot be retained or pulled back. It is easy for one to console himself, if haste is made to enjoy what he has." Loud acclamation greeted the chief's speech. The glasses chinked merrily, and the toast to one of the prides of the Italian highway was uproariously quaffed by these rangers of El Dorado. "Hush!" said Joaquin suddenly. "I thought I heard a signal." "Yes, yes," returned Valenzuela. "There are some of our comrades returned, and, if I am not mistaken, it was Cevalio's call, wasn't it, Margherita? Before 10 minutes passes over our heads, you will have your lover by your side." "I can't tell," answered the Mexican girl. "You appear to know the signal better than I." The chief pulled out of his breast a silver whistle which he put to his lips. A piercing sound vibrated around. Some few minutes afterwards the feasters saw Savalio appear, followed by 2 more men, who led their horses by the bridle. The 3 were so broken by fatigue that anybody would have taken them from their dragging gait to have been patients fresh discharged from a hospital. Joaquin went to meet them with Antonio and Valenzuela, while the whole band rose to bid them welcome and to make room for them by the fire. "What news, Savalio?" inquired the bandit leader, when the lieutenant and his men were seated. "Stay, captain, stay. And, comrades, pass us some wine quick, for we are half dead." 5 or 6 bottles were instantly handed to the newcomers, and truth obliges us to state that they took more than was good for them. "Now, captain," said Savalio, encircling with one arm the waist of his mistress, who had come to sit beside him, "now I am ready to answer you, but I must open fire by announcing that my tidings are bad. I think even that it would be as well to put them off till tomorrow, if you don't want to becloud the merrymaking." "No, no," replied the commander, "we must know this evening. Uncertainty is never agreeable. Tell us all that has happened to you. I see that you bring back only 2 out of the whole company of 9 that you started off with. Are the rest dead?" "Alas, yes, dead and buried, I hope." "How?" "2 fell in fair fight. The others—" "Go on. The other 5. "Were hanged, strung up like jerked beef, dangling on trees. Cursed trees! Another bottle, comrades. Let me drink down the remembrance of the scene. I think I feel the rope round my neck yet." "What? Around your neck?" queried Joaquin. "Around my neck, and the slip noose was drawn damnably tight, as they dragged me along to the tree, when I got my hands loose, I can't tell how, and streaked for the bush where these 2 friends were hid, and away we went with 100 bullets flying around us. Caramba! The Yankees are more savage than Apaches. They're hell when quiet, but when irritated, stand from under. More wine, boys! Holy Cross, these Yankees don't do things by half generally, and I'm glad I am the exception. They won't even be satisfied with what would be enough for others. When hanging is the work, they want to run a man up higher than any other people in the world would think of doing. I suppose I am left to avenge my poor strangled friends." "It is to be hoped," was the general opinion. "Where did the bad luck befall you?" asked Guerra. "At the branch of the Rio de las Plumas, Feather River, just 15 miles from Spanish Peak. There was a company of miners there, from 80 to 100, whom I'll go bail for being the roughest savages in the state. You ought to see how they were armed, real walking batteries. Carajo! Every one of them had 3 or 4 pistols or revolvers, a rifle, and a knife as big as a machete." "Well," interposed Antonio, "now that you have told us how the affair finished, we won't be sorry to learn how it commenced." "I'm willing. Here it is," said Savalio. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California, or the Marauder of the Mines, a romance founded on truth by Henry L. Williams. Chapter 20. Savalio's Adventures. The Attack. Arkansas's Defeat. Ranging the Battlefield. Rivalry. "A few days after we quitted Red Bluffs," said Savalio, who was at his 4th bottle, "we reached Shasta, where we had the luck of meeting a train of mules carrying gold. We stopped at a couple of miles from the town, took the treasure and the back trail to Red Bluffs, each of us carrying 12 pounds of the spoil. You may believe that we did not let the grass grow under our feet on the road to headquarters. The men whose goods we had taken were miners, and we expected on that account to be pursued very quickly. As we were finishing supper in Pedro's eating house and about to be off, Pedro warned us that we were watched, and that if we did not make haste to flee without being seen, we would run the risk of being hanged, if only by suspicion. There was nothing tempting in such a prospect, so we hurried to clear off, but separately and in different directions, our general rendezvous to be Oroville. A numerous set of Germans, French, and Yankees were at our heels, and we only gave them the slip at Downeyville. To make up for that, we gave chase to 4 Americans in the valley of Lake Way, and, catching them there, we left them life in exchange for their money. It was in returning from the lake that we were attacked by the Feather River miners. 2 of our men were slain outright, while the enemy had 5 knocked over. My 2 here and myself got off, as you know. We remained 3 days in the brush, eating and drinking nothing for the very reason that we were out of all necessaries, and then we risked going out to make for Sonora Pass. 10 miles or so out of Downeyville, we buried the gold, ran off a horse apiece, and here we are. There is nothing very gay in that report, observed Joaquin, but we must expect to turn up a low card once in a while. Pass around the bottle, comrades, and let's have a lively time of it while we may. Yes, Captain, you are right, said Savalio. I agree with you there. Lopez, my friend, let's have a bottle or 2, for by all the saints and saintesses in paradise, I'm weak as water yet. The gallop along the precipices does play a man out, I tell you. Along the precipices? Echoed Antonio. Did you lose the way? Not at all, but we took the worst way by the highlands to give the pursuers a bellyful of rack riding. So you were chased, eh? Come, Savalio, explain in the fiend's name. What, didn't I tell you all about it? The Yankees were behind us when we dashed through the pass by Lake Mono. They rushed us into the mountains, and when we threw them off the track, I don't believe they were more than 5 miles from us. The deuce! Exclaimed the chief, springing instantly to his feet. This is serious. If only that little bit divided you, they'll only need the glimmer of our big fire here to show them the rest of the road. Hush, interrupted Valenzuela suddenly. That sound can only be spurs jingling on the rocks. Still. All listened. I hear too, said Murrieta, drawing his revolver. Up, comrades, to arms. Antonio, take 30 or 40 men and place them on the rocks commanding the left side of the pass. I'll see to the right with the rest. Come on, men, but softly, for we must not leave one of the spoil sports to tell the tale. The bandits, faithful to the recommendation just given, followed their respective leaders and noiselessly ascended the piles of stone overlooking the entrance. Each did his best to hide his advance by the ruggedness of the ground. Meanwhile, the sound of steps approaching became more and more distinct. Every now and then there was to be heard a savage imprecation of some of the storming party who had stumbled or slipped on the moss. They came into view but slowly on account of the labor required by the advance. About 20 feet below the place where Joaquin awaited, the tall, stalwart form of Arkansas rose up, leading no less than 40 rough-looking men armed to the teeth. Deuce take me if I fancy this location, growled Arkansas. He had barely spoken than from every split in the rocky wall before them, a jet of fire issued, and the air was filled with smoke and shook with the crash of 60 or 70 shots. Half that number of the assailants dropped dead or fell back desperately injured. Up the rock, cried Arkansas, whose hat had been blown heaven knows where. Away you go, hands and teeth. It's the only chance, boys. Close in. The survivors did begin to climb the rampart sheltering the banditti, but the 1 or 2 who did contrive to mount pretty high had only the greater distance to fall. A second discharge, no less deadly than the former, made the wall tremble, and down dropped the attacking party, dying or dead. Some of the robbers ran instantly to camp and returned with torches. Then the scene appeared in all its horror. Nothing could be more frightful than the livid countenances illumined by the flickering and ruddy glare of the resinous brands. Joaquin himself could not remain long before such a sight. He hastened away to see no more of the awful eyes staring in death. His men, who were less impressionable, removed the valuables and weapons of the defeated, while taking heed to finish those who still breathed. The most indefatigable in this latter task was the vindictive Savalio, who seemed to have conceived the idea of out-Heroding Three-Fingered Jack. The latter, as if that idea had struck him, kept watching him all the time, his piercing sight, rendered more horrible than usual by an accompanying smile of hideousness, followed every movement of his companion. Jack seemed to be finding pleasure in seeing the latter cutting off the heads of the corpses or churning his dagger in the bodies. By the soul of Padre Horata, swore Garcia, this night you've robbed me of half my fun, Senor Savalio, but it doesn't matter so long as you do not become too formidable a rival. When that happens, look out for snakes, old fellow. As he swung in air his flambeau to make it burn better, the light flooded both their faces, while Jack darted Savalio a glance, half in sardonic sport, half in earnest, before he went off to examine more of the fallen with the eagerness of hunting up an acquaintance. All the other desperadoes had gone back to the encampment, so that Garcia was alone in his bloodthirstiness on the battlefield. Holding the torch in one hand and in the other his knife, he tranquilly pursued his scrutiny, lowering the light every few moments to take a closer look at a blood-bespattered visage, when a noise made him glance around and see Savalio once more. "Oh, you, is it?" growled Jack. "I thought it was a grizzly who had smelt out the banquet." "What keeps you here?" inquired the other with a grin. "Somebody not to be found, I'm afraid." "Whom?" "Why, the leader of these fools who ran their heads into the lion's jaws. If he's got off this time, I'll have to believe the devil is his friend." "The leader of these cursed Yankees is a prisoner in the camp along with one other." "Caramba, who went and spared him?" "Murrieta, and I came to tell you he wants to see you first thing." "Oh, come along. I'm impatient to see this rough customer who shan't slip me this time as before." When the two returned to the gathering, they found the whole band seated around the fires which had been raked together and made again, and rejoicing over the victory so easily purchased. Wine was circulating anew, and the drinkers were more untiring in disposing of libations than before. The two prisoners, bound tightly with the red silk sashes of their captors, were lying on the ground, talking together most bitingly of their conquerors, and paying no attention to frequent threats for them to dry up. They were trying to hasten their execution. "Friend Garcia," began Joaquin, as soon as the three-fingered butcher had thrown himself down at ease on the grass, "I want you and Savalio to draw lots to see who shall have the pleasure of killing one of these two." "Which? The chief?" asked Jack eagerly. "No, the other. I mean to keep the principal for a few days." "But he may escape," pleaded the Mexican. "I may as well drive the nail into his chest." All laughed while the speaker drew out his knife, only half cleaned, and fixed his fiery gaze on the enemy. "Ha ha!" cried Arkansas tauntingly. "Who's a scared? You dasn't give a man a fair sight. But you dirty yellow bellies, you greasers of Satan's kitchen, I'll take any 3, any 5 of you together. There. Pah, you cowardly mongrels." "No," thundered Joaquin, as Garcia offered to spring upon the defier. "I say no. I have my reasons for sparing him. You must wait." "Very well, I'll be satisfied with him. Let Savalio have his own way with the other. I don't feel that way inclined just now, anyhow." A low gasp was audible. Savalio had just drawn his knife across the throat of Arkansas's companion. "A simple matter," remarked the slaughterer, returning to sit beside Garcia and have a bottle with him. "Very simple indeed," added Valenzuela. "Nothing could be more simple, but it was done with a relish that friend Jack must appreciate." "Now, comrades," cried Antonio suddenly, "let's have one song more. Why, we're all as stupid as gophers in the Sierra's snow. Are you asleep, every one of you?" The lieutenant's desire was not answered. The copious draughts which the human casks had poured into themselves had taken the wits out of all heads, and 4/5 of the troop were sound asleep. The rest were not slow to follow the example, and the feast terminated in a chorus of snoring which the 7 sleepers of Ephesus might have envied. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California, or the Marauder of the Mines, a romance founded on truth, by Henry L. Williams. Chapter 21. Arkansas disappears. No questions asked. Murders. The chase. 10 o'clock in the morning had scarcely come when Joaquin aroused his men and ordered them to strike tents and break up camp. Although surprised at the sudden resolution, and very much preferring a day's rest to activity, all obeyed without hesitation, and, before the sun had marked noon, the whole band was leaving Mono Lake behind and proceeding towards Sonora Pass. Arkansas was not with the troop. An hour or so before the departure, Three-Fingered Jack, who could not let the first opportunity for revenge pass by, had slain, without a word to anybody, the man who had promised to defeat him in the previous contest. Joaquin gave no token of having noticed his lieutenant's cold-blooded act, for what could be done, short of death, to a man so dreadfully cruel? He preferred to say nothing, and feigned to have forgotten the prisoner. In any event, he was not very much distressed at what had happened, though he had reserved the captive for a peculiar titbit in the way of torture. He meant to make him, after the Indian style, a living target for his men. On coming to the South Fork of the Tuolumne River, Murrieta formed his troop into detachments of 12 or 15, which were to go to Arroyo Cantuva by different routes. He himself, leaving the females to the charge of Antonio and Guerra, selected 15 stout fellows and took the road for Coulterville by the southeast. On the way from Don Pedro Bar to Snelling's, he fell in with 3 Frenchmen, 2 Germans, and as many Americans, who were driving pack mules laden with provisions, blankets, and mining tools. He did not hesitate to stop them, and, while his gang was stood ready by his side to shoot at the first word, he strode up to one of the Frenchmen, who did not make use of his firearms, took him by the collar, and summoned him to point out where the money bag was put. The man stammered and spoke slowly in order to give his friends the time to offer resistance, which they did gallantly, but the banditti had been too quick for them and shot the 3 principals who resisted at first fire. Joaquin, annoyed at opposition being shown to him, flourished his dagger and immediately threatened to have every one of the survivors' throats cut if they did not turn over their gold to him. They resigned themselves to their fate, and, drawing from under the blankets a canvas bag, presented it to the captain, assuring him that it was the sum total of all their exertions. The contents amounted to $400. Murrieta continued his journey thereupon, despite the entreaties of Three-Fingered Jack, who wanted to finish the German and the French left, and ordered the latter to move on in their own way. They did not require a renewal of the command, for the very good reason that, if the highwayman had made a more careful examination of their luggage, he would have found 6 more bags just like the one he had taken, containing in all about $25,000 worth of gold dust. After this robbery, the committers of it crossed the Merced River at Snelling's, and turned to the east to gain Mariposa. A couple of miles from Mount Ophir, Joaquin was obliged to interfere to prevent Three-Fingered Jack from slaying a luckless Chinese, who was so sick and poverty-stricken that the bandit leader was thus affected. In a few hours more, they entered Mariposa 2 by 2, though, for otherwise, suspicions would have been excited. They stayed there for a week, having a good time and spending the booty lately acquired. Then they left the place, crossed the Mariposa River, and the Chowchilla. At 10 or 12 miles from Coarse Gold Gulch, 4 Russian miners were met and killed and robbed. Several Indians who had witnessed the affair, after the departure of those who had taken the lion's share, came in for the pickings and stripped the corpses of their garments. Being found some time afterwards in possession of the goods, they were pointed out to some Russians, friends of the murdered, and made to expiate the crime of Murrieta and his command. The latter had already gone over the San Joaquin, about 25 miles above Fort Miller, after having laid over for 2 or 3 days at an Indian village for a rest. Thence, once again on the march, the morning of the 3rd day had seen them at Arroyo Cantuva, where the majority of their fellows, previously arrived, were completing the putting up of tents. Joaquin, set at ease by Arkansas's death, had decided to dwell once more in the old retreat, more commodious and safer than any other. When all was settled in the encampment, the plunderers reposed for a whole fortnight, at the end of which they were started off in more or less numerous bodies, and with varied missions to perform. It was necessary to obtain money and horses somewhere, and also to keep the men employed, while at the same time information and profit were procured. Chiefs of such bands of marauders are often placed in the situation of the well-known lottery player who drew the elephant. If it cannot keep itself, goodbye to any piece to the owner. When all the divisions were off to accomplish their instructions, Joaquin was left with only 12 men, among whom figured Antonio, Savalio, and Guerra. Murrieta and this handful spent a month very agreeably in eating, drinking, sleeping, smoking, making love, and hunting in the mountains. The rainy season had by this time come on, which, everywhere unpleasant, was peculiarly so in the highlands. Here the captain of Ravagers decided to take the field in person and find a site favorable for the execution of the plans on which he had set his mind. 2 days afterwards he directed his steps toward the north of the state, accompanied by Savalio, who was to show him the gold buried by him and his companions on the bank of Feather River. After several short halts at Mariposa, Sonora, Murphy's, Muckalumney Hill, Jackson, Drytown, Ragtown, and Fiddletown, the leader and his lieutenants arrived at Hangtown. They opened performances by the unromantic act of having a good supper in one of the eating houses, after which Savalio went away on horseback while his master entered a dance house, where he was quickly surrounded by some pretty Chilean girls belonging to the establishment. Joaquin carried himself with so much gracefulness and attractiveness that he had many dances with the charmers. When he could believe that he had the right to repose a bit, he went and sat down between a couple of the frail beauties and chatted on all the topics on which such ignorant hirelings could converse. The sound of this trialogue and the laughter of the women very soon attracted the attention of all upon the 3, and the careless Joaquin recovered some gravity on perceiving that he was examined most searchingly by some Americans, who seemed to be keeping the door intentionally. In a few moments he recognized in one of them the driver of the stage which he had stopped near White Rock House. For the man's part, the astonishment depicted on every one of his features at such foolhardiness proved that he had known the highwayman again. Without discovering, as chess language does, the least fear or even mere uneasiness, which would have been ruinous, the robber king rose with the greatest serenity, wished the girls a good night, rolled his cloak around him, and went out. At the door, a hand lightly touched him. "Excuse me, sir, but I'd like to see you," said a voice. Murrieta had already sprung upon his horse, which had been left tied up before the door of the next house. "Well," replied he, mimicking the speaker, "you do see me, and you ought to be satisfied with having seen me for the last 10 minutes. And away his spurred horse took him round the first corner. After a swift ride, during which he had got over 15 miles, he reached Junction House, where he put up his steed and spent the whole night, supposing with reason that no chase would be begun of him before morning. At peep of day he galloped off to Taylor's ranch with the intention of tracing a semicircle, and arriving at Fiddletown in time to meet Savelio. He did not go at a very severe pace now, for he reckoned considerably on the confusion which would be among the Hangtowners. He was passing the ranch when he heard in his rear the hoofs of many horses, and caught sight before long of a good number of well-armed horsemen coming after him. The one first look was all that was required to inform him what was to be expected. He gave the reins to his horse, which flew away as with wings of the wind. The pursuers pressed on, with many an oath of the whites and many a whoop like a redskin, but in this race the Mexican, born in the saddle, as one may say, kept his head. Rejecting his first idea, Joaquin turned abruptly toward the southeast, and entered upon the mountainous country, very certain that there the followers could make nothing by superior speed, at least. The treacherous nature of the soil rendered his own progress more difficult than he had believed at first. More than once, in toiling up excessively steep ascents, his horse had gone down on its knees, fortunately lightly, and as many times in descending it had slid along on its drooped haunches, its hoofs slipping and ploughing up the red clay. At the base of one of the hillocks ran a rock-lined gully, in the depths of which rolled a little torrent, on the way to add heaven knows what incalculable treasures in its foam to the American River. It was a very dangerous place for the best cavalier on the freshest steed to attempt to traverse, and Murrieta hesitated to take the leap, but seeing the foremost of his hunters rising up on top of the butte, only 100 yards from him at most, he put his horse to it. The next instant he was across. A narrow escape, nevertheless, for his horse, which had missed footing on touching the opposite side, staggered on the very brink, damp and slippery, and only recovered itself by an effort which its own dread supplied. The leader of the chasers tried to follow, but his animal refused the leap, and he had to give it up, as spurs and even a stab with a knife could not overcome its obstinacy. His men pulled up at the edge and fired 2 or 3 shots apiece at the unharmed and disappearing marauder of the mines. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Derek Trial. Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California, or The Marauder of the Mines, a romance founded on truth, by Henry L. Williams. Chapter 22. 3 of the Savages Rubbed Out. Jack's Adventure. Hospitality Repaid. Treachery Rewarded and Foiled. Over mountain and valley land, Joaquin continued to fly until he could feel confident that he was fully out of danger. He went through Carson's Pass, and on the 4th day came to a miner's camp on Walker River, where he passed the night. But fearing to be recognized, he started at daybreak, and by the same time of the following day came upon a second camp, which he fancied belonged to Indians. On drawing nearer, he found himself, to his great surprise, in the presence of Valenzuela and Three-Fingered Jack, who, no more than he, expected such a meeting. While breakfasting, the chief learnt from them the result of their peregrinations and how they had chanced to be at the same spot as himself. On quitting the arroyo, Valenzuela had led his company to Weaverville, conforming in that to the orders of Joaquin. Before arriving there, he had seized some horses, and had chosen 15 of his men to conduct them to the rallying place. He was then with Garcia and 4 others. Pursued by several rancheros, the servants of the horse owners, the 6 thieves had been compelled to seek safety by crossing, by swimming, a very rapid stream. Hit and disabled by bullets, 3 of Valenzuela's men had been drowned. Castillo, one of the three left, had managed to reach the opposite shore, but a Missourian had saved him the trouble of proceeding any considerable distance on it by sending a rifle ball at him. In brief, Valenzuela and Jack were the only ones who had managed to escape. When at Weaverville, Jack had wished to go into a dance house, notwithstanding the objections of the prudent Valenzuela. 4 men, standing up to the bar, were drinking while conversing on the late horse thefts. One of them had expressed his opinion that Joaquin was no stranger to the affair. "To see him and his rascals at the end of a rope," said he, "I'd change my head for a balloon." Garcia placed himself in front of the speaker and said rudely, "For a pistol ball, loon," sneered he. "Do you mean?" "Who in thunder are you?" "If you know how to count, that ought to satisfy you," returned the Mexican, holding up his mutilated hand. "3-fingered, Jack, yes sirree." And without waiting for more, the speaker drew his knife and plunged it into the man's breast. 3 or 4 hands seized him, and he and Valenzuela had to fight their way out. The horses had not been touched, fortunately, and mounting them, they contrived to drop their enemies before they came to Beckworth's Pass, and the place where they had just met their superior. The next day, the 3 Mexicans pursued the road to Arroyo Cantuva. They crossed the Sonora Range and the Tuolumne at the South Fork. Dismounting at Rattlesnake Bar, they entered a house and called for supper. It was occupied by an old man, his son, and his daughter. The 3 Mexicans, armed to the teeth, surprised them somewhat, but they said nothing, and the meal demanded was served up promptly by the girl. Murrieta, who was something of the gentleman, for all of his cutthroat and robber's exterior, chatted in the most affable manner with the latter, while she gracefully waited upon him and his comrades. The old man remarked with suspicion their veracity, but kept his impressions to himself. When the repast was over, Valenzuela rose, advanced towards the youth, who had remained in his seat by the fireplace, and taking aim at him with his revolver, asked him with extreme politeness what he had to say against their sacking the house. "If you've got any objections to make, speak quick," added he, cocking his weapon playfully. "Senor, stay. I didn't know you were robbers," began the old man. He commenced to make such an outcry that 3-fingered Jack had to gag him. Of course the youth had given his consent to the inevitable pillage, and the whole dwelling was rummaged. Only a few $100s were found. When about to ride into Weaversville, Joaquin reflected that the imprudence of Garcia might bring difficulties upon him as well as upon Valenzuela, and he resolved to enter the town alone. Consequently, he ordered the couple to hurry on in company to their rendezvous, while he himself would remain a couple of days in the residence of one of the members of the band, Juan Berryessa. This person had many times furnished excellent news to members of the active force, and at several other periods had lent them money and horses. These services had been generously rewarded by the leader, who considered him as a sincere and faithful friend. He was, truth to say, nothing of the kind. Without letting it appear, Berryessa had sworn and felt deadly hatred for Joaquin, and had been constantly seeking a good chance to give him up to justice. At this very moment, believing that the game was in his hands, he was trying to find more actively than ever a means of consummating his treachery. 3 or 4 days had elapsed since the departure of Valenzuela and his mate. One evening, when Joaquin was visiting the fandangos in hope of meeting some friend of his, he perceived by accident that his case was empty of its revolver. He fancied that the weapon had fallen out, and that he had mechanically buttoned the strap over, while habit, and the certainty of the cover being in its place, had prevented him doubting the lightness. Immediately he retraced his steps to seek it. First he looked in the stable beside the house, to see that his horse was not grudged feed, and then entered by the back door, a little room adjoining the kitchen, which had been given to him. While he was advancing in the dark, and groping for his candle and some matches, he heard voices in conversation in the next chamber. One of these was an American, and the other, quite as certainly, his host. In any other circumstances, Joaquin would have taken no heed of this fact, but his name, distinctly pronounced by both of the dialogists, and in a tone arguing nothing friendly, set him on the alert. Though the idea of his friend conspiring against him had something too absurd in it to attract him, he was naturally anxious to discover the why and wherefore of the utterance of his name, and that motive appeared sufficient to induce him to play the eavesdropper. He crossed the kitchen on tiptoe, and glued his ear to the board partition separating the apartments. "Yes," Berryessa was saying, "so will my vengeance be satisfied, for he has mortally offended me at various times, either here or in Mexico. Besides, I want money. My losses at Mate have forced me to sell my rancho at half its value, and, by the by, what's the figure out for the bandit?" "Well, I can't tell exactly. I reckon it's going on 5,000, and maybe near $10,000. Give me 1,000 down on the nail tomorrow morning, and you shall have him. But are you right down earnest certain that it is him? If you can swear to it, I can get the sum together just as soon as you say. It's a first-rate spec, but are you sure?" "Why shouldn't I be? I've known him a little too long to be mistaken there." "Where is he now? You say a few miles from here? Where's that?" Joaquin could divine that, during the slight pause that intervened, Berryessa was winking knowingly. "Caramba! Am I a greenhorn? I could take you for an accomplice, one of the band, and have you lynched." "Bah! You haven't any proof that I am even speaking to you now." "Very well. I don't care to fall out with you, but if you're willing to give him over to us tonight—" "Hold on a bit. What do you mean by us?" "Jerusalem! Do you suppose that I was going to take him single-handed? Ha ha! No siree. Number one can't do everything. There will be 3 of us, and I'll get one of my mates who will fetch along the money you want." "All right, then, that settles it. You pay me that sum, whether he's alive or dead?" "To be sure, if you are serious." "I am more serious than ever before in my life, and I tell you that, if it hadn't been for my bad luck at cards, I would have asked 3 times as much. It's no child's play, I warn you." "You can't scare me. When and where are we to tackle him?" "In this very house, and in a couple of hours, provided you have the cash ready." "Never you fear. I will be back before 10 minutes, and look upon Mr. Joaquin as walking out his career tomorrow. Wait for me." On these words, the American stalked out, closing the door behind him. In another second, Murrieta sprang into the room like a wild beast, and, his dagger out, he caught Berryessa by the throat, petrifying him by the sudden appearance. "Silence," hissed he when the other tried to speak. "You have spoken your last. So," added he, after a few moments spent in tightening his hold on the wretch's throat, "so you are betraying me for money, and to be revenged. Revenged? For what? Haven't I always been your best friend? You sell me for a few ounces of gold, trying to make the buyer believe that you are acting through revenge. Who shall I trust henceforth? Those like you, wretch, have hitherto shown themselves true and devoted, may turn on me any time, and give me up to those who want to deck trees with me and my comrades. And you, Berryessa, act this way, when supposed I, you most of all, incapable of such falseness, die. He was driving his knife a second time into the traitor's breast, when, the door flying open, in walked the partner of the dying man. He understood all, and dropping the bag of gold, he grasped his revolver in its stead. "Who are you?" challenged he. "I am the man you bought at that price," replied the robber, pointing to the fallen sec. "Joaquin, surrender or you're a dead man. Very likely, only life for life. As soon as you fire, I am on you with my knife." "I prefer to take you alive, or a lot I'd let you do with your steel. You had better be quick about it, but you can't escape anyway. 2 of my mates will be here in 2 or 3 minutes. I wasn't going to pay this man you've murdered so much money without witnesses. Murdered? Punished? It doesn't matter. Down with the dagger, or I fire." "Fate's against me," said Joaquin. "I see all's up. There, take my only weapon. All I ask is for you to give me up to the authorities, and not to the mob." "I am quite willing," said the other. Taking advantage of the moment when the man, who was too full of fair play himself to suspect treachery, lowered his firearm and extended his other hand to receive the weapon, the faithless bandit leaped upon him like a panther, threw him to the floor, pinned him down with a dagger stroke, then, catching up the revolver and uncocking it as he ran, he glided through his room and out round to the stable. Merely bidding his horse, he mounted bareback and galloped away at the very moment that the friends of the slain American entered the house and room in which lay the 2 dead bargainers. Joaquin was scarcely a mile beyond Mariposa, when all the people were in motion, and many horsemen put off in pursuit. But they exerted themselves all in vain, for they could not overtake the chief, especially when he had taken to the mountains. 2 weeks after this narrow escape from the Judas, Murrieta arrived at the main rendezvous, where he found collected almost all who were ranked under his flag, with more than 400 horses, which they had run off from different parts of the state. The captain explained the cause of his prolonged absence, and hurried into his tent to tell Clarina the same, and learn from her whatever information of past events in the camp that she might have to impart to him. Among other pieces of news, he was told that one of his connections at San Luis Obispo, called Texas Jack, who is not to be confounded with a rascal of the same name, who has had an account of his deserved execution mentioned already by us, had presented himself to the band with 2 companions. These latter were complete strangers, but Jack had gone surety that they were meritorious recruits. They had been out horse-stealing when they had come upon the headquarters by chance. A great number of the troop had been on the point of kicking them out as intruders, and even killing them as spies, but some who had been acquainted with Jack in Lower California placed faith in his assertion, and so warmly pleaded his cause that life had been granted them until the commander of the desperadoes should have returned. On learning this, Murrieta charged Antonio instantly to bring the prisoners before him. They had been placed under a strong guard in a tent at the southeastern end of the arroyo, where they could be in safety, but not mingling with the banditti to learn valuable secrets. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California. or The Marauder of the Mines, a romance founded on truth by Henry L. Williams. Chapter 23. Texas Jack. Garcia judges and executes for his own hand. Pillage of the Three Counties. A piece of bravado. A few words on Texas Jack, an errant knave. In 1836, he was 12 years old. His father, American, went off in the army against Mexico at the time of the Battle of San Jacinto. Jack wanted to be of the expedition, but was refused as being too young. Desirous to prove, like another and inferior Cid, that he could fight as well as anybody thrice his age, he picked a quarrel with an Indian, a friend of his father, killed him, cut off his head, and tossed it by the scalp lock at his father's feet, when the latter had done chasing deserter Riley's gang and bestowing leaden favors on guerrillas. Texas Jack was in San Francisco in '51, in company with a Louisianan called Indian Fred, Bill Flanders, an ex-plug ugly of Baltimore, and a Mexican known as Monty, abbreviation of Montezuma. These four had with them a number of horses and mules, of which they had relieved the rancheros in the valleys of San Joaquin and San Jose. They corralled these in a yard in Mission Street near Primera Street, and went to a tavern near the old police station. In this house lodged several policemen, one of whom was sick abed. From his room he heard and recognized the voice of Indian Fred. He called him and advised him to leave the city forthwith, as he knew of there being 3 warrants out for him on heavy charges of theft, and that, over and above that, he was looked upon as the principal in a certain murder recently committed in a neighboring county. Fred informed Texas of what had happened to him and set out for Stockton with his 2 companions. Scarcely were they gone than Jack had disposed of the best of the stolen cattle to the hotel keeper, and the same day he drove them all to the public square and sold them at auction, a deed so bold that it was successful. Then he went off some 15 miles on the Santa Clara Road, entered a ranch where the hotel keeper had had his new purchase taken, stole him anew, and rode off with him to the mission of San Luis Obispo. There it was that he made the acquaintance of Murrieta and several of his gang in a house of ill fame, kept by one Victor Linares, situated between the mission and the place where the coast seamen disembark. Texas was lucky enough on a certain occasion to render a service to Joaquin by furnishing him with intelligence of some of his pursuers, and the bandit, not to be behindhand in generosity, made him a gift of a magnificent horse, a counterpart, except in sex, for mares are not used for riding by Mexicans, of Dick Turpin's famous Black Bess. In the course of his adventures, Jack had fallen into the habit of sleeping, when he camped alone, with his head between the forelegs of his intelligent steed. One night, while he was resting near San Antonio Creek, he was suddenly awakened by his horse, which was pulling his hair by biting it. He had hardly opened his eyes than he caught sight of 3 or 4 persons, half-breeds or Mexicans, who were stealthily approaching him with the evident design of killing or robbing him. Indeed, he had barely got into the saddle before bullets began to shower upon him, but he escaped, while the horse neighed cunningly as if he rather enjoyed the outwitting of those who had forgotten that thief should not rifle thief, or dog eat dog. When he and his companions were led before Joaquin, the latter agreed that his men had been right in sparing them, and he gave them their permission to go their way immediately. Several members of the band offered objections, and so hotly that Murrieta, for fear that the 3 would be murdered, deemed it proper to have them escorted by Valenzuela, Three-Fingered Jack, and a couple more, at least half the way to the San Joaquin River. This party had left the camp behind by some 16 miles, when Garcia rushed his horse up to one of the 3 and deliberately blew his brains out with a point-blank discharge. On seeing this, Texas Jack and his remaining comrade clapped spurs to their horses and dashed off as fast as possible to escape the second onslaught of Garcia. The latter's 2 next shots disabled and unhorsed Jack's companion, who, however, had a grapple and a fight of much fierceness with his assassin, by which delay Texas got off. Seeing that it was impossible to gain ground upon him, as he was 50 yards away and going 3 feet to his 2, the Mexican delivered the 3 last barrels' contents on the fugitive, and pulling up, cried, "Good luck, old boy! Close shave!" With these words he returned to his friends, who, from the very first shot, had dwelt stupefied, and in doubt whether to act for or against the prisoners. "It's a pretty piece of work you've done," said Valenzuela, "but I suppose you had the captain's orders." "Orders?" returned Garcia, charging his 6-shooter. "I don't think so. No other orders than you got yourself." "What? Did you kill those men on your own responsibility?" "Why, yes, caramba! And I have settled the 3rd, only he escaped me, curse him." "What did you do it for?" inquired Valenzuela. "It was useless." "Useless? What do you say? Useless to kill Americans? I'd advise you to go back to Mexico and turn monk. Don't faint at blood spilling. I suppose those men had been let off. Well, they would have betrayed us. The captain did not think so. And as it is, you have let one escape and perhaps made an enemy of him. For though I have every reason to believe that he has always been our friend, he will believe that Joaquin commanded the treachery. Let him and the captain and you believe whatever you please, growled Jack. I care as little for one as for the other. On the return to camp, good care was taken not to relate what had happened on the road, for the companions of Garcia feared their chief's wrath, and they felt that they would be considered as accomplices for not having prevented the bloody assassination. A week afterwards, as the month of March 1853 opened, a series of brigandish exploits commenced, which thrilled the whole country with terror and indignation. The outlaws had chosen as the seat of their operations the 3 richest counties of the Golden Land, to wit, El Dorado, Calaveras, and Tuolumne, and never since the days of the free lances of Alva and Wallenstein had an Eden been so completely and swiftly assailed. Detached companies of 4 or 5, at most a dozen, had been scattered all over the district, and such was the number, the variety, and extent of their depredations, that the voice of Runner could not enlarge upon them, and we cannot find space to record them. Ask your friends who were in California then, and they will each have their brace to a dozen of stories to tell, we warrant. Theft, murder as atrocious as could be, fires and plundering formed the subject of universal conversation and of much fear. Some of these misdeeds were committed in broadest day, others were shrouded in blackest night, but everybody saw in them the mind or arm of Joaquin. Though the numerous lines and circles of this vast and complex outbreak were greatly divergent, yet, like a cobweb, they all were connected with a common center, their originator being there watching the result of his weaving. There was scarcely a place of any importance in the state which was not unavoidably disgraced by 1 or 2 of his secret agents. There rarely, or never, were lacking places of shelter to hide wounded and the stolen horses, and there might be named here certain farms, kept by men then quite the thing for honesty and responsibility in the eyes, too often misty and webbed, of the world, whereon Joaquin and his associates found help in times of need. While marauding all along the road, Murrieta and 8 of his braves had come upon one of the banks of the Tuolumne in the middle of one of the March nights. The ferry boat was so dexterously fastened to its little wharf that it was impossible for them to make use of it themselves, as they were in the habit of doing. They proceeded consequently to the ferryman's house, finding him so deeply slumbering that the only way to arouse him was to break in the door. He came out frightened to see what was the matter. "We want to cross," replied Joaquin, "but before making the passage, we would like you to lend us all the money you have about you. This may prove to you that no beating about the bush is allowed," added he, displaying his 6-shooter under the poor fellow's nose. "Put it up," said he. "I will give you all there is." He lit a candle and produced a purse containing only $100. "Come now," growled Three-Fingered Jack, who was of the party and who never wanted to miss burning powder. "This won't do. You've got more than this. Out with it." He would have fired, indeed, but Joaquin ordered him to keep quiet. "It is all I have, senor," replied the trembling ferryman. "I don't trouble myself about so little," said the chief, with that generosity which is sometimes seen in those who are flush. "Keep it. Take us over to the other side, and you shall be paid besides." Without any other adventure, and that was scarcely remarkable, the little party arrived in the vicinity of Stockton after a 2 days' journey, encamping 3 miles or so out of town under a luxuriant clump of trees. End of chapter 23.
Section 24 of Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones. Joaquin, the Claude Duval of California, or The Marauder of the Mines, a romance founded on truth by Henry L. Williams. Chapter 24, Part 1. "Come, Rafael Quintana, let's have a story, or a song," said Joaquin's men, as they smoked around the fire, carefully sheltered on the side toward the sleeping town of Stockton. "Very well, if it's my turn," replied the bandit, kissing the mouth of his brandy flask for a moment. "Wait a bit until I think of something. Well, here goes. I heard it from a Frenchman at Guaymas, who had been left there sick in Rosette Boulbon's filibustering, and who was a relation of the great French lawyer Barrière. So you may rely on the story as being true. Some dozen leagues from Chartres, near the Vendômoise country, was a great wood called the Forest of Orgares. In its center were large quarries from which had been taken the immense quantities of stone required to build the magnificent cathedral of Chartres. One day, when all the authorities of France had their hands full from the distressed condition of the Republic, for France was in the Great Revolution, then 4 or 5 young fellows, having crept into a cavern almost without end to shelter themselves from a storm, began to wonder at the extent of the excavations and the loneliness of the surroundings. "Body of me!" cried one, generally nicknamed Henry the Handsome. "What a place for a colony of fellows of our kidney!" Half a year afterward, the quarries were the haunt of the vilest and most fearful gallows birds under that young man's lead. Women were admitted into the band. The wretches' most common plan was to pretend to be beggars and stop at nightfall at farmhouses to ask for bread or shelter. The moment they could, they would overpower the people in the dwelling. If the prisoners refused to tell where was hidden their money, for the farmers had no banks in which to place the proceeds of their produce in those unsettled days, they were bound, and their feet and legs were toasted at great fires until the skin was scorched off amid unutterable agony, or they acknowledged everything. Things rose to such a pitch that, as the wits of the country could not vie with those of the cutthroats, the head department was petitioned to send down some criminal lawyer who would undertake the ferreting out. Monsieur Thomas Merivale was selected. A sharp December wind was freezing the moisture on the trees and ground, and making very grateful a large fire that leaped up in the ample chimney place of the Brothers All, Inn of St. Maurice. The half-dozen of the household of the tavern, landlords, cooks, and servants, with a young and good-looking traveler, were listening to the story told by Monsieur Merivale as he dried his mud and ice-spotted trouser legs at the fire. He was addressing a soldier in a captain's uniform who stood near him. "You're perfectly right, my dear captain. I was very imprudent," said the lawyer. "I ought to have asked an escort of you as I passed through Chourtain. It was folly that spurred me on. I wanted to get here by dark, but night overtook me when I was all of a league from here. I was a little uneasy, but I spurred my post-horse, and suddenly, without my having had the least warning, a whole troop of men jumped out of the roadside, right and left." "The scorchers!" interrupted the landlord's rough voice, and his servant's shriller ones. "I believe so, my friends," replied the advocate blandly. One of them shouted, "All right, that's him." I was pulled off my horse quicker than my smartest clerk can attest to will. I set up a cry while they handled me rudely, and just then a gallop of horses behind me alarmed them, and after knocking me down with a backhander in the mouth, luckily with a naked fist, and not with one of their ugly cudgels, they darted off with my valise. I think one of them said, as they ran, "I'll see you again," but I ain't sure. Anyhow, I owe all my salvation under heaven to brave Captain Vasseur here present, concluded the lawyer, shaking the officer's hand again with his old wrinkled one. "Did one of the scorchers promise to pay you a visit?" inquired the soft voice of the traveler, who had the look of being a peddler in a fair business. "If he did, sir, be careful. They always keep their word, don't they?" "Always," chorused the assemblage. "Francis is right. And could not the captain catch him?" asked Francis, mildly admiring the officer. "Sir," replied the latter, taking the look as if he had received many such, as indeed his noble bearing deserved. "I did not see the highwaymen at all." Well for them. The darkness was enough to forbid pursuit, and the thicket was impenetrable. However, I mean to be to horse at dawn, when I will scour the country. Let me only catch one of the wretches to begin with, and I'll answer for the others. It's my opinion, too, that we have more beggars prowling about than even the hard times make necessary. We may have the brigands under our very hands, often without knowing it," said he. "So you may, without knowing it," repeated Mr. Francis, while the landlord and his retinue nodded, and left the room to dish up supper. The officer went out of the tavern after the meal to see the chief magistrate of the village. Meanwhile, Mr. Francis, the peddler, had made himself quite intimate with the old advocate, and had heard nearly a score of anecdotes concerning the members of the bar, all of which elevated the narrator into a station which should have been that of the government prosecutor. Merivale even invited his new acquaintance into his bedroom, where they chatted by the fire. All at once the man of the black robe uttered an exclamation, rose, and with a frightened stare looked at the single window of the room. "A man's face there!" gasped the terrified barrister. Francis leaped up into the place, threw open the paned sash, and looked on coolly. "To the right, the signal," whispered he to a man indeed clinging to the rough outside. "There's not a soul in sight anywhere below, much less there," he added aloud, returning. "You can see for yourself." But the lawyer did not accept the invitation, though he did the assertion. "I'm a little affected, I suppose, by the blow that stunned me. I attach too much importance to that villain's threat. Mere words, mere words." "Perhaps," remarked the merchant peddler, "but at all events a good sound sleep will cure you." "Good night. Will you permit me to say it?" "Good night. Stay. Do you think that this room is safe?" stammered the really affrighted man, who had commenced to believe that there was a danger in being the open enemy of the formidable scorcher. "I have papers of value about me which the robbers did not have time to take, or I wouldn't ask." "Well, certainly," exclaimed Francis, quite joyful at these words for some reason or another. "Nothing but a babe in arms could be forced through that window, and a ladder would be required even then. It's all of 30 feet to the stable yard below. The doors are country-made, none of your city cardboards, solid oak and plenty of iron. That General Bonaparte, who, they say, is dealing the Australians such hard knocks, couldn't break through that, I warrant. This window in the wall opens on my room, and unless I give up my honest, if not too profitable profession of selling lace and trinkets, scarfs, and ribbons," concluded Francis, laughing, "for the black calling of a pillager, you need not fear. Good night." All had gone to sleep in the tavern, all except Francis. When he was convinced of this, he went to his stable, for he had laid down and made his bed creak an hour ago, as the servant's maids vanished through the entry to retire upstairs, and cut his candle cleverly into 8 pieces, each small, to be sure, but still able to burn for a brief space. Cleverly did he cut hollows around the wicks, and ignited them all, set side by side on the window-sill. In a few seconds, while they burned and while he peered over them out into the gloom, he saw a star spring from the ground, turn a somerset over a tree, and fall. This was done twice more. Then, leisurely, he extinguished his little tapers one by one, each end at a time, till solitary gleam, the central piece, burned on. 15 or 20 minutes passed. Francis had replaced the light on the table, pushed off the bits of melted tallow, and opened the little window. He expressed no surprise when a kind of ball appeared on the stable roofs, rolled down on a dung heap to the walls of the house, while the huge watchdog looked on silent, as if enchanted, and began to ascend like a fly until the man's face was beside Francis's. "You acrobat the thumbless?" queried he cautiously. "Of course. Who else can climb so fashion?" replied the man with a sort of pride. "Pardon me, Captain, for mistaking the other room and coming before the signal. You are fined 40 francs a week for 2 months," said Francis sternly. "Silence! No excuses." "The 7 I had with me are dismissed." "That's right. I don't want you either. Tell the band to lie perdu and all the outliers to close in. That captain will be up and going in the morning, so go." "Thanks, Captain Henri," said the man, glad, chill as he was by the icy blast, to accompany his descent skillfully and disappear. The watchdog let him pass, unchallenged as before. When, long after the trials of the scorchers took place, one Jean-Pierre Folleret, alias Acrobat the Thumbless, alias the Juggler, was proven to have a secret of preparing a weed called by the peasantry Our Lady's hair into a powder which, when sprinkled over a man, charmed wild and tame beasts. Midnight has come. Profound calm weighed over the house. Outside, the north wind rattled boughs of trees and jingled the icicles on the swinging signboard. The last sound of active life in the next room to the so-called peddlers had been when Boots had entered to see if the distinguished lawyer had all he required. Francis, listening, had heard a chink of money and some low words which he had not been able to make out. "If he is buying anything," murmured he can invest in a gravestone and a tomb wreath with advantage. Since then, he had heard the advocate slumber lightly, poorly, and broken in rest by dreams. His uneven respiration gave token of how impressionable he was, and how he had been impressed by the late outrage upon him. Mr. Merivale was awakened from a vision of his in which he was walking along an alley of which the trees on either side were gibbets adorned with dead, when they all fell in upon him. The ghastly forms, the greasy ropes, the hideous beams descended upon him. He tried to shake off the terrifying load. One gibbet arm rested spite of all on his shoulder. He awoke. His shoulder was indeed touched. He started up convulsively and faltered in a die-away tone, "Who is that?" "Awake at last, Monsieur Merivale?" answered a cautious voice. "Very well, we'll have our chat." The poor veteran of legal warfare, whose ideas were not in order yet, quickly pulled aside still wider the curtains of the bed to have a look at a person who wanted to chat at such an hour. The candle burned dimly in its floating bowl in a basin, tremulously reflected on the gloom of the room. The man was between him and the light, seated on the chair from which he had unceremoniously brushed the clothes of the man abed. "What, Monsieur Francis, my friend the peddler?" said he. "Often that by day," responded the voice deeply, "but right now, at all events, Henri the Handsome, with 50 other names, captain of the Scorchers, at yours and everybody else's service." "Captain of the Scorchers?" reiterated the man of law. "I am lost," groaned he, falling back on his pillow. "Don't speak so loud. You've got no witness to bully now, said Henri the chief severely. To business. I suspect you have papers in your possession proving that the Henri Massienfort, who was sentenced for 20 years to the galleys, but who escaped, is a legitimate son of Michel Dralange of Dorado, and not the lawful one. I must have those proofs and destroy them, for his friends, though they know him as a miscreant, must not know that he is a bastard. And I want the evidence you have that proves Michel's son to be the same as Massienfort, and I want all the papers you have concerning my band. But I haven't them, moaned the advocate, convulsively writhing in the bed. Nor had he, for with a fox's excessive cunning, he had sent Boots with these very documents to deposit them with the magistrate for surety. But he dared not tell the desperate man before him that. You have them, sir, I am sure. True, they are not in your clothes or under the pillow, for I have searched. Where are they hidden? I haven't got them. They were, yes, in the valise that the robbers took from me on the road. Liar! Those robbers were my rascals, and my own hands opened your valise. Do you not recall my voice? It was I who promised to visit you, and I keep my word. The lawyer shuddered more than ever. Methinks, master lawyer of Paris, sneered Henri the handsome, that you have not learned yet of what I am capable. Let me tell you that you ought to tremble to think of being alone with me in this chamber where you are wholly at my mercy. The very excess of his alarm unloosed the man's tongue. I will cry out, and they'll take you. You're alone, half threatened he. Bah! Returned the chief of the brigands with a scornful laugh. This whole house is at my mercy, even if I could not handle its whole force singly. I've only to open that window, give a signal, and tomorrow's sun will light on smoking ruins and some half-baked carcasses. Inarticulate and faint moans only came from the lawyer. The impatient bandit bent down and said in penetrating accents, Have done, thousand thunders! Where are the papers? I must have them. But vainly did he wait for a word or movement that would betray the secret place of the objects of his searches. The wretched old man continued to gasp and shiver. At the height of fury, Henri the handsome drew his knife and was about to nail the unfortunate man to his couch, when a suspicion struck him forcibly and suddenly. He bent over the lawyer and tore the clothing off his features. Then he beheld that the poor man, broken by unwonted fatigue of traveling, and by the emotions of the late assault, perhaps affected by the blow, was suffering from congestion on the brain. His face was puffed out with blood, his eyes rolled awfully, and his tied tongue revealed approaching paralysis. The robber leader contemplated the horrid sight placidly and laughed. A visitation by me? A visitation from God, he said jestingly. A real natural stroke of apoplexy. By the lips of my love, this is too much luck for me. You're very kind to get into a fit, my dear lawyer of Paris. On my honor, I was wondering how I should clear myself of suspicion and not have to take flight. And here you save me the trouble. If that is Parisian politeness, by heaven, we country folks are clowns. The dreadful word apoplexy appeared to have reached the already benumbed intelligence of the sufferer, for his speech was thawed by a superhuman effort, and he slowly spoke, A doctor, help bleed me. I intend to do so, my dear sir, replied Henri, sheathing his knife, but I can't bear to cut such a friend. I don't mind your making faces. Do as you please, while I hunt for the papers." Without attending to the tortured man, he scrupulously examined the apartment. After having done so and researched the lawyer's clothes, which he replaced on the chair carefully, he rummaged the bed minutely. The miserable old man seemed to be past seeing or hearing. He did not move except by a transient spasm. His limbs were too weak. At intervals his eyes caught a spark, but were almost extinguished speedily. "Sure enough, they are nowhere," said the commander of the Scorchers. "At all events, he cannot tell all he knows. Things are so." He surveyed the apartment to note if he had disturbed nothing, and bowing as he took a final mocking look at the living corpse, said with affected politeness, while a railing smile sat on his really handsome face, "Good night, and a long sleep, my friend of the Parisian bar, who comes to the country to hunt my scorchers." On tiptoe of his stocking feet, he left the room as he had come, that is, through the common window of the two apartments, and quietly laid himself down, without hearkening to the groans, fainter and fainter, in the adjoining room. A little after breakfast the next morning, Francis the peddler presented himself at the house of the magistrate, Monsieur Pierson, and being a relation of the official, was admitted instantly. The magistrate was at work in his office room signing papers. Francis hastened, and when asked the news, to acquaint him with the exciting and sad affair that had happened at the inn of Brothers All, that is to say, how the great Parisian gentleman of the long robe, stopping there, had been frightened into a fit of apoplexy, which had been his death. "Very strange, untimely," remarked M. Pierson. "Excuse me a moment till I send Jean to inquire further." While he was gone, Henri the Handsome used his fine eyes in a search over the papers on the table and in the pigeon-holes over it. A morocco pocket-book, which bore the stamp of Faits à Paris, 22 Rue des Deux Écus, Alphonse Tirfin et C., attracted his attention. What more likely than that was the very thing he wanted? That whispered colloquy with the servant at the inn, the money paid, of course. Why had he not questioned Boots? This idea, once born, grew into the proportion of a certainty, and with fixed eye and nervous hand he contemplated the leather cover. Incapable of resisting such a temptation, he had his finger on it when the magistrate entered. "'Sdeath!" exclaimed the latter. "It is as you say, for Mr. Daniel was passing, and he had been at the inn, when the servant entered after they had entered to break in the door. You know, Monsieur Melville was cold. Awful to be struck dead thus, and after he had just escaped the assassin's hand." "Ah, man," said Francis, thinking of something else. There was a silence, during which the magistrate thoughtfully several sheets of paper with writing and filled up blanks, while Francis greedily regarded the pocket-book. By chance the former looked up, and he perceived the object of his gaze. He noticed the other's attention, but did not understand it. Poor Merivale, it seems as if he had obeyed a presentiment in sending me his papers. I must assure myself of the nature of his trust. He took the leather case, undid the gum elastic fastening, a new idea at that day, and opened it. The robber had the notion of snatching it and running off. Who could stop him? Pierson was no match for him, and he could easily slip out of the house. But the very consciousness of his power checked him. Henri the Handsome liked to brave danger. Hence he kept his seat, but instead of preserving the mask of mildness and good humor which he had worn, He let his features assume a more natural exaltation of audacity and ferocity. His bold look and haughty smile seemed to hint a spirit defying the world. The magistrate looked over the endorsement of several papers, had his wandering vision caught and brought to bear on one especially, read it, read the next, and more with immense fascination. Abruptly he flung a fiery glance on handsome Henri, who did not stir and only smiled the more proudly. He resumed the reading until, throwing all the documents on the table and leaning toward the cool captain, said, "Are you Maisonfort the convict? You must be. You smile. Ah, and did you kill this lawyer? Ah, I see. Oh, devil!" "My dear relative," said the bandit tranquilly, with a stress on the words, "what flea has bitten you? Can you be affected by the death of an old chap whom you never set eyes on?" "Use no such trifling, insulting tone, unsuiting your dangerous position," said the magistrate energetically. "I know you now, Maisonfort, escaped from the galleys. And your relative, all the same. The papers prove one just as much as the other. What a shame on our family! But I will do my duty and denounce you as the escaped convict and as the probable murderer of the lawyer." "His real murderer, if it comes to that," said Henri, crossing his legs easily. "And," continued the authority, as a sudden light broke in on him, "you may be connected with that fearful band, the Scorchers." "The Scorchers follow my lead as the hounds do the huntsman," said the brigand calmly. "But for all that, what can you do?" Monsieur Pearsons was silent. He was alone in the house except for a couple of female domestics. He had no weapons, and the chief of the band of Orgares was not the man to be assailed single-handed, as his attitude of confidence sufficiently indicated. The possibility of weighing upon him made an icy sweat stand upon his brows. Henry the Handsome kept his seat in such a careless way that anybody would have believed him the judge and the magistrate who paced the room the culprit. At last the robber rose and took Pearson's arm. "I only ask your company to the door, and I'll leave you. You had better make away with those papers when you return, if you know your own good. Come." The stupefied magistrate obeyed mechanically, and they stood at the door. "Wretch, wretch!" burst forth the official, as his indignation at length grew past constraint. "How can you tempt me so? Do I not, by calling on you the vengeance of the laws, prove to all that I am a righteous man, who holds you in as equal scorn as horror?" "Not exactly," whispered the bandit. "Folks will say, 'What a far-seeing kinsman, who waited till rewards were at their height ere selling his own blood.'" This last subtle argument, of which the magistrate felt the truth too clearly, made him desperate. He fancied himself already dishonored, lost, ruined, accused of complicity with his crime-stained connection, who had visited him and been closeted with him at all hours and on countless occasions. The peril appeared to be unavoidable, whichever way he looked at it. His grief was neither mute nor inactive, nevertheless. "Off! Away, scoundrel! Let me never see you more. I keep my promise now, but I will be the first to start in pursuit of you after 20 hours' grace." Luckily for the speaker, he had strength enough to push the bandit out of the door and slam it to in his face, for the thwarted ruffian, on seeing the barrier put between them so timely, ground his teeth and foamed at the mouth, wildly hammering on the door with fist and foot. He called to Pierson in a wrathful voice, but the latter had no such imprudence as to put himself in his power again. The maddened chief was not slow to feel the anger setting in, so like a maniac. He hurried away to the inn, strapped on his back the case of finery which covered his journeys from suspicion, and made for the retreat of his band, threatening and planning as he went. That night a large body of men on foot were marching out of the heart of the forest of Origares to reach the highway conducting to the village of St. Maurice. This part of the wood was within the bounds which Captain Henri had boldly formed as the territory of his band. The trees were blazed as landmarks, and names of him and his lieutenants cut upon them. No travelers dared to enter under the shadow of the oaks. Few of the peasants were in the outskirts except in broad day. Armed forces were often afraid to pass along the grass-grown roads. Such a terror did the malefactors spread that they took little pains to conceal themselves. It was found out afterwards that the farmers of the vicinity very well knew the real character of the pretended beggars who forced them to be generous and almsgiving. They ventured neither to complain nor murmur, and humbly submitted to the burden without thinking that they became accomplices in imposing it upon themselves. The party of the brigand were going soon to have a fresh proof of the fear that they inspired, and a proof less welcome of the fact that human patience and sufferance can be tried too far. The miscreants had been more than an hour afoot, and they had become very thirsty from being so well wrapped up, though in rags outside, against the cold. A little refreshment and a slight repose was their desire. They stopped on top of a hill, which was the last elevation of the plain, was the village of St. Maurice at the other end. Henri the Handsome surveyed the landscape. It was gloomy enough, but bright starlight let the large objects be distinguished. After a moment's gaze, the commander pointed out a large farmhouse which rose halfway down the hillside. "That's the crib of that old rascal Marche. Come on," he said laconically, and they descended thitherward. A light shining in the large hall or main room told that the people had not retired to rest despite the advanced hour. Beyond a doubt they had caught some rumor of the band going to be at work that night, yet nothing betrayed any apprehension on their part. They had made no preparations for defense. The dogs were chained up, and the big gate was half open. Perhaps they feared that the least evidence of shrinking would invite an advance. The band strode in boldly, and one or two gave the noses of the watchdogs a tap with a club to make them keep quiet, while Henri the Handsome pushed upon the house door. The farmer's family and farmhands were forming a half circle around the fire, while on the long table were the remains of a hearty supper. The fire and torches of pine lighted up the place. At the entrance of the bandit chief, well known like his failures to the beholders, everybody stopped talking or eating or drinking, as the case might be. All the people turned white as ghosts, and some of them rose automatically to offer their seats. Henri the Handsome, with the action of a man pretty sure that anything he did was allowable, stepped up to the table and lifted a cider jug to his lip. His fellows imitated his act and cleared the board without one word much less as an excuse, being addressed. Nevertheless, beside the old master of the house, there were his 2 most stout sons and 4 more young men of similar build, who might have given the intruders a busy time of it with their cudgels and fowling pieces which hung on their hooks. The half-dozen robust girls of the house and dairy were not to be despised in a fight either, but not a soul among them seemed to dream of resistance, but dwelt speechless and motionless. The farmer, at first taken all aback by the unexpected inroad, recovered somewhat. With exaggerated politeness, he poured out, "Goodness me, it's Citizen Henri and my dear acrobat the Thumbless, and the big Norman, and the doctor too. Lord, quite a meeting of friends. Sit down, bless me, sit down. Eat a drop and drink a slice or 2 of bread. Here, wife, and you staring hussies, look alive in the name of Old Nick. Stir your stumps, you ladies. Some ham, clean plates, wine, and cider. I'll bet my head that Henri the Handsome and his friends, will take a sup of our home-brewed beer." The poor women, jumping up electrified, began to run about at random without knowing what they did. With an imperious wave of his hand, Henri nailed them all to the floor like statues. "Useless. We are expected and cannot stay." His companions were finishing more cider. "What, going so quick, just like the angels?" said the farmer in an affected regret. "If you are in a hurry, though, Citizen Henri, don't let us detain you with our humble fare. It comes from the heart, though, from the heart." Half the band had already stalked out, smacking their lips like coach whips. The farmer, seeing he was going to get off cheaply this time, followed the captain, and the rest, like a countryman of those parts, tried to gain something else. "I may as well tell you, doctor," said he to the lieutenant so nicknamed, in an insinuating voice, "that my white cow Blanche is still sick. Look in on us and give us a dose for her. That's a kind fellow. You know so many secrets of curing men that you must be able to cure a cow." The doctor, flattered exceedingly, went out nodding. This promise obtained, Farmer Marché presumed still further. As the last of his unwelcome visitors left, he stood in his doorway, cap in hand, and raised his voice to say loudly, "And won't you be so kind, Citizen Henri the Handsome, to pass the word for your good people not to take all the fowls out in the poultry house this Christmas week like last? Don't be hard on a neighbor. They only left me 1 old rooster last year that the fox wouldn't take." The farmer had gone too far. "Sailor boy, or whoever's nearest there," cried Henri, "send that chatterbox to sleep." And one of the rear guard swung his club in the air and knocked the old man into the house, dead as a stone. The robbers paid no further attention to him, when suddenly a young man's voice shouted within the doorway as one of the murdered man's sons lifted the corpse, "To arms! Close the shutters! We'll have help from the soldiers soon. The guns! The guns!" The brigands, half out of the courtyard, paused instinctively. Bang! Went a shot, and one of the robbers leaned against the wall. His arm had been broken by the bullet. One of the orphan brothers stood in the doorway with his smoking piece. "Back!" yelled Henri, forgetting all at this. "They have brought it on themselves. In and make mincemeat of them." But the farm hands, having broken the spell and having strong oaken planks between them and the robbers, were not the terrified swains of other days. They felt assured that the noise of a conflict would soon bring them aid. Soon, for they had seen the numbers of troops pouring into St. Maurice. They were good rabbit hunters, and a man who can hit puss can easily bring down a man, and their 4 guns killed each of their men at the next rush of the brigands. The fight was fairly inaugurated. One corner of the farmhouse was fired, however, and the flames spread rapidly in the cold, dry air. At this juncture there came running up the hill one of the connections of the gang who had seen the soldiers assembling on the village square to proceed to the conflagration. With a last volley to which the peasants responded, the foiled bandit called off his men, angry now that he should have let his grander project be thus turned aside. They reached the woods before the hussars and foot soldiers came up the hill. The latter spent the night in searching for them fruitlessly. As the sun set the next day over the quarries, the robbers were assembled in groups in the old haunt, singing, dancing, and otherwise making merry. They showed no tokens of the previous evening's defeat, unlike their chief, who sat apart under the trees. As he was sulking and chafing, one of the videttes cried out, "Who goes there?" which was repeated by many others. A sound approached, and soon grew into a medley of outcries of pain and oaths. At length several men appeared with a burden which they laid rather gently on the sward. "Where is the Baptist?" shouted one of the bearers. "Where is that rascally doctor? Fetch him along quick for a wounded man." "A wounded man?" repeated Henri the Handsome, aroused from his reverie. "By all the devils, their horns and their hoofs, is no one to have a moment's repose? Who is hurt now?" "It looks the very picture of the big Norman, sprawled out there, howling like a sick hog," answered the sailor boy. "Come on, fellows, and see the fun." He ran to the spot with the others. The chief himself hastened after. A few only were too drunk to have any thought except for the dance. The big Norman was indeed extended on the ground, groaning and cursing by turns. He had been out with another knave, called the Red Eye of Bourgny, and they had admittance refused them in a farmhouse. For the country people were becoming bold as lions, since soldiers were in the district to back them, and had had a gun fired at them, of which the present sufferer had received the charge in his breast and shoulders. He was covered with blood and was in great agony. The sailor boy bent over the sufferer with the joy of satisfied hate. "Ha, ha, my poor buck," said he in a delighted tone. "So you're winged at last, you who are so fond of cuffing your comrades. You are pretty far gone, that's a fact. I don't think you'll kick up any more fusses. You're losing your blood, my friend, and if this keeps on, you won't have a single drop of it 5 minutes more." Small loss. Big Norman was about to put a stop to these taunts by a blow with his huge fist, but a dreadfully poignant twitch in his shoulder prevented him and kept his arm down by his side. The doctor had come by this time and ordered his patient to be brought near the fire for him to examine him. He was obeyed. The doctor, taking off the wounded man's coat, opened his box of instruments and searched for the proper probes. The captain turned away and had nearly fallen into a new train of reflections when a loud noise arose in the direction of the fire. Laughs and cheers in derision were to be distinguished. To the leader's astonishment, the Norman was soon to jump up to his feet and fall half naked upon his teasers. The eminent physician of the Scorchers himself forgot the importance and dignity of that station and joined in the hilarity. "What means all this?" demanded Captain Henri, advancing to the scene. "It means, Captain," said the sailor boy after a side-splitting peal of merriment, "that the gun that hit the big boy was only loaded with pepper and salt." "The wounds smart," added the doctor, "but they're mere flea bites." The wounded man was glaring in rage and shame in a circle of merry faces. "We'll never want provisions while we have the Norman in salt," cried one. "A pretty pickle he is in," shouted another. "Well peppered indeed," was the roar of a third. "Salted shoulder," chorused a dozen. "A bucket of water to make him fresh again." Meanwhile, after the chief had silenced the tormentors, he questioned the wounded man. "Ah," said he when he had heard all, "the kid reported that the farmer was to market. Hunt up that boy we call Little Lad, le petit gars. I want to see him." The youth, one of the spies of the second class, had indeed played false. When sent on the errand of finding out all about the farmhouse in question, he had found the traveling too cold and had skulked around in the warmest holes in the quarries till he had pretended to return and had said the coast was clear. "If I go to old Crosspatch's farm," he had reasoned in his childish way, "they'll set the dogs on me. I'll go and hide in the greenstone cave and roll rocks for him. Then I'll come back and swear that there's not a soul in the place. They can go and make sure of it themselves if they like. Curse 'em. They're all the time quarreling and have made my mother hide herself away off from here. I'll trick 'em out of spite." And this he had done. He was soon found, being in the thicket gnawing a piece of bread with the laughers at the Norman. It was only when he felt a heavy hand of the sailor boy on his shoulder that he began to fear. But he uttered no word and offered no resistance to being brought before the chief. He, although the youngest and weakest of the band, was hardened to beatings to be much afraid. The captain darted an angry look down on him. "You have disobeyed me," said he. "You have lied, and you've led to one of my men being crossed. Do you deny it?" The little fellow trembled, but he tried to clear himself by effrontery. "Pooh! It was only for the fun of the thing." "Ah! Do you acknowledge having made a false report about the farm in the hollow?" "It was a joke. The big Norman was only shot with salt. He might have been slain, as you deserve to be, but you are young, and I may spare you. Your mother Franchette the Tall has disappeared from our midst. Do you know where she is?" "No, I don't," replied the boy, affecting stupidity. "Come, speak out, or else—" The youngster laughed in the speaker's face, and made a face as comic that the audacity of it, rather than its risibility, caused a smile, and even a smothered laugh, to appear on the faces of the brigands. But they were hushed, and the boy was alarmed at the possible consequences of his temerity. For the handsome face of Henri had grown livid. He uttered a kind of growl, and felt his girdle for a pistol, which he cocked. The youth twisted himself out of the sailor boy's arms, and began nimbly running toward the thicket, screaming, "Mother, mother, help!" Several of the brigands, who might have intercepted his flight, were too much astounded to do so. Alone the bandit chief dashed into the foliage like a tiger infuriated. They both disappeared in the shadows. Active as was the terrible leader, perhaps he could not have overtaken the child, winged by fright as the latter was, over the rough ground, easier for the lesser than for the greater runner. If the former had had the idea of dropping noiselessly behind some bush, He would have escaped the pursuer's wrath for the present at least. But he was in a species of fit. He ran straight on and continued to scream in his shrill voice, "Mother! Mother! Help! Help my mother!" The explosion of a firearm resounded in the wood and was followed by a heart-rending shriek more powerful than the boy could have uttered. End of section 24.